Testing, testing, 1 2 1 2. Is this working? Are we live? Testing, testing. Oh, this is truly a struggle to get through. D Suffers, thank you for the 125 pesos. Paimon coming in, Paimon coming. Wait, wrong voice line or ahem. Testing, testing. Object coming in. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. A man after my own heart. Is this working? He's here. Hello. Hey, there we go. Okay, so we somehow managed to wrangle OBS into working again. He said the thing. Welcome to the stream, Murray. Hello, hello, Speed Rover. Hello. I was worried for a second there because it looked like everything on my device was coming to a grinding halt. But apparently not. Apparently not. We're live. We're live. Hey, hello guys. Hello. All right. Oh, everything isn't dead and dying. That's excellent. All right. You know we're in for a good one when the first screen has a page count. Yeah, no, we're back to the triple-digit slide count for this stream. Because this is a real mess. And this, okay, so, to give you guys an idea, right? Oh, Makiris, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Welcome to the 5 new footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. So, to give you guys an idea, I had multiple days when I was prepping this stream dedicated solely to preventing scope creep. So I'd add in a section where I would talk about something that's essentially related to ENVA, shall we say, tomfoolery. And then I'd realize, okay, it doesn't really have anything to do with the SAG-AFTRA stuff. Because as tempting as it is to sort of throw in the occasional ad hominem, because I'm not going to lie, you are going to be extraordinarily hard-pressed to find anybody in this entire debacle that is sympathetic. Besides, you know, maybe just the, you know, the VA that got dogpiled and the other VA that was defending him. But there were multiple occasions where I'd stumble across somebody either in the comments of my community posts or on Twitter mentioning something that ENVAs have done in the past that, very frankly, could very explainably turn the public against them. But then I'd have to cut it later on because, again, like I said, it doesn't have anything to do with this current situation. So I've tried my best to keep everything narrowed down to just this debacle with SAG-AFTRA. But Master N, bad news, BlackRock bought out FaZe. Pippa and Tenma have gone. Yeah, no, I saw the April 1st streams. Kino. Akushi Audio, thank you for becoming a footstool. Welcome to the club. Chris Broad, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. Welcome to the 10 new footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Aura Ether, thank you for being a footstool for 1 month. A mess, putting it lightly. It's LA fire level. Agreed. Hold on. Let me see if I can do something about this, about the BGM, because for some reason it's refusing to loop. Let me just reload the page. Hopefully that fixes it. If the BGM goes silent at some point during the next few minutes, just let me know. Because it shouldn't be. Sorry, give me a second. Oh, Peter, welcome to the stream. Yeah, the US VA scene is a cesspool. Yeah. Okay, thank you for the 2. You say tomfoolery, I say shenanigans. Yes. Almost, yeah, Carlos, almost everyone sucks. Almost everyone sucks. I could count all of the people involved in this situation who are, I would say, broadly sympathetic on one hand. And even then, I'd have a few fingers to spare. Actually, speaking of that, apparently Inzoi has become the new Jono punching bag, probably because it lets you make... Yeah, no, I've been seeing that. This past week has been an absolute feast. An open buffet when it comes to journalists making absolute asses of themselves. Because I don't know if you guys saw, but in my community tab I was talking about this. Apparently, Vice Media, that publication, the one that they went from essentially documenting cartel activity to defending PDF files. But that publication, some journalist who was part of Vice, decided to write a hit piece on Velour, of all things. And, well, I mean, stream about that coming up soon, I guess. But for those who didn't see, Rima did a stream on that article, basically dissecting it, ripping into it, condemning, basically picking out all the ways in which it fails as a work of journalism. And during that stream, the journo who wrote the article decided it was a good idea to pop into Rima's Twitch chat and then try to redirect Rima and her viewers to her own Twitch stream, which she was planning to use to, quote-unquote, explain what she was doing with the article. Which, I mean, tell me you're a tourist to just streaming in general without telling me you're a tourist to just streaming in general. Because that that was truly some hilarious clownery to behold. Hiro Michimura, thank you for being a Footstool for 2 months. They're speedrunning their careers in the ground. Amen. Aura Ether, thank you for the super. You should have saw the Vic situation. Hey, yeah, no, I read up on that. And again, that was something I initially had in this stream, but I cut it because it wasn't directly related to the SAG-AFTRA thing. Did you catch the super chat I sent this morning? I didn't. I'll look back through stream elements, though, so I'll catch it later on in the stream. Don't worry, Prince. Hey, reverse raid. Oh god, that one. I'm so mad because it's not even a good hit piece. Now, the thing is, right? The problem with that is that there was zero attempt to engage with either Velour as a business, Velour as a as a brand, and definitely not any of the audiences associated with either Velour, or I would even go so far as to say VTubing as a whole. This was purely an exercise in a quote-unquote journo coming into this space as a tourist and then essentially having a whinge about why their own personal content niche wasn't being catered to, or their own personal desires for a content niche weren't being catered to. And I mean, sure, if that's a complaint that you have and you want to get that off of your chest, that's perfectly fine, but don't do that in a news article. That's not where it belongs. Put it in a personal blog or something. And the fact that Vice was willing to tolerate actually publishing that on their site, as well as presumably paying for that, is, and I think I've said this before, but it is part and parcel of the reason why that publication is a joke. The Vic thing can be connected, though. The new VA of Kanish was in a podcast or something with Vic. So, now that I didn't know. Despite the success and controversy-free image, I was skeptical of Velour. The article eliminated all doubt. If the journalists are pissed, the Velour must be doing something right. Yeah, no, because Velour is in a position where, again, they have the, how do I say? They are a trailblazer when it comes to their specific content niche. Like, you can dislike lewd content as much as you like, right? You can say that them being the whore corpo is something that you personally find to be detestable or disgusting or whatever. But at the same time, you can't really deny that Velour is the first corpo to attempt to build itself around making lewd content as the main premise of it. Well, at least on the EN side. And as a result of that, they have license to do quite a lot of things. They can pull off quite a lot of things that are not very conventional for the corpo sphere. And they are a very unique kind of success story. Now, granted, they haven't been operational for a full year yet, so we'll see how things go come June. Hopefully nothing has happened at that point in time. But for all intents and purposes, if you're going to criticize anything about Velour, the thing that made the article so brain damaged was that it essentially took issue with the fact that VLure had correctly identified their target audience and were now committed to making content specifically geared at satisfying the demands of that audience. That was the main critique of the article. Everything else was just a projection of the writer's own personal, own personal dissatisfactions with it, which again is fine if you're just doing it as a personal project, not if you're writing for a news publication. Because at that point, now that's where it starts to get into superfluous territory. Saki and Mira, this is the earliest I've been to a stream. Welcome in. Satisfying their audience. Thank you, Gabriel. Wasn't intentional, but yes. Also, when will that stream be? Will it be announced the day beforehand? See, I'm not certain if I want to lock it in as like a confirmed day just yet, but I think I will have it as a guerrilla stream that I'll announce, let's say, about a day beforehand or something along those lines. But we shall see. I've yet to dig deep because I've heard from the little bit of Googling that I did. Sorry, give me a second. From the little bit of Googling that I did, this not only does Vice have an awful reputation as a publication, but this journalist in particular has quite an extensive history, an established list of precedents, I should say, where they've done this exact thing over and over, where they have written an article that is essentially a hit piece, and the quotes used in which have essentially been quotes that have been taken out of context from the subject, chopped up into halves or thirds or quarters, and then presented out of order in order to fit some sort of personal agenda on behalf of the journalist. And I mean, well, when you see that being a pattern, you must wonder at some point, right? Especially if you have any sort of media training or whatever. Surely the question comes up, at what point does this become intolerable for the publication? At what point does Vice just look at the established pattern of behavior and go, okay, this is not worth paying. This is not worth keeping on payroll because this is not journalism. Again, this is something I'll probably go into more detail because I don't want to tangent on this too hard for this stream. But one of the most egregious examples of this journalist trying to manipulate things in order to construct a very specific image of VLure was them going to one of VLure's streams where they were talking about, their Gen 2 auditions, taking a quote by Shibi Cottonbomb, and then chopping it into halves, presenting the halves out of order, and heavily mediating the way that those halves were presented in the article in order to imply that VLure was guilty of being a phobe and an ist. It was really, really stupid to watch. To read, sorry. You say that like it is a standard journal practice. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it is never surprising, but it is eternally aggravating when you see it. Because once you start seeing it, you can't stop seeing it. So, I googled to find the video with Vic and Jacob. The name is ICYMI. Vic Minona teams up with Anime Matsuri. Then they are together. Okay, interesting. I might give that a check. I might check that out after the stream. This journal has a long and storied history of being an activist. Not even an well, probably an activist of some description, but certainly not an effective one, if the extent of their competence is taking other people's words out of context. Wasn't the author a trans VTuber who failed to get through auditions? Well, I mean, according to them, that's what they are, yes. Because they did go on to say that in a stream that they were doing about basically justifying their article or explaining why they feel so much hostility towards the allure. And I mean, again, if that is your reason, fine, fair enough, you're entitled to that. But why put that into a publication that you're being paid for? This isn't about you. And again, this ties into the whole rant that I went on about journalism last week, but if your idea of journalism is writing about yourself, sorry, you're not a journalist. Journalism does not exist as some sort of therapeutic outlet for your own feelings. You're going to have to hold yourself to a higher standard of purpose than that. Witness Void Fox, thank you for the super. I can wait to get my opinions about VLure by Vice Fall Guys butt plug journalist wanting their fetish to be catered to. Yes. Again, in case you didn't understand that unholy combination of words, it will all make sense when we end up doing that stream on Vice. For what it's worth, she answered questions on r/Kurosanji and said she didn't know about the lolicon before applying and wouldn't have gone through after learning about it. I mean, tourists gonna tourist, I suppose. Don't get me wrong. I understand if you are uncomfortable with lewd lolicon content. It's not my taste personally either, but if you're going to come into VTubing and you're going to make the argument that all lolicon is, it's just CP or whatever, you're probably not going to enjoy being a VTuber very much or existing in this space very much. Simply because, well, lolicon and lollies are deeply rooted in the origins of anime and VTubing. That's just a fact of the medium. Now, if they wanted to phrase it as a critique of the medium, sure, but the problem is they ham-fisted a quote-unquote critique of the allure as the premise behind the entire thing, so it just didn't work. But yeah, outside of that park place, it's nearly impossible to find decent journalism. It is a dying breed, unfortunately. A dying industry, I should say. But yeah, unfortunately there are many quote-unquote journalists that are so self-centered that Narcissus seems like a very selfless guy. Yeah. Add context, thank you. No problem. Unable to read the room. Exactly. I mean, look, if you're going to come into somebody else's house, right? Because that is the best analogy that I can use for somebody entering an industry that they're not that familiar with, right? Let's say VTubing. If you're going to come into somebody else's house and you're going to start essentially flinging shit everywhere, don't be surprised when people look at you as if you don't belong there. It's not that complicated. Yeah. If you come into VTubing and you're not ready for cute and funny, you're probably not going to enjoy your stay. What are you scared of? A 4-letter word? Oh, words to live by. In any case, I think I've rambled for long enough. The reason I'm skeptical of VLure is because that YouTubers tend to get into controversies. See, the thing is with VLure though, they have that degree of professionalism that I assume you need in order to make a business like that work. The problem is, when you try to combine that business with the standard degree of professionalism that you find among individual content creators, it tends to create a very disastrous mix of circumstances. But with VLure, it's quite different because they're actually operating as a business. They seem to understand, all of the things to do with suitable distance, enforcing boundaries with your audience, making sure that when you make your content, you maintain OPSEC, etc., etc. All of those little security details that other people end up messing up. Prince, thank you for the super. Lolicon and lolly aren't interchangeable. Lolicon is a creepy weirdo. Lolly's the body type, character archetype, etc. Also feet. Yes. But yeah, again, the fact that the journo kept mixing up lolly with lolicon is just man. Saggy? Yes, Baka Nikujaga. Yes, saggy. In any case, sorry, to get back on topic. Oh, man, if this is the standard of journalists that are entering this sphere, I'm never going to run out of content. Holy. But in any case, before we start the stream, I just want to give a quick shout out to two people whose work and discussions were very helpful in me putting this stream together. First, Sorusness, who released a video titled "Is the Strike Just About AI Anymore? Genshin and SAG-AFTRA." This is, hands down, in my opinion, the best video for summing up not only the circumstances surrounding this entire, well, I can only refer to it as a PR crisis for SAG and its members, but also a great, almost journal of how someone's opinion on the entire thing, someone's perspective on the entire thing, has changed and pivoted over time as new information has been coming out. So, if you wish for a more concise summary of events, I 100% recommend watching Sorusness's video. It was also instrumental for me finding primary sources that I did end up using later on in the stream as well to source certain bits of information here and there. I also want to give a shout out to Zan because he was kind enough to sit down with me for a chat at some point during this week to talk about the entire thing, which was, again, very helpful in allowing me to better understand how what SAG-AFTRA is doing is so... Sorry, give me a second. Seems so weird from the perspective of somebody who is a part of a labor union, but not a US one. Because there are a lot of aspects of the way that SAG-AFTRA is conducting itself that do not fit with what people, perhaps in other parts of the world, would assume a union does. So, again, very instrumental towards this. Sorry, give me a second. I'm dying. Alright. Legendary back fumbling. Yeah, I honestly, after looking into the situation, that's how I would describe it as well. So, as usual, before we begin, few disclaimers. Do not attempt to harass or contact any of the people or entities mentioned during the stream in any way, shape, or form. This is usual standard stuff. I am going to be critical of quite a number of people and an organization or two over the course of this stream, and as a result, pretty important to just maintain your distance, don't touch the poo, etc., etc., etc. Second, all text, videos, and images shown during this stream are included for the purposes of critique and or commentary and is thus protected under fair use. In addition to that, I have endeavored to, wherever possible, reference a primary source for any of the claims that I am making. Primary source being the words of SAG-AFTRA and the SAG-AFTRA members. Third, all information/material shown over the course of this stream was posted and or addressed by the subjects of this stream on a public platform and or remains publicly available/traceable. Nothing I talk about has been drawn from a private source or confidential in any manner. Everything that I'm talking about has been made public voluntarily by some of the parties discussed, at least one of the parties discussed. Dates may be affected by time zones, meaning that I've tried my best to adjust for the various dates that I present that certain things happened according to when they were published in their respective time zones, but there may be a few cases where it's off by, a day or so. And finally, I'll be narrating most of, if not everything, on screen, so if there's something that you can't read or something that I flip by, don't worry about it too much. You're going to get the gist of it from the stream, and if you still want to read it, don't worry, because all of the slides for all of my streams, as per usual, are getting uploaded to my personal Patreon, link in description, and you can just sign up to that for free, don't need to pay any money, and you can access all of the slides from all of my streams whenever you like. So, Random Boy, thank you for the super. Am I about to wish for AI to replace certain voice actors? If this really is about to happen, then English VAs need to get their act together. 100% agreed. Now, I don't think that's going to be the case by the end of it, but I think there are certainly going to be a few English VAs that people don't want to voice their favorite characters in their favorite franchise anymore. Now, initially, I can understand if a lot of people came into the stream with the impression that it's just going to be me essentially dogging on unions for a little bit of time. However, personally, I do believe that unions do occupy quite an important role in the industries in which they operate, or in ideal scenarios, they occupy a pretty important role. And SAG-AFTRA, despite their recent controversy, is no exception to that general rule. And so, to give a little bit of context as to how I suspect quite a few people thought of, perceived, understood SAG-AFTRA before this event, we need to go back for a little bit of a history lesson. Way back in time to about, around 2017. Specifically, October of 2017, when Hollywood was reeling from the Harvey Weinstein sex scandal. So, from October 5th to October 10th, or on those two dates specifically, the New York Times and the New Yorker, respectively, would publish articles that were essentially lengthy exposés documenting how multiple actresses, members of staff, and executives had come out from behind the scenes and essentially given anonymous testimonies, both anonymous and named testimonies, that Harvey Weinstein was both guilty of sexual exploitation and had paid some of his victims off. For example, New York Times, quote, Harvey Weinstein paid off sexual harassment accusers for decades, written by Jodi Kantor and Megan Twohey, and, quote, from the New Yorker, from aggressive overtures to sexual assault, Harvey Weinstein's accusers tell their stories, by Ronan Farrow. Now, as you can probably imagine, when something of this scale comes up, it is a major event for the industry as a whole. Because up until this point in time, it was largely acknowledged that this was a thing that happened, but it just wasn't a thing that was popularly talked about in the media. These two articles helped to essentially break the story into the mainstream so that changed. Now, again, like I said before, some of these accusations were extraordinarily damning. For example, according to the New York Times, an investigation by the New York Times found previously undisclosed allegations against Mr. Weinstein stretching over nearly 3 decades. A whole 30 years of this stuff happening behind closed doors and people knowing about it but not talking about it. Documented through interviews with current and former employees and film industry workers, as well as legal records, emails, and internal documents from the businesses he has run, Miramax and the Weinstein Company. During that time, after being confronted with allegations, including sexual harassment and unwanted physical contact, Mr. Weinstein has reached at least 8 settlements with women, according to 2 company officials speaking on the condition of anonymity. Among the recipients the Times found were a young assistant in New York in 1990, an actress in 1997, an assistant in London in 1998, an Italian model in 2015, and Ms. O'Connor shortly after, according to records and those familiar with the agreements. In a statement to the Times on Thursday afternoon, Mr. Weinstein said, quote, I appreciate the way I've behaved with colleagues in the past has caused a lot of pain, and I sincerely apologize for it. Though I'm trying to do better, I know I have a long way to go, end quote. He added that he was working with therapists and planning to take a leave of absence to, quote, deal with this issue head on, end quote. You love to see it when somebody who's committed a crime, essentially, makes it about how they need to overcome something horrible that has happened, as if it's not them who's, been doing it. However, as expanded upon in The New Yorker, the story wasn't quite... It was worse than what had been initially let on. Quote, "The story, however, is more complex and there is more to know and understand. In the course of a 10-month investigation, I was told by 13 women that between the 1990s and 2015, Weinstein sexually harassed or assaulted them, allegations that corroborate and overlap with the Times revelations and also include far more serious claims. 3 women, among them Argento and a former aspiring actress named Lucia Evans, told me that Weinstein raped them, allegations that included Weinstein forcibly performing or receiving oral sex and forced vaginal sex. 4 women said that they experienced unwanted touching that could be classified as an assault in an audio recording captured during a New York Police Department sting operation in 2015 and made public here for the first time. Weinstein admits to groping a Filipina-Italian model named Ambra Battilana Gutierrez, describing it as behavior he is quote-unquote used to. 4 of the women I interviewed cited encounters in which Weinstein exposed himself or masturbated in front of them. So, as you can probably imagine, this was enough to horrify quite a lot of people. But then, as if the story didn't just break mainstream and become, essentially enough of a smear on the entirety of the Hollywood industry, on October 15th, and this is something we've talked about on a prior stream, Alyssa Milano, American actress Alyssa Milano, tweeted out the following: "If you've been sexually harassed or assaulted, write Me Too as a reply to this tweet. Me Too suggested by a friend. If all women who'd been sexually harassed or assaulted wrote Me Too as a status, we might give people a sense of the magnitude of the problem." And this was the tweet that combined with the whole Harvey Weinstein scandal to propel Me Too into the mainstream. Now, as you can imagine, like I said before, this was a major blight on the entirety of Hollywood. No one came out of this situation looking clean. This is how Hollywood, this is a major reason why Hollywood is now viewed by the average member of the public as being a den of sex offenders and pedophiles. Not that there's a difference between those two things. However, at the time, a lot of the individual actors, both in the literal sense of being individual people and the organizational actors in this sphere, were trying to grapple with how to tackle this situation. How should they speak about it now that everybody was watching? Because everybody at this point was watching. And one of the actors in question was SAG-AFTRA. On October 9th of 2017, so only 4 days after the New York Times published their expose and 1 day before the New Yorker published theirs, SAG-AFTRA put out the following statement on, quote, "the safety of women in the entertainment and media industry." Quote, "We commend the courage and candor of every woman who has spoken out about the disgraceful, aggressive, and inappropriate behavior they experienced with prominent industry employers. We support their right to speak out and we lift up their voices so that their truths can be fully heard. Everyone has the right to work in an environment free of discrimination and harassment." To continue, "The behavior alleged on the part of Harvey Weinstein is abhorrent and unacceptable. Unfortunately, it is more prevalent than our industry acknowledges, and many times victims are afraid to tell anyone. Those who do come forward empower themselves and others to speak out. We also commend the New York Times for the extraordinary reporting that uncovered and brought to light the allegations in this case. We believe that each of us has a fundamental right to be safe in our person and be treated with dignity and respect at work. There is more to be done by all of us to ensure the safety of women in the industry." We operate the SAG-AFTRA safety hotline specifically for members to report safety violations, including harassment and inappropriate or aggressive behavior. If you are being coerced or threatened or simply feel that a situation is not right or is uncomfortable, speak out. We hear you. Call 844 Safer Set, which appears on the back of every member's card. Any day or night, and a dedicated SAG-AFTRA rep will be notified and will help address your concerns. We all have the absolute right to be safe at work. Now, two things. First, the reason why SAG-AFTRA probably felt extremely pressured to come out with a statement like this is because one of their signatories, meaning, the production companies that had signed an agreement with them, was working with them and as a result had their name tied to SAGs, was the Weinstein Company, of which Harvey Weinstein himself owned, I believe at this point, it was around 42% stake in the company. So there was that. The second thing is, as a statement, as an opening statement in and of itself, probably not the best one. Because it essentially boils down to, here's a hotline, good luck, have fun. And well, it wasn't, let's just say, I'm not the only one to have that kind of sentiment, because in the aftermath of this statement, you also had individual news outlets making follow-up articles talking about the situation, but this time talking about how, in this particular case, the situation was in part contributed to and is not helped by the fact that a lot of the industry bodies, like the unions, for example, or the guilds, didn't seem to have been able to prevent this from happening, and didn't seem to be capable of helping or speaking up about it before somebody else did that for them. For example, as published in The Jacobin, Harvey Weinstein's crimes and SAG's failure. Unions are the best vehicle to halt workplace harassment, but the Weinstein revelations show the Screen Actors Guild has failed its membership. And then another perspective that was published in Lily, to avoid another Harvey Weinstein scandal, Hollywood needs more rules. Perspective, guilds must take the lead in combating sexual harassment. And I can only assume that the people in charge of SAG at the time actually saw these articles and came to the conclusion that, maybe just putting out a statement saying, here's a hotline, go have fun, was probably not the best idea. Because on December 16th, about a few months later, they put out another statement. Quote, SAG-AFTRA stands against harassment. Quote, there are moments when our culture can undergo a tectonic shift. This is hopefully one of those times. Standing with the New York Times revelations about producer Harvey Weinstein on October 5th, the floodgates have opened and the silence surrounding harassment and abuse in the workplace has been broken. Will the story fizzle out as public attention moves on to other things, or is this a real chance for social change? You can tell that a theater kid wrote this. SAG-AFTRA President Gabrielle Carteres is working towards the latter and wants to seize the opportunity. She sent a letter to members on October 13th, reaffirming that hostile work environments, whether on the set or in the newsroom or in the recording booth, will not be tolerated. It also provided information on how members can report incidents. Prince, thank you for the super. Here's a small dose of dark humor. Don't worry, I'm okay. This was just years ago regarding hotlines. I once called the suicide hotline and they never picked up. They had one job. They had one job. No, that is quite dark. Yugure, so a membership where you get nothing and they just... Well, again, we're getting to that. We're getting to that, right? So, the thing is, in this particular case, in this article, rather than just telling their members, here's a hotline, they actually came up with a plan, right? A plan that they would use to tackle the issue of sexual harassment being such an insidious part, a pathological aspect to Hollywood as an industry. Because later on in the article, they state, quote, Gutierrez, who serves on the executive council of the AFL-CIO, for those who don't know, that's the American Federation of Labor and Congress of Industrial Organizations, right, which is basically a, quote, democratic, voluntary federation of 63 national and international labor unions that represent more than 15 million working people. So, again, Gutierrez, the chair, I believe, of SAG-AFTRA at this point in time, also served on the executive council of this body, is quote-unquote working with the National Labor Organization to create a cross-union task force to confront the issue. As more and more women and men have spoken out, it's become clear that the problem isn't confined to the entertainment industry. Gutierrez has made that point in remarks via video conferences to those assembled at the AFL-CIO convention. Quote, sexual harassment and abuse go beyond Weinstein. It's systemic in our society. And it's not just Hollywood. It affects men and women in every industry, end quote, she said. In addition, at its convention in St. Louis, Missouri, in October, the AFL-CIO issued a, quote, Workers' Bill of Rights, end quote, resolution, which included the right to a safe job free of harassment and violence. Sitting chair. I see. That was unintentional, but I see what you guys are doing there. Now, the thing about the AFL-CIO in particular, and the thing that makes them especially important, in my opinion, when it comes to understanding both this situation in 2017 and the recent situation that has just happened, is as a body that is essentially both a representative of and a conglomerate of all of these individual unions, both American and international, they have a few resources on their side, a few aspects of branding on their side, in which they stipulate what they believe a union should be. And because of the fact that SAG-AFTRA is a member of this broader conglomerate, it follows reason and logic that they are also bound to adhere to these exact same standards of what is a union and how unions should conduct themselves. For example, if you go into the AFL-CIO's website, you see that when it comes to defining what is the utility of a union, why do unions exist, what function do they actually fulfill, they have a section on their site that specifically outlines what unions are supposed to provide. Quote, the union difference. Union members work together to negotiate and enforce a contract with management that guarantees the things you care about, like decent raises, affordable health care, job security, and a stable schedule. And the four benefits that unions are supposed to provide, according to the AFL-CIO, are higher wages, right? Better benefits, basically, health insurance, pension, safer workplace, self-explanatory, and a voice on the job, basically a form of worker advocacy. In other words, in order for a union to be justified in its own existence, it kind of hinges on being able to provide these four forms of benefit, right? Wages, other health benefits, safe workplace or workplace safety, and worker advocacy. Interestingly enough, though, this website also contains a section dedicated to stating what unions aren't supposed to be, what unions don't do. Now, I want you to put a pin in that because this will become important later on in the stream. But for now, I just want to bring up that section exists, right? Yeah, Gil Thunder, don't forget that these are supposed to benefit every worker, including those who aren't part of the union. Exactly, right? Because the thing is with all of these, benefits, right? Higher wages, health insurance / pension, safer workplace, voice on the job, etc., etc. Basically, in order for this to actually function in the broader context of an industry in general, you need to be able to entice enough workers into unions by offering these benefits to the point where it behooves corporations to start offering these benefits if they don't want to follow these stipulations that have been outlined by the union. So as a general theme, what ends up happening is unions, some, if not all, a major part, if not all, of their utility, in a general sense, is being able to up the general standards, the industry standards, for workers, even those outside of the union. Because, again, if the companies that operate independently of the union want a pool of workers to themselves, they're going to have to compete with the benefits offered by the union in order to keep said pool of workers. So that is something that is integral to understand about the ideal function of a union. To go back to the statement made by SAG-AFTRA about the Harvey Weinstein thing, though, they then go on to say that they haven't only sought the alliance of the AFL-CIO, but also the International Federation of Actors, or FIA, which is basically, in their own words, a global federation of performers, trade unions, guilds, and professional associations, founded in 1952. Quote from the SAG-AFTRA article, "In addition to the AFL-CIO, the union is also going global with the help of the International Federation of Actors, known by its French acronym FIA, and its FIA, which is quite funny now that I realize it, and its constituent member organizations. At FIA's October conference in Zagreb, Croatia, Carteres introduced a resolution which was unanimously approved by the body's executive committee to target the issue on a worldwide scale. It read, in part, quote, FIA condemns in the strongest terms any individual that has chosen to carry out sexual harassment, discrimination, or retaliation for the reporting of sexual harassment. FIA urges the industry to treat this matter seriously and to work with determination and in good faith with unions and performer organizations to develop a long-term strategy to achieve a discrimination, harassment, and retaliation-free work environment. Quote, real and sustained change takes time, but with determination and a strong buy-in from members and industry allies, this can be a watershed moment. Everyone has a part to play, and the movement toward a workplace in which all workers can feel safe and secure is only beginning. People are now saying no more, end quote, said Carteres. So, this has improved upon the previous statement in quite a number of ways, not least in which they've declared that they actually have a plan, a resolution, something that they are, an initiative that they're trying to push forwards to advance their agenda of curbing, if not ending, sexual harassment in the workplace. But also, this is no longer just this little kind of thing that SAG-AFTRA is trying to accomplish on their own. No, they've actually taken the initiative to go and enlist the help of other unions and other conglomerates of trade unions as well. So there very much does seem to be an effort to do something here, and that would be followed up on come February of 2018, when SAG-AFTRA would launch what they refer to as the 4 Pillars of Change initiative, in which they specify, quote, SAG-AFTRA will develop materials, basically what this was, is a 4-part initiative comprised of 4 basic components, each of which was intended to contribute towards essentially making sexual harassment more difficult to hide and eliminating the any acceptance, if any remained in any corner of Hollywood, any acceptance of sexual harassment or turning a blind eye towards it. So this was essentially, the 4 pillars were essentially 4 main prongs of attack that they were trying to go with to fix the problem. The first one was rules and guidelines. Quote, SAG-AFTRA will develop materials that give members a clear understanding of their rights in the workplace and provide reliable guidance to navigate the unique environments of the entertainment and media industries. And here is basically them saying that they're going to come out with a bunch of informational flyers, new codes of conduct, etc., etc. Now, again, if this was the only thing that they were doing, it would pretty much be purely symbolic. Because, well, let's just say that sexual harassment doesn't end just because you tell people not to do it. However, this wasn't the only plan of action, and as a result, it fit in with a broader strategy that SAG-AFTRA was trying to implement. The second pillar was, quote, empowerment through education. SAG-AFTRA will provide training, expert panels, and other educational programming to ensure that members will have practical tools available to them when confronting, experiencing, or witnessing harassing behavior. We will sponsor panels, create guides, provide enhanced anti-harassment training. Now, again, this is yet another thing where, if presented on its own, it's basically yet another HR lip service course to fill in the criteria. However, yet again, fits in with a broader strategy of things, and it's intended to go hand in hand with the third pillar, which is expanded intervention. Now, this is where you actually start getting real utility out of SAG-AFTRA's involvement in this beyond flyers and HR training. Quote, SAG-AFTRA is reinforcing its capacity to intervene on members' behalf as needed. We will expand our capacity to intervene rapidly and forcefully protect our members against sexual harassment, assess and upgrade as appropriate our intake procedures to address harassment-specific requests for support, work with industry partners to pursue technology-based solutions that facilitate safe channels to report harassing conduct, identify predators, and stop repeat offenders, pursue legislative policy improvements to strengthen sexual harassment laws, and work to advance equity for all SAG-AFTRA members across industry and borders, and finally, where appropriate, add and/or strengthen provisions to address sexual harassment to our collective bargaining agreements. Basically, implementing various, policies, etc., clauses into their contracts with the organizations that sign on with them, as well as making sure that their members actually have some sort of safe, anonymous channel to report things that don't open them up to retaliation for simply reporting that they either experienced or witnessed an instance of sexual harassment. Now, the final pillar was what they referred to as, quote, building bridges and safety nets. In recognition of the complex nature of this pervasive problem, SAG-AFTRA will work in collaboration with industry stakeholders and other allies to help achieve a more equitable and harassment-free workplace. We will participate in efforts of the industry-wide Commission on Sexual Harassment and Advancing Equality in the Workplace, with member-initiated groups and other industry stakeholders that are committed to addressing these issues, continue to build bridges within and beyond our industry to partner with strategic allies who are focused on these issues, including Reframe, Time's Up, the AFL-CIO, and International Federation of Actors, and others, establish a specialized trauma hotline to support our members in need of advanced intake services and clinical referrals due to harassment and assault-related trauma, work with the SAG-AFTRA Foundation in collaboration with sister organizations such as the Motion Picture and Television Fund and the Actors Fund to provide additional counseling resources to respond to the need for acute short-term intervention, and finally, work with industry partners to address the extreme shortage of long-term therapeutic resources available to survivors in this industry. Now, again, a lot of people in chat are noting how all of this is corpo WEF speak for the most part, a lot of buzzwords. However, at the same time, it should still be acknowledged that there are concrete resources that SAG has now committed to trying to provide for its members. For example, things like more effective hotlines, counseling funds, making sure that they actually have proper interventions in the short term if a member is found to have suffered from an instance of sexual harassment and or assault. So there was stuff being done at this particular point in time. Again, it would be nice without the bridge, but the point remains that it does seem that at least they are giving enough of a shit to try to look like they are doing something about the issue. Why is bridge here? Because bridge is in everything, especially at this particular point in time when pushback for it was almost non-existent. However, again, judging off of the reactions that I saw in chat when I was first talking about this. The thing is, a lot of people, when this was happening, right, when the Harvey Weinstein scandal was unfolding, between the articles that were coming out in the newspapers about Harvey Weinstein himself, the exposés, and also the Me Too movement finally becoming popular after years on social media without gaining too much traction, For the most part, those two events simultaneously occurring alongside one another kind of overshadowed any involvement that SAG-AFTRA had in the eyes of mainstream audiences, in the eyes of the wider general public. So, for the most part, when it comes to SAG-AFTRA, I suspect that a lot of people may not have even been aware that SAG-AFTRA had made these two statements, or these three statements, about how they were committed to trying to curb this issue. However, by contrast, another instance where SAG-AFTRA tried to involve themselves in essentially ended up involving themselves in an industry-wide controversy in the name of trying to improve conditions for their members and their workers, was June 5th, 2023, when SAG-AFTRA chose to go on a strike in Hollywood over the need to renew terms and conditions in the contracts they had with the various production agencies and organizations that dominated the industry. This was an instance, pretty high-profile event, pretty high-profile strike that a lot of people did. For a lot of people, it seemed to be their first exposure to SAG-AFTRA as an organization. Yeah, Masterman, it's almost as if that was intentional from the media. Yeah, kind of. Safety theater? Yes, in some ways, yes. Now, in terms of this strike, basically, the first news that it was about to happen came on June 5th of 2023, when SAG-AFTRA themselves would put out the following announcement. SAG-AFTRA members approve strike authorization with 97.91% yes vote. And basically, as outlined in the article itself, it was, quote, First, for those who don't know what a strike authorization is, it's basically an initiative where the board, the national board of a union, decides that a strike would probably need to happen at some point in the near future because negotiations have either begun or they're starting to go south, or this is in preparation for the eventuality that negotiations end up going south. And this is them basically putting out a vote to the members of that union to try and gauge how much of a consensus there is that supports that motion to authorize a strike, right? Again, in SAG-AFTRA's own words, quote, a strike authorization is a powerful tool that gives your negotiating committee added leverage at the bargaining table by demonstrating to the studios and streaming companies that SAG-AFTRA members support their committee and are willing to fight for a fair deal. It does not automatically mean there will be a strike. So again, basically, just because you have a strike authorization is not the same thing as actually saying that there is a strike happening. That happens later on and separately in the form of a strike notice. To give further detail, if 75% or more of eligible members casting ballots vote yes, a strike authorization passes and gives your national board the authority to call a strike after the contract expires. In the case of SAG-AFTRA's TV/theatrical agreements, assuming a strike authorization is approved by members, that means the national board can call a strike anytime after June 30th of 2023. Now, important thing to clarify regarding that specific section. If 75% or more of eligible members casting ballots votes yes, a strike authorization passes. Now, that doesn't mean they need 75% of eligible voting members. That just means that they need 75% of all the members who voted. There is quite a difference, because, as we're going to see later on, yes, all of these strike authorizations pass with an overwhelming majority of votes, right? 97% unanimous, 97% unanimous vote, 75% unanimous vote, whatever. However, the statistic that isn't often emphasized, I should say, is the actual turnout rate. Because it might not be 75% or 97% of all of the eligible members. It might just be 97% of, let's say, 47%, as was the case here, where if you actually read through the article itself, it says, quote, in a powerful show of solidarity, SAG-AFTRA members have voted 97.91% in favor of a strike authorization, ahead of negotiations of the theatrical contracts, with nearly 65,000 members casting ballots for a voting percentage of 47.69% of eligible voters. So to clarify, it's not 97.91% of all eligible members that voted for strike authorization, it's 97.91% of 47.69%. So, I do also want to clarify that this isn't unique to SAG-AFTRA, right? This is normal for most unions around the world, where the turnout rate will probably be around 50% of eligible members, because presumably, you'll have some members that just aren't really tuned into the thing, some members who presumably have died and haven't had their name taken off the roster just yet. But again, this is something that I do think is worth keeping track of in between each individual announcement, because all of the announcements in their headlines will say that there is a 97% unanimous yes vote, or there is an 87% unanimous yes vote, or there is a 75% unanimous yes vote. But in the headlines, they don't clarify the turnout rate. They do clarify that in the first line of the actual announcement itself, but it's not something that is as widely observed and taken to heart, as the actual vote percentage. To go on, the strike authorization does not mean the union is calling a strike. SAG-AFTRA begins negotiations on June 7th with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. The affirmative vote on the authorization empowers the union's national board to initiate a strike if the AMPTP, that's basically the producer organization that the union is trying to bargain with, won't reach a fair deal with the union. The current SAG-AFTRA TV/theatrical contracts expire at midnight on June 30th, 2023. And then they go on to state, quote, "The strike authorization votes have been tabulated and the membership joined their elected leadership and negotiating committee in favor of strength and solidarity. I'm proud of all of you who voted, as well as those who were vocally supportive, even if unable to vote. Everyone played a part in this achievement," said SAG-AFTRA President Fran Drescher. "Together, we lock elbows, and in unity we build a new contract that honors our contributions in this remarkable industry, reflects the new digital and streaming business model, and brings all our concerns for protections and benefits into the now. Bravo, SAG-AFTRA. We are in it to win it." To go on, quote, "I could not be more pleased with the response from the membership. This overwhelming yes vote is a clear statement that it's time for an evolution in this contract, as we enter what may be one of the most consequential negotiations in the union's history. Inflation, dwindling residuals due to streaming, and generative AI all threaten actors' ability to earn a livelihood if our contracts are not adapted to reflect the new realities. This strike authorization means we enter our negotiations from a position of strength, so that we can deliver the deal our members want and deserve," said SAG-AFTRA National Executive Director and Chief Negotiator Duncan Crabtree Ireland. Now, the thing that ended up propelling this strike into mainstream news is the fact that it also happened to coincide with a simultaneous strike that was being implemented by the Writers Guild of America. And as a result of that, well, essentially, when you put those two strikes together, all of your actors and all of your writers happening at the same time, what that essentially meant is that Hollywood ground to a halt. And as a result of Hollywood grinding to a halt, you had these news articles coming out talking about how much of a loss this was now inflicting on the industry as a whole. So, for example, headlines such as, "Hollywood strikes have already had a $3 billion impact on California's economy, experts say. It's causing a lot of hardship, CNBC. Not coming to a screen near you, viewers will soon feel the effects of the writer's strike, NPR. Show business to no business. How are the strikes hitting Hollywood? The Guardian." And, well, this did start having casualties among the movies that were being produced during this time, including, but not limited to, the highly anticipated and beloved production recently released, Snow White the Disney remake. Now, let's be honest, Snow White was probably going to be delayed even if these two strikes didn't happen at the same time, but it is quite funny that in this particular case, this infamous production did also get kind of caught in the crossfire of this entire thing going down. Now, there were other movies and other TV productions as well that were essentially impacted, sort of delayed as a result of this entire thing going down, but among the casualties, Snow White was definitely one of the most talked about due to the fact that this was yet another factor compounding on how disastrous the production for this movie ended up being. Hollywood stopped, and what a mercy it was. Actors and writers asking for money and sympathy when they happily destroyed our beloved stories and fictional worlds. Yeah, this was very much a situation where a lot of the members of the general public, given the kind of slop that Hollywood had been putting out over the past few years, this was very much a Norm Macdonald type situation where, you know, this may sound kind of harsh, but I believe that everyone involved in this situation should die. Which was the main governing sentiment among quite large swaths of the public when this whole thing went down. However, again, that doesn't change the fact that at this particular point in time, SAG was very much doing its best to try and advocate for better conditions for its members. That is its job as a union, and that was the job that it was living up to during this point in time. And come December 5th, 2023, it would be announced that they had, by all outward appearances, achieved their goal. Quote, SAG-AFTRA members approve 2023 TV/theatrical contracts tentative agreement. Interesting thing, no vote percentage in the headline this time. And the reason why might be found in the actual, announcement itself, where it says, quote, in national voting completed today, members of SAG-AFTRA ratified the 2023 TV/theatrical agreement with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. Members approved the new multi-year contracts covering television, theatrical, and streaming production by a vote of 78.33% to 21.67%, with a turnout of 38.15%. And that is likely the reason why the vote percentage for the ratification of this new agreement was not included in the headline, because this is no 97.91 or whatever consensus. No, 78.33 is only basically 3.33% higher than the bare minimum required amount in order for there to even be a consensus being taken into account in the first place, 75. In addition to that, rather than there being roughly 47% of voters, eligible members, turning out for this vote, it was instead only 38% of all eligible members choosing to turn up for this vote. Again, 78, when you really do the math on it, it was 78.33% of 38.15% of all eligible members that actually felt like this deal was worth ratifying. So, again, probably why they didn't include any numbers in the headline. However, to go on, SAG-AFTRA's transformational agreement with the AMPTP achieved some of the most significant updates to the contract in generations. The deal includes more than $1 billion in new compensation and benefit plan funding, along with outsized gains to the traditional residuals formulas. It offers a new compensation model for performers working in streaming, with a substantial bonus on top of existing residual structures, plus compensation escalation for principal and background actors. Additionally, the deal establishes detailed informed consent and compensation guardrails for the use of AI, hair and makeup equity, meaningful protections for the casting process, sexual harassment preventions, and more. They then go on to list a whole bunch of other stuff, a whole bunch of quotes from the various people involved in running SAG-AFTRA about how they feel regarding this new agreement. Eddie, shouldn't they have not enough members to make a vote, not even a 50% turnout? Well, that's not how this union works, right? You don't need a 50% turnout in order for a vote to count. You just need however, well, it's just based on however many do choose to turn out in the first place, which admittedly is a little weird for a democratic process, but to be honest, well, actually, it's not weird for a democratic process, but it is emblematic of the issue that happens with any democratic process, right? You can, yes, it is up to quote-unquote the people, but, well, the people are regarded, and also not all of them turn out. So, to go on, SAG-AFTRA President Fran Drescher said, quote, "I'm proud of our SAG-AFTRA membership. They struck for 118 days to grant the TV/Theatrical Negotiating Committee the necessary leverage to secure over $1 billion in gains, along with the union's first ever protections around AI technology. Now they've locked in the gains, and I know they'll continue. They've locked in the gains by ratifying the contract. SAG-AFTRA's members have remained incredibly engaged throughout this process, and I know they'll continue their advocacy throughout our next negotiation cycle. This is a golden age for SAG-AFTRA, and our union has never been more powerful." And then a follow-up quote by National Executive Director and Chief Negotiator Duncan Crabtree Ireland saying, quote, "SAG-AFTRA members demanded a fundamental change in the way this industry treats them. Fairness and compensation for their labor, protection from abusive use of AI technology, strengthened benefit plans, and equitable and respectful treatment for all members, among other things. This new contract delivers on these objectives and makes substantial progress in moving the industry in the right direction. By ratifying this contract, members have made it clear that they're eager to use their unity to lay the groundwork for a better industry, improving the lives of those working in their profession. In any democratic institution, there will be disagreement at times, but no one should mistake the robust debate and democracy within SAG-AFTRA for any lack of unity in our purpose or mission to protect and advance the cause of SAG-AFTRA members now and forever." Again, pretty grand declarations of what had been achieved. And to be honest, well, the fact that they managed to push this through does seem to be, I do think that is worth acknowledging as being some sort of a win for the members and constituents of the SAG-AFTRA union. Because again, having some form of AI protections, even if it's not the best form of AI protections, is better than none. Having some guardrails in terms of ensuring fair compensation is better, again, than none. Which probably would have been the case if this agreement was not renegotiated. She's actually streaming the video you mentioned. Oh, by the way, Pippa's streaming about this very topic. Oh, okay. That'll be cool for me to check out after I'm done with this stream. But in any case, the reason why I bring these two precedents of SAG-AFTRA trying to do something on behalf of its members to your attention is because when you look at both of these examples, both the 4 Pillars of Change Initiative and the 2023 TV/theatrical contract strike that SAG-AFTRA implemented, both of these together form examples of instances where SAG-AFTRA is essentially on their home turf, right? They are in their element, doing what they do best. This is an example of SAG-AFTRA. These two are examples of SAG-AFTRA at their most effective, going up against the adversary that is Hollywood, and Hollywood, the exploitative industry that it is, being an entertainment industry, being a pit, a hole of corruption and malpractice as it is, and individual abusers, exploiters like Harvey Weinstein, right? So when it comes to an industry union doing what it does best, the ideal function of a union like SAG-AFTRA is exactly this: taking a body of workers that it represents and essentially going to war on their behalf against industries that are exploitive and exploitative individual actors in that industry. And as a result of SAG-AFTRA doing its job, it ensures a whole bunch of, essentially those 4 benefits that we talked about before, as when we looked at the AFL-CIO's website, right? Wage growth, workplace safety, insurance and health benefits, as well as worker advocacy. However, as we will go on to see, when it comes to dealing with a problem or quote-unquote adversary that is any more complex than a den of pedophiles or a registered sex offender, it seems like SAG-AFTRA may be a little bit out of their depth. It seems like SAG-AFTRA may not be as well equipped to deal with those kinds of situations. Because remember that page on the AFL-CIO's website that we talked about before, about what unions are not supposed to do? I want to briefly revisit that for a second. Because according to AFL-CIO, the three things that unions don't do, right? The three constraints on how a union differentiates itself from other actors in the industry, right? What is a union supposed to distance itself from in order to maintain its reputability and function as a union? Well, according to the AFL-CIO, the three things that unions don't do are: 1, protect low performers. Quote, work standards and conduct are just as important in a unionized workplace, and management still has a responsibility to address poor performance. Unions make sure the hiring process is objective, so management can't just hire and promote their friends. Second, unions don't harm the employer. Quote, people who form a union are more satisfied and productive at work. Joining in unions also reduces costly turnover and makes the workplace safer. And finally, unions don't work without you. Quote, we are stronger together. Unions are democratic, and union members vote on things like union dues, who represents you, and what protections and improvements you want in your contract. So, essentially, what these three promises, right, what these three stipulations for things unions don't do, end up coming together to form a set of three corresponding constraints, things that unions need to abide by, operate within the boundaries of, in order to maintain their legitimacy in the public eye as a union. And when we take on these three commitments to, things that unions don't do, according to this conglomerate of a whole bunch of unions, right, including SAG-AFTRA, we can extrapolate these three constraints. Because unions do not, or have a commitment to refraining from protecting low performers, that also means that unions cannot be seen as safe harbors for bad actors, and therefore, unions have an obligation to penalize said actors upon discovery. Second, the fact that they cannot harm the employers also means that unions cannot be seen as a malicious force or impediment to productivity in their respective industries, meaning that they require, at least to some extent, the sympathy of the general public. They need to be viewed as a positive force in the industry. Not positive in the sense of feeling good necessarily, but positive in the sense of adding something to the industry rather than taking things away. And finally, unions being, democratic in nature, committing to democratic processes, unfortunately, also means that unions cannot remove themselves from the premise of representing or being represented by their individual members, which is just a big, long, and complicated way of saying that each speaks for the others. There is no distinction between a member of a union and the union itself when it comes to the rhetoric that is espoused by either. Members end up being represented by what the union says, and the unions end up being represented by what their members say. Now, immediately you might be able to identify why this is a little bit of a house of cards. Because this means that the very existence of a union kind of hinges on public sympathy, being sympathetic in the eye of the public. However, these two things, the fact that unions cannot be seen as safe harbors for bad actors, and unions cannot remove themselves from the premise of representing or being represented by their members. This is the reason why unions removing their own bad actors is so important. Because if you are an organization that relies upon goodwill from the public, right? If you need the consumers that keep your industry afloat to view you as a positive influence in said industry rather than a negative one, well, you need to make sure that people view you in a positive light. And you can't. And when the way that people view you is defined by the individual constituents, your individual members, you need to make sure that those members are as respectable as possible. Hence the need to remove and penalize members who behave like bad actors. No pun intended. And so, when it comes to, well, actually, one thing I want to briefly get out of the way. Some people may ask, as a retort to what I just said, why does a union need to care about being sympathetic in the public eye? Why does the union need to care about public sympathy, right? Because a union only exists to represent and advocate for its workers, right? Its members. And the reason why it is important for a union to be sympathetic in the public eye, to be sympathetic to the public, to have the public be willing to extend sympathy towards it, is because part of a union's leverage in negotiations is built on the premise that the public is going to be willing to support whatever product the union is involved in making. If a union, or any other body of workers for that matter, ends up alienating the public, the consumers who keep that industry afloat, if, hypothetically, that group of consumers begins to, boycott any project that the union or group of workers is involved in, all of a sudden, it doesn't matter what your demands are, it doesn't matter what your negotiation tactics are, it doesn't matter what your terms are, all of your leverage as a union goes out the window. And so as a result of that, when it comes to actually making sure that unions can do an effective job of advocating for their members, part of that requires remaining, sympathetic to the general public, as I said before, many times over. And so, with that now established, we have the three constraints that, according to the AFL-CIO, to which SAG-AFTRA belongs, the three constraints that all unions, at least ideally, in theory, need to abide by in order to maintain their reputability as an organization. And I want you to keep this in the back of your mind, because these three constraints are about to become very important in identifying why public sentiment around SAG-AFTRA in particular seems to have changed quite a little bit over the past week in terms of the Genshin community. Cool ZR, thank you for being a Footstool for 1 month. Howdy, armchair in chat. Thank you for being a Footstool for an entire month. Welcome back. And howdy to you too. And this whole debacle, now we get to the actual, the main course of the stream. And it starts all the way back in September of 2023, specifically September 25th, when SAG-AFTRA would put out the following announcement, quote, SAG-AFTRA members approve video game strike authorization vote with 98.32% yes vote. Funnily enough, I'm noticing a pattern where it seems like when the vote percentage, when the yes vote percentage is, 95 or above, it gets included. But when it's less than 80, it doesn't seem to be included in the headlines as much. Oh, Bansid, welcome to Footstools. Thank you for becoming a Footstool. I hope you enjoy those emotes. And in this announcement, it would be stated that they were planning, SAG-AFTRA was planning, to go on strike if negotiations with a set of companies, as identified on the right, that list Activision Productions, Blindlight LLC, Disney Character Voices Inc., Electronic Arts Productions, Formosa Interactive LLC, Insomniac Games, Take-Two Productions, VoiceWorks Productions, WB Games, if their negotiations with these essentially production companies as a group, as a collective, if negotiations with this collective ended up going south, they would be authorizing a strike. They would go ahead with a strike. And this was essentially announcing that the members had voted in favor of doing so. Quote, SAG-AFTRA members have voted 98.32% in favor of a strike authorization on the interactive media agreement that covers members' work on video games. 34,687 members cast ballots representing a voting percentage of 27.47% of eligible voters. Now, again, on the surface, that might seem like an abnormally low turnout rate. However, I do want to also specify that this is a situation where SAG-AFTRA doesn't actually have discrete categories when it comes to its individual members and what industries they occupy. For example, it is completely possible that only around 30% of all eligible SAG members are in the video game industry, in which case 27.47% of eligible voters are, in fact, most of their members that actually work in video games. However, just as much as I can say that this is a possibility, I also have to acknowledge that this is one of the aspects of SAG-AFTRA's voting process that lacks quite a bit of transparency for that reason. Because we have no way of knowing exactly what the deciding factor in categorizing this group of 27.47% of eligible voters is. It could be that that is the percentage of SAG-AFTRA members that actually work in video games. However, it could also be the percentage of SAG-AFTRA members that either work in or hate video games. Like, we have no qualifier on this, because SAG-AFTRA does not segregate its members into discrete categories and handle votes accordingly. So, all we know is that there has been a turnout rate of 27.47%, which seems pretty low. Although, again, like I said before, it is completely possible that this is most of the eligible members that work in the video game industry. But it's just hard to tell, because we just have to assume based off of how vague things are. To go on, the strike authorization does not mean the union is calling a strike. SAG-AFTRA has been in interactive media negotiations with signatory video game companies, and then it lists out all those companies below, since October 2022. Throughout negotiations, the companies have refused to offer acceptable terms on some of the issues most critical to our members, including wages that keep up with inflation, protections around exploitative uses of artificial intelligence, and basic safety precautions. The next bargaining session is scheduled for September 26th, 27th, and 28th, and we hope that the added leverage of a successful strike authorization vote will compel the companies to make significant movement on critical issues where we are still far apart. To go on, quote, "It's time for the video game companies to stop playing games." Holy shit, the millennial writings in the actual SAG-AFTRA announcements as well. And get serious about reaching an agreement on this contract, said SAG-AFTRA President Fran Drescher. The result of this vote shows our membership understands the existential nature of these negotiations, and that the time is now for these companies, which are making billions of dollars and paying their CEOs lavishly, to give our performers an agreement that keeps performing in video games as a viable career. Quote, "After 5 rounds of bargaining, it has become abundantly clear that the video game companies aren't willing to meaningfully engage on the critical issues: compensation undercut by inflation, unregulated use of AI and safety," said SAG-AFTRA National Executive Director and Chief Negotiator Duncan Crabtree, Ireland. "I remain hopeful that we will be able to reach an agreement that meets members' needs, but our members are done being exploited. And if these corporations aren't willing to offer a fair deal, our next stop will be the picket lines." Quote, "Beware between the exploitative uses of AI and lagging wages, those who work in video games are facing many of the same issues as those who work in film and television," said Chief Contracts Officer Ray Rodriguez. "This strike authorization makes an emphatic statement that we must reach an agreement that will fairly compensate those talented performers, provide common sense safety measures, and allow them to work with dignity. Our members' livelihoods depend on it." Random Boy, thank you for the super. That was a -1 out of 10 check. Well, that's millennial writing for you. And true to form, within the span of a few months, just over about half a year, it would come to pass that indeed the strike authorization would need to be, brought into use, because on July 26th, 2024, SAG-AFTRA put out an official notice that the strike would indeed be going ahead. because breakdowns in negotiations have occurred. Quote, on July 20th, 2024, the National Board delegated authority to the National Executive Director and Chief Negotiator with advice and counsel of the National Interactive Media Agreement Negotiation Committee to call a strike of all covered services under the Screen Actors Guild American Federation of Television and Radio Artists Interactive Media Agreement, Interactive Localization Agreement, and Interactive Low Budget Agreement, hereafter together the IMA. On July 25th, 2024, the National Executive Director and Chief Negotiator, with the unanimous advice and counsel of the National IMA Committee, exercised that authority and instructs all SAG-AFTRA members to cease rendering all services and performing all work covered by the IMA, effective at 12:01 a.m., July 26th, 2024. Now, again, basically what had happened, the National Board of SAG-AFTRA had decided, okay, things are going to shit, time to press the panic button, you're all going on strike starting today. Certain interactive programs, however, are not struck, and therefore not within the scope of this strike order. These include interactive programs approved for Interim Interactive Media Agreement or Interim Interactive Localization Agreement, or signed to a tiered budget independent interactive media agreement that are not struck. So basically that's a lot of words to say, not every single program has been struck. There are still certain programs that you are allowed to work on as a worker. Just because you're going on strike doesn't mean that every single thing in the video game industry is off limits. And the few things that are perfectly fine to still work at include things that have already signed, like they said, an interim media agreement, an interim interactive localization agreement, or a tiered budget independent interactive media agreement. Quote, without being struck, that is. Members are encouraged to work on these programs during the strike. To find out the status of a program and whether it is within the scope of this strike order, go to sagaftra.org/videogamestrike and enter the production ID and or codename into the search function. Any questions regarding this strike order, including whether a particular program is struck, may be directed to videogamestrike@sagaftra.org. Except for interactive programs identified as non-struck, as per stated in that directory, all SAG-AFTRA members shall cease rendering all services and performing all work covered by the IMA, which includes work for video games and related promotional programs and trailers, including, but not limited to, and then they list out a whole bunch of different jobs that you are no longer allowed to, provide to the various projects that have been struck by this movement, including, but not limited to, acting, singing, dancing, performing stunts and related services, performing capture or motion capture work, ADR/looping, voice acting, background work, stand-in work, rehearsals and camera tests, auditions, authorizing the use of your voice or likeness, as well as promotional programs and trailers for struck games. Now, one thing I do want to clarify. The way that these strikes work is usually that it is individual projects and games that are struck, not necessarily companies. There are occasionally cases where you have a struck company that doesn't have a struck game, and in those specific cases, should you consult with SAG-AFTRA, your SAG-AFTRA rep, they will be able to confirm in some cases where even though the organization, the company has been struck, the game itself is not, and therefore it's fine to still work on while the strike is active. However, to go on, in addition to the withholding of all covered services, the following rules shall apply for the duration of the strike. First, members must not cross SAG-AFTRA picket lines to perform covered services for struck games within the scope of the strike order. Again, I want to emphasize it's games that are struck, not necessarily companies. Yes, there are certain companies that are being struck, but not all games under those companies are being struck. Second, members will not be subject to discipline for performing covered services for certain interactive programs that are not struck but produced by struck companies, like I just said before. 2A. However, although you will not be subject to discipline, members may still choose to stand in solidarity with your fellow members by refusing to cross a picket line even for these games. An employer is contractually prohibited from discriminating against you for this choice. Basically what that means is if you are working for a non-struck game under a struck company, you may still strike in solidarity with the other workers who are part of your union as a result of, wanting better conditions from said company. And said company is essentially powerless to stop you because they've already signed an agreement with SAG-AFTRA that says that if your worker strikes in solidarity with somebody who, again, is part of SAG-AFTRA, well, there's nothing you can really do because that's their right as a union member. 2B. If you are engaged under a daily contract, you can show solidarity with your union members by not signing new contracts for the listed interactive programs. Again, an optional, you don't have to do this, but it's perfectly fine if you do. Scarlet McLaury, thank you for being a Footstool for 8 months. Holy shit, you're old. Dropping this game before this mess, so glad I did. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships as well. Welcome to the 10 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. So, point 3. Members must instruct their agent and or representatives to discontinue conducting negotiations on their behalf for covered services. 4. Members must inform SAG-AFTRA of all strike-breaking activity by emailing videogamestrikes@sagaftra.org. And finally, 5. Members are also bound by any rules or interpretations set forth in the FAQs regarding this strike notice and order. Now, at the end of this strike notice, there are 2 very interesting paragraphs. The first is this, a notice to non-members, all in bolded text. Quote, SAG-AFTRA's National Board takes seriously any action undermining the effectiveness of a strike, especially a non-member performing covered work during a strike. SAG-AFTRA's constitution provides that, quote, the National Board has discretion to deny membership to any applicant if, in its judgment, their admission to the membership would not be in the best interests of the union, end quote. Performing covered work for struck games jeopardizes your future membership in the union. Basically, the argument here is if you are a non-union worker and you cross a picket line, you are undermining the union's efforts to improve working conditions for both its members and, by implication, the industry as a whole. And you do so at risk of being blacklisted by this union going forward into the future indefinitely. Now, to be fair, this is a pretty understandable thing to stipulate if you're dealing with, people who are located in the same country as you, the same jurisdiction as you, basically threatening to cross picket lines even though they're not a member of your union, sorry. Because, understandably, there is quite a lot of bargaining power that you do lose as a union if every single strike you try to call is simply, essentially, bypassed by having non-union members fill in instead of your workers. That being said, though, the premise of this being understandable hinges on the union actually asking for something reasonable. And again, that's going to become very relevant later on in this stream. The second addendum, or section that they've added at the end of this notice, is a set of important reminders to their union members, which reads, quote, as always, our members are bound by Global Rule 1, which states that, quote, no member shall render any services or make an agreement to perform services for any employer who has not executed a basic minimum agreement with the union, which is in full force and effect in any jurisdiction in which there is a SAG-AFTRA National Collective Bargaining Agreement in place. This provision applies worldwide. In addition, any member that disregards this strike order shall be subject to discipline consistent with SAG-AFTRA Constitution and the SAG-AFTRA membership rules, including, but not limited to, Rule 1A, which provides, quote, no member shall render any services or make an agreement to perform services for any employer against whom the union is conducting a strike, nor shall any member otherwise violate any strike order of the union. Basically, what it means is, well, first, the second one, pretty self-explanatory, right? If we declare that we're striking somewhere, don't cross the picket line if you're a union member. However, the first one, Global Rule 1, basically it is a rule that states that across the world, if the company you are working at does not have an agreement with SAG-AFTRA, you should not work for that company if you are a member of our union. And to give more detail, SAG-AFTRA has an entire webpage dedicated to better explaining what Global Rule 1 is. here they state, again, the rule in its base text. And then, quote, simply put, a SAG-AFTRA member must always work under a union contract around the globe. What that means is it doesn't matter where you are working. It doesn't matter with whom you are working, where the company's headquartered, where it, which country's laws it operates off of, or even which other workers you are working with. It doesn't matter. So long as you are working, you must work under a union contract. If there isn't a union contract, you shouldn't be working. To go on, in the main body of this webpage, SAG-AFTRA states, quote, we stand together. Global Rule 1 is among the founding principles of our union. We stand together as members and do not work without a union contract where there are industry-wide agreements in place. For example, films, scripted television, commercials, non-broadcast, interactive, new media, independent and student film productions, to name a few. It does not, however, automatically apply in jurisdictions where there is no SAG-AFTRA National Collective Bargaining Agreement in place, unless there is an active organizing effort underway. The National Board, however, may determine that Rule 1 should apply in any jurisdiction. If you are behind a microphone or in front of a camera, you should assume that Rule 1 applies until and unless an authorized representative of SAG-AFTRA confirms that it does not. SAG-AFTRA members can benefit from the protections of SAG-AFTRA collective bargaining agreements anywhere they work in the world. Working without a SAG-AFTRA contract degrades your earning power and erodes the hard-won gains of our union, which hurts all members. Because SAG-AFTRA members have abided by Global Rule 1, millions of dollars in contributions have been made into pension and health funds that otherwise would have been lost. Now, when it comes to where Global Rule 1 applies, can anyone see a little bit of an issue somewhere in the first paragraph that determines why this basically doesn't have any limitations or stipulations as a concept, as stated in this webpage? Because on paper, right, it does not automatically apply in jurisdictions where there is no SAG-AFTRA National Collective Bargaining Agreement in place. Can anyone see the problem with stating that as if it is some sort of limitation or some sort of exception to this rule applying? That's some bullshit. Rule 1 applies unless said otherwise? No, not quite, not quite. Not quite the last sentence. There we go. Speed on. Exactly. It is immediately followed with a sentence that states, the National Board, however, may determine that Rule 1 should apply in any jurisdiction. Now, I don't know about you, but if you go on to try and tell me, oh, sure, that's fine. There are jurisdictions where our rule doesn't apply. But then again, any jurisdiction can be named by our national board as a jurisdiction where it should apply. Like, that doesn't exactly add up to being a very clear limitation, stipulation, or exception. Because that just sounds like anywhere is fair game so long as our national board says so. And also, I want to clarify, nowhere on this webpage does it include a list of criterion that the National Board might use to determine whether a jurisdiction should be deemed, subject to Rule 1. It's just a sentence that says, oh, well, they might decide it. Who knows? What is their criteria? Nobody knows. It's just something they can do, apparently. So, again, that's not to say that they are going to willy-nilly just designate any jurisdiction as being subject to Global Rule 1. But, at the same time, it adds a lot of uncertainty because of how vaguely that rule is worded. And so, yeah, I can't possibly imagine any way that this might backfire. And so, what this basically adds up to is an environment where at any point in time, does an individual union member know if their if a company exists in a jurisdiction that isn't subject to Global Rule 1. Because, as this webpage states, their national board can determine whether Rule 1 should apply in any jurisdiction. Now, you could make the argument that jurisdiction is supposed to only apply to jurisdictions within the US, and it would certainly make the most sense when you think of it that way. The problem is, though, they go on to state multiple times that Global Rule 1 is designed to be, as the name suggests, global, meaning that it is applied, at least it is applied in theory, even in regards to projects that its members may work on that are international or overseas. And so we arrive at the next section where the webpage includes, what if, do you think you're breaking Global Rule 1? Quote, SAG-AFTRA takes Global Rule 1 very seriously. Oh, as we'll see, of course they do. Violating it can result in disciplinary action, ranging from reprimands to fines to expulsion. It is each member's responsibility to ensure that a producer is a SAG-AFTRA signatory and to get a SAG-AFTRA contract wherever he or she works, even when working outside of the United States. And that last section at the end, that last sentence, even when working outside of the United States, that's the nail in the coffin. That confirms that Global Rule 1 and the whole jurisdictions thing, when it comes to designating which jurisdictions Global Rule 1 applies to, that's what confirms that it is indeed worldwide, according to what appears to just be the whims of the National Board of the SAG-AFTRA, which is, to say the least, kind of strange, I won't lie. Rule 1 sounds like something they came up with because people were going to Asia to film wacky commercials and weren't getting their money, and SAG wasn't getting their money. It's entirely possible, right? And as we'll see, that does seem to have happened. But at the same time, this is, well, to say that this is a rule that is difficult to enforce is a little bit of an understatement. It is a rule that, to be honest, doesn't seem to even make sense in terms of existing in the first place. Because if you're working as part of an international industry, as gaming is, a rule like this is going to be one of two things: impossible to enforce, or a handicap for your members. Well, as we'll, by the end of the stream, you'll probably end up seeing which of those two it is. However, the more important thing, though, is that, again, I want to make this very clear. According to Global Rule 1, if a performer does not have a SAG-approved contract with a company overseas, that union member, that performer, should not be working with that company in the first place. I want you to keep that in the back of your mind. It's going to become very important later. Now, thing is, when it comes to implementing the strike, when it comes to the way that Global Rule 1 works, right? This is what essentially pulls the leashes on all of the performers, no matter where they are working or who they are working for. That means that all of these strikes will essentially end up affecting companies, even those that aren't directly affiliated with SAG-AFTRA. And come October of 2024, we would start to see, perhaps, what looked like the effects of the strike taking place. On October 9th, Genshin Impact published its patch notes for version 5.1, where it stated, quote, "Due to recording arrangements, some content in version 5.1 does not have English voiceovers. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused." Now, recording arrangements makes it sound like it has something to do with the employer agreements that they had with the voice actors that they'd recruited to record for these characters. And this speculation would be fueled further the day afterwards when Polygon would come out with an article titled "Genshin Impact has several unvoiced characters in new update. Is it related to the strike?" Hoyoverse blames it on, quote, "recording arrangements," quote. And in this article, they have a section where they state, To explain context to their readers, voices are reportedly missing for Genshin Impact's Kachina, Kristen McGuire, Kinich, John Patniode, Ether, Zach Aguilar, and Ajor, Abby Espiritu. Paimon, Corina, Bocher, I'm just going to say Corina, and new character Zillanen, Beth Curry, are two heavily involved voiced characters in the update. The missing voice lines impact the English update only, and it's very noticeable from the start. There are several scenes with conversations between a bunch of different characters like Paimon, Zillanen, Kachina, and Kinich. Zillanen and Paimon speaking like normal among each other, but Kachina and Kinich only having on-screen text accompaniment. The earlier parts of the story appear most impacted. Now, a few important things. One thing I want you to note. Paimon and Zillanen are voiced. The rest are missing, which means that if there is something that has affected it, for some reason it has only affected the actors for Kinich, Kachina, Ether, and Ajor. Not Paimon and not Zillanen. To go on, Polygon has reached out to Genshin Impact developer Hoyoverse production company, Formosa Interactive, which handles some voice acting for Genshin Impact, and SAG-AFTRA for more clarity. Maguire declined to comment, and we've not yet received a response from the other voice actors who play this update's voiceless characters. Charlie Spur, thank you for the two. Rima does the French voices. Well, I mean, she is French, so I would assume so. Is that an ice cream truck? Oh, they're bringing the milk. I don't know if you guys can hear that through my mic. But okay. In any case, sorry, I got lost for a second. So, are Genshin Impact's missing voiceovers due to the SAG-AFTRA strike? There's no confirmation of that at the moment. Per SAG-AFTRA strike rules, which were released in July when the strike began, video game performers can continue to work on live service games that have been in production since before August 25th, meaning Genshin Impact is fair game. However, SAG-AFTRA is currently targeting Formosa Interactive and client Riot Games, League of Legends, after Formosa reportedly attempted to circumvent the strike with an upcoming project, the only ongoing, already in production, Formosa Interactive game to be impacted. Officially is League of Legends, but voice actors can choose to withhold labor in solidarity regardless of the project. It's unclear, however, whether the strike is related at all to the lack of voices in several characters in Genshin Impact. Murray, BRB doxing your location based on the routes of all ice cream trucks in Australia. Yeah, maybe. Beowulf, don't let her see you saying that. We'll lose you. Thank you for the super, Charlie. Chair daddy, I want ice cream. That's such a cuss sentence. We need to execute you, stat. However, okay, so a few things. First, the link between Genshin Impact and the SAG-AFTRA strike, at least according to this article, is the fact that Genshin Impact is, as of this point in time, known to be associated or contracted with Formosa Interactive, which, if you remember, was one of the companies in the list of the collective that SAG-AFTRA was trying to bargain with as part of this video game strike. However, and this is where I'm going to go on a little bit of a rant on journalistic practice. So, you may notice that contrary to everything that we have just read from SAG-AFTRA's notices, this article claims that per SAG-AFTRA's strike rules, which were released in July when the strike began, video game performers can continue to work on live service games that have been in production since before August 25th, meaning that Genshin Impact is fair game. And this claim that Genshin Impact is fair game because SAG-AFTRA said that all video games made or in production live service before August 25th are okay. This will be very important in deciding, well, some of the rhetoric that the members of SAG-AFTRA will be shall we say, preaching in the controversy that we are about to see. And so I wanted to confirm whether this claim was actually valid, where this claim came from. And so I started to do a little bit of digging into the sources that the article linked to in order to validate that particular statement. And this is where, yet again, I despise how so many of these articles, so many, especially game journalist articles, have this oroboratic, labyrinthine, self-fellatory loop where every single linked source for a claim in their articles is a link to another article that they wrote at a previous point in time. Because when I clicked on that link which said, which were released in January where the strike began, which is presumably where they sourced the August 25th date from, the claim that Genshin Impact is fair game from, when I actually clicked on that specific section, it brought me to another Polygon article that was written by the same journalist about a month prior. So, no, not 1 month, but a few months prior, on July 16th, titled, "The Voices of Your Favorite Video Game Characters Are Going on Strike. Video game performers were sent on strike last week in 2016. Video game performers last month went on strike in 2016. And then I scrolled down to the section of this article, which had the same claim, right? Any video game in production prior to August 25th is not subject to the strike per the strike rules and clarified by Audrey Cooling, a spokesperson for the video game company side of the Interactive Media Agreement. Now, first of all, Audrey Cooling is not a union representative. In fact, she's the opposite. She is a representative of the side that the union is trying to bargain with. And then they also say this means that Grand Theft Auto 6 and other in-development projects will be impacted unless union members elect voluntarily to not work on those titles. So again, they have yet another link to the August to source the August 25th cutoff claim. And so I clicked on that link instead, and it just brought me to the FAQ section. And the FAQ section, surprise, surprise, after expanding every single little dialogue box that they have on this webpage, there is zero mention of August, let alone August 25th, as being a cutoff period. And yet again, as you'll remember, since we just read through the strike notice, there was certainly no mention of an August 25th cutoff period there. So I have absolutely no fucking clue where they sourced this claim of there being an August 25th cutoff period from. I have no... Very well, okay. To be fair, to be clear, it is completely possible that Genshin Impact does not fall within the strike stipulations, the scope of what the strike tells its union members not to work on. That is completely possible. But this August 25th claim, that cutoff period, that is nowhere to be found on any primary source. I don't give a shit if you link to a previous article that you wrote. I don't give a shit if you use your own prior work as a source for a newer article. All I want is a primary source. No one gives a shit about your article because it's not a primary source. I want to validate the validity of what you are saying, meaning I want a primary source. For fuck's sake, just link to a primary source each and every time. I don't know why journalists do this, where they just link to other articles as if that is a valid form of proof that what they are saying is fact. Consensus and objective reality are not the same thing. It's like that saying that I forget who said it. I think it was Abraham Lincoln, right? If you count the tail of a dog as a leg, how many legs does a dog have? The answer is still 4. Because it doesn't matter if consensus is that the tail is a leg. It doesn't change the reality that the tail is not a leg. The dog still has 4 legs. And so, you can tell this is pissed me off because I spent a good, at least 30 minutes feverishly going through the links, double checking and going through that webpage, trying to see if there was some mention of August 25th that I somehow missed on the 5 or so prior times that I read through that notice and webpage. It is a source of aggravation to no end that this is standard practice for most journalists. Scarly Michaelora, thank you for the thank you for the 5. From what I've heard, Paimon still has voiceovers because she's the most active actor, working for a long time ahead of schedule. Someone No, that's a fact. Don't worry. Don't worry. That is something that she herself has confirmed on prior occasions. But in any case, when will journalists strike? I'm crossing my fingers for that to happen. Unfortunately, Wikipedia does. They don't allow primary sources, only approved journalist takes. Yeah, it's so stupid. That's why also, this is a little off topic, but I am frankly amazed and appalled that people seem to take Wikipedia as a credible source for knowledge nowadays. I don't know when people stopped teaching this in schools, but I know for a fact that when I was in school, we were all uniformly taught over and over again that Wikipedia is not a trustworthy source, because literally anybody can become a contributor. Doesn't matter what they choose to link as their, what they choose to link as their reference or whatever, anyone can adjust the wiki. And when it comes to what sources the wiki chooses, well, that's up to the individual contributors. So, at what point, where the fuck did schools lose that in terms of the way that they were teaching people how to do research online? Because I swear, every single time that I see let's just say, a Zoomer beneath the age of about 21, maybe 20, maybe 21. 21's pushing it a little bit. It is alarmingly common that I see people among that age bracket touting Wikipedia articles as if they are as credible as some sort of primary source when talking about an issue or claim. And I mean, what went wrong? What happened? When did we lose touch with that very crucial aspect of reality? It boggles my mind that that's a thing. It irritates me to no end that journalists do this too. Like, if you are going to publish an article online, one of the best functionalities that you can leverage is the ability to link directly to the source for your claim. It is one click away for your reader if they are interested in seeing where you got something from. It is literally the most convenient way it is the most convenient cross-referencing mechanic that we have ever had in all of publishing. Because if this was in a newspaper, you'd have to pretty much just bring up something else using your other hand in order to confirm what the journalist is saying. But no, online you can actually use hyperlinks. So why don't you use them? Why do you just use them to loop your reader into some sort of labyrinthine loop? Now again, cynically, I know the reason for that is probably something to do with advertising and clicks, right? Because if you can generate clicks from your future articles, well, now you're just kind of feeding, you're chewing the cud, right? But it's so stupid. It's so counterintuitive, and it makes researching this an absolute pain. But in any case, see their giving. Oh, I honestly would have preferred it if the journalist just straight out came out and said, yeah, source, it came to me in a dream, rather than engaging in this self-fillatory shit where they link to their own articles as a source for what they're saying. But in any case, to move on, the other interesting part of their article, though, is in their mention of Formosa, which, like I said before, was a company that was part of the list of bargaining, well, the bargaining collective that SAG-AFTRA was striking against. Now, thing is, what they were referencing here at the end of the second paragraph in the two, where they were talking about how Formosa was under fire by SAG specifically for trying to bypass the terms of the strike. What they were referencing is something that happened on September 24th, where the union busted Formosa for attempting to subvert the terms of the strike by not only initially attempting to cancel a project that now had striked workers working on it, right? As a result, denying their pay and position and stuff like that. But once they tried to cancel it and SAG told them no, they then decided to shift that same project to a shell company that they created specifically for this occasion. And when it comes to that, that is now the reason why Formosa, and by extension League of Legends, has been under fire by SAG, because they've been engaging in a little bit of union tomfoolery. However, the other thing, though, about Formosa that makes them especially pertinent to this is because Formosa, in particular, has quite a reputation for being a subpar production company. Because in 2023, in July of 2023, coincidentally, around the same time as all of the writer strikes at SAG-AFTRA were taking place, an article came out in Game Developer stating that apparently Genshin Impact voice actors who are contracted with Genshin under Formosa were not getting paid. Sorry, give me a second. Gabriel Barbero, yeah, basically, companies. If a union has an agreement with a company and they've declared a strike, the company's not allowed to simply terminate the workers or the project that the workers were working on because of the strike. I'm just gonna. I've just realized that I haven't been drinking water throughout the stream. If you have anything on hand, any drink on hand, hydrate with me. I recommend it. Much better. Okay, so the article reads, quote, "A pair of voice actors for MiHoYo's Genshin Impact allege that they haven't been paid in half a year. On Twitter, Corinna Bodgar, who voices Paimon, there she is again, and Brandon Winkler, Nervous Anne, separately made statements about not being paid by the voice acting studio that handles the game's English dub. Different voice acting studios handle the dub for Genshin Impact depending on the region, and Formosa is responsible for North Americas. The studio has also handled voice acting in games like Bayonetta 3, notably had its CEO, Bob Rosenthal, resigned this past April." In fact, this was a situation that got so bad and got so many eyeballs on it that MiHoYo themselves ended up taking Formosa out back and shooting them in the head, because this article would receive an addendum and an update stating, quote, "Genshin Impact creator Hoyoverse issued a response to Sports Illustrated, stating the payment issues lie with Formosa and calling on the studio to pay its actors. Quote, we truly regret to learn about the ongoing situation," end quote, wrote the developer. "We have made payments to our recording studio on time, and we immediately urge the studio to pay our voice actors from our past payment." Essentially, what Hoyoverse had just revealed is that the entire time they'd been paying Formosa the fees that their actors were due, and for some reason, like some sort of Smaugian entity, Formosa had just been sitting on all of those payments and refusing to give them to the voice actors for some reason. And then Hoyoverse further stated that it was seeking, quote, "alternative solutions to ensure Winkler, Bodgar, and other affected actors received their late pay. At time of writing, neither actor has provided an update on if Formosa has gone back to them about payment." Now, I don't know about you, but generally speaking, when a company talks about seeking, quote, "alternative solutions" to a partner of theirs that has broken one of the terms of their contract, generally that means that partnership is not very long for this world. And we would get some form of confirmation as to that on October 31st, when a Reddit post would be made on r/Genshin Impact, where user Slush Magic would create the following post titled "Credible News about Formosa/Genshin VA Strike from Sayu VTuber /Alejandro Saab, voice of Sino from Genshin Impact." Now, Alejandro is notable because he is both a voice of a Genshin Impact character and under SAG-AFTRA, I believe he's under SAG-AFTRA. And so, he was talking about how Formosa may or may not have been affected by the recent SAG-AFTRA strikes. Someone in chat asks him this question, and he says, quote, Formosa has not signed the interim agreement, so reading out the question from chat, and then he says, they have not, but also they don't record Genshin anymore. So yeah. So that's not really a thing. And then he reads from chat again, wait, what? Yeah, like, that was the information I got. So, again, pretty... I think at this point I think Sayu is a pretty credible source, right? Pretty credible source for Formosa no longer being affiliated with Genshin. If he's saying that that's the case, then I'm pretty sure that's the case. However, what that also means is something else. If you will remember, that would mean that Korina, the voice actress for Paimon, was previously signed with signed with Genshin under Formosa. Formosa having a SAG-AFTRA agreement. However, now that Genshin had let go of Formosa, now that Hoyoverse, MiHoYo, was no longer affiliated with Formosa, by extension, what that would presumably mean is that Korina no longer has a SAG-AFTRA contract with either MiHoYo or a production company under MiHoYo, which would mean that should Paimon consider to continue to be voiced by that same voice actress, that voice actress, a SAG-AFTRA member, would now be working on a game that doesn't have an active SAG-AFTRA contract attached to it. I want you to keep that in the back of your mind. Now, like I said before, right? The thing is, even though Genshin ditching Formosa was widely seen across the entirety of the Genshin community as a universal W, because, well, let's just say if you're going to hoard the payments that your contractor, entrusted to pass on to your voice actors, and you just decide not to pay those voice actors, I think it's pretty cut and dry that people are going to start hating you, right? And people are going to rejoice when your partnership with MiHoYo gets cut off. However, the problem is, even though that was a PR win for Genshin, that now brought into question whether Genshin Impact would fall under Global Rule 1. Because now, there was no SAG-AFTRA contract, and there was no SAG-AFTRA affiliated producer to public knowledge. Because Formosa was that SAG-AFTRA affiliated production studio. And so, we land on all of the setup necessary to consider the dumpster fire in its inception. March 27th, 2025, for when another voice actor for Kinich, as was mentioned in the Polygon article earlier on, whose voice was missing from patch 5.1 or starting from 5.1, John Patniode would take to Twitter with the following statement, quote, "Hey everyone, if you've been playing the latest 5.5 update in Genshin Impact and are hearing Kinich speak for the first time in 6 months, it's not my voice. I've been recast. I've been withholding voiceover services during the SAG-AFTRA interactive strike because Hoyo/Cognosphere, which is basically the old name, I believe it's the old name for Hoyoverse, which was the publisher for MiHoYo games, wouldn't offer AI protections in the form of a SAG interim agreement. They'd kept my character's dialogue silent for months, all the while I had made the difficult decision to continue not going in until an interim agreement was signed, and this ultimately was why I was recast. Now, obviously, a recast is not what I wanted. I'd hoped that any progress behind the scenes would be made and I would come back safely, or that if recast auditions went out, my colleagues wouldn't read for them. Unfortunately, I was wrong. I absolutely adored playing Kinich. Genshin was my comfort game during the early parts of the pandemic, and it was a dream of mine to book a playable character. At the same time, I didn't have an agent, I didn't live in LA, or had any connections that would get me close. But 4 years later, I did it. And the messages I've received from you all saying how much my performance as Kinich meant to you made my heart swell." Oh, Cognosphere is their global publishing arm. They are based here in Singapore. Okay, thanks for the clarification, Evo.
I would and can return if Hoyo invites me back and signs an interim. I stand by my choices regardless of the outcome. Also, the strike is still ongoing. Please don't believe disinformation on the internet. My best wishes to the cast and the production team. Thank you for everything. Now, here's the thing. There are two things about this particular statement that were not initially emphasized in initial interpretations of it, but which I think shouldn't have been overlooked. First, John states very clearly that the reason why they are striking is not because they are a SAG-AFTRA member, but because they are striking in solidarity with SAG-AFTRA members. The second thing is the reason why they are striking is that apparently Hoyo/Cognosphere wouldn't offer AI protections, quote, in the form of a SAG interim agreement. Now, again, that'll become important later on. I want you to keep that in the back of your mind. However, the second thing is, can anyone spot where something may be considered a little inaccurate, right? A little inaccurate in this specific paragraph of the statement? Something that may give the wrong idea, may at least subtly push people reading the statement to interpret the recasting a little less charitably than they otherwise might have. There's one specific word in this paragraph that poisons the well going forward into the future. There we go. Speed on. My colleagues. Exactly. The person was not a colleague. John is an American non-SAG worker. However, his replacement, a man by the name of Jacob Takanashi, was neither of those things. John Takanashi, for context, is an actor who is based in Japan, and who was certainly not a SAG-AFTRA member. And as a result of that, to call John... Sorry, give me a second. To characterize John as a colleague that has decided to scab by replacing him in that particular role is, to say the least, quite a gross misrepresentation of how things transpired. Now, to be charitable to John, it is entirely possible that he didn't know who Jacob was, and he just meant colleague in the sense of another voice actor, another EN voice actor. However, again, I am very critical of the fact that even in that most charitable interpretation of what John was saying, there is still the underlying assumption that just because Jacob speaks English, he is automatically deemed a colleague and subject to the same obligations, same obligations, same rules, same etiquettes as would be assumed for an American English-speaking voice actor, regardless of whether they're part of SAG or not. So, in my humble opinion, that was whether intentional or not, quite a poisoning of the well in that particular paragraph. Oh yeah, sorry, I accidentally referred to Jacob as John just then. But yeah. So, second thing though, Global Rule 1, right? If Global Rule 1 is being taken seriously, there shouldn't be any SAG-AFTRA actors on Genshin Impact to begin with since October of 2024, because that's when they cut ties with Formosa, which was the only production company they had, which, to the public's knowledge, actually had a SAG-AFTRA agreement previously. And so, when John decided to strike in solidarity, the most charitable interpretation of that would be that it was done out of a naive desire to support the other American English voice actors who were a part of SAG. The more cynical interpretation, and my personal rat, would be that he was trying to do this for good boy points so that he could gain an opportunity to join the union or better still, would be able to convince Hoyo to turn into a union project, which, as we are going to learn in a second, facilitates the workers, even non-union workers, being given the chance to join the union. Now, on the same day that John posted out that statement, talking about how he had been recast as the voice of Kenichi, Jacob Takanashi also posted another announcement of his own, stating his gratitude for being cast in the role of Kenichi. Quote, "Role announcement. I'm honored to join the English cast of Genshin Impact as the voice of Kenichi. Taking up the mantle of Malipo is a privilege, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to carry the flame from the previous flame bearer, John, who did an incredible job. Those are big shoes to fill, and I promise to give it my all out of respect for him, for Hoyoverse, and for you, the fans. Thank you to Diana for their amazing direction and for helping me navigate the intricacies of this incredible game, and to Side Tokyo and Hoyoverse for the honor of bringing Kenichi to life. I'm deeply grateful for the privilege of entertaining you all." Now, a few things. First, like I said before, Jacob is Japanese. He is headquartered in Japan. He is not a member of SAG-AFTRA, so beyond the fact that he speaks English, there is no reason to believe that he has any knowledge of SAG-AFTRA's ongoing strike, and even then there is no reason for him to believe that there is an ongoing strike against Genshin Impact in particular, because of the fact that Genshin Impact and Hoyoverse are not struck companies. The second thing is that, well, that's assuming that the studio would have even told him why he was fulfilling the role of a previous actor or why the previous actor was being recast. There is no reason, again, to assume that Jacob was taking over this role consciously while knowing that it was being recast because of someone striking in solidarity with their SAG comrades or their SAG colleagues. So, again, I want to keep it out. I want to just, again, preemptively put it out there. This is a decision that has absolutely no evidence for being rooted in malice of any kind. Now, initially, reactions to this seemed to be somewhat positive. I mean, there were some reactions that were quite positive. For example, from what I could see, the reply underneath that post that received the most likes, sitting at 14.k, was by Nathan Noakes, another voice actor of Auroron, another Genshin Impact character, saying, "Welcome to the team, Jacob." However, as you scroll down in the replies, you then began to see that not everyone had taken to this quite positively, and not everyone seemed to be keen on welcoming Jacob Takanashi to the cast. Ole Valarth, also on that note about direction, implies that the moment of this announcement, all lines have been recorded. I've seen a lot of people missing that. Yeah, exactly. All lines have already been recorded, right? Thank God somebody seems sane, yes. Nathan is one of the few sympathetic voices we are going to have throughout this entire affair. For example, if you started looking in the replies, you would begin to see that there were quite a few that were throwing shade at Jacob for taking on this role. Stephanie Shea: "There are many reasons why roles get recast. I personally draw the line where the original actor is holding out because they are fighting for better work conditions. I have refused many auditions to take over roles from my peers because I'd never do that to a fellow actor." And again, the implication is not only that Jacob is supposed to be a colleague of John, but also that, well, Jacob knew that this was taking place. That Jacob knew that the reason why John left was because of striking in solidarity, I should say. Ruben Lack: "Dude, really classless move considering an actor was fighting for AI protections on this job. I appreciate folks want the paychecks, but they should know crossing a picket line is an immediate and permanent black mark." And finally, Little Kuribo of Yu-Gi-Oh! Fandub fame, I believe: "A good way to show that respect for the previous performer would be to use their full name so people can actually go ahead and support them now that they're out of a job." Now, Again, this was a little odd, right? After all, having this much hostility directed at an actor is kind of out of the norm. Although, if you accepted the premise that this was indeed a scab who had crossed picket lines and essentially, quote-unquote, stolen a role from another actor, you could understand why some people would be pissed. However, what ended up elevating this into being something a little bit more newsworthy was the fact that some of the replies that were being extremely negative and were attacking, dogpiling on Takanashi, were other VAs, other English VAs for Genshin Impact. For example, Valeria Rodriguez, 3 thumbs down emojis, 3.6k likes. English voice of Sucrose from Genshin Impact. Corina, voice of Paimon. This wasn't a passing of the torch. Again, 3.6k. And finally, Kaylee Mills, the voice of... I forget. What was the name of this? What was the name of the character that she voiced in Genshin again? Can anyone tell me? Who did Kaylee end up voicing? Ketching! Yeah, there we go. Ketching? I'll just say Kecking. I think that's particularly on brand for what ends up happening over the course of the next few days. So yeah, Kaylee Mills. This is actually kind of diabolical. If you need the money, at least take the role uncredited. This just comes off as an easy grab for clout. It's not a good look. And so, well, now that you had other EN voice actors coming in and essentially throwing shit at Jacob, this was now elevated into being part of a wider conversation. And, well, look no further for attempts to push it into being part of a wider conversation than this article, which was published the very next day on March 28th by PC Gamer. I forgot to put in their logo on the side there. Titled, Diabolical. Genshin Impact's English cast gives new VO the cold shoulder after he frames replacing a striking actor as an, quote, opportunity to carry the flame. Quote, this wasn't a passing of the torch. So immediately you can kind of see what angle the journalist is going for here. Take note of the fact that the 2 quotes that they've chosen to include, one in the headline, one in the tagline, are by Kaylee Mills and Corina respectively, right? Second thing, basically talking about how the new VA frames the opportunity as, frames the role as an opportunity to carry the flame. Basically making it sound like it is a deliberate lie. Now, the funny thing about this article, this was also an article that got clowned by people in the Genshin community because it has a section where it says, to be blunt, Takanashi has written this as though John Patniaud, who has been voicing the character for half a decade, stepped down from the role due to illness or a tragic accident or something. And people who actually played Genshin were quick to point out that Genshin Impact itself isn't even 5 years old, so it was impossible for John Patniaud to have voiced the character for half a decade. For context, Genshin came out in September of 2020. They turned 5 years old in, 5 months or so? So we're still 5 months away from that part. Even then, there is a massive difference between 5 years and 6 months, which is what how long John Patniaud actually held the role for. So I don't know how the fuck this journalist managed to get that particular statistic off by that much. However, funny journalism aside, journalism in quotation marks, it then goes on to state, well, the fact is that this article is still quite a useful way of keeping track of, observing exactly how this issue was currently being framed in popular discourse, or the initial popular discourse surrounding the recasting. Quote, the Genshin Impact community is a little on fire at the moment. Side note, I hate when journalists have like this, I'm just talking off the cuff. This is just like a podcast, but written in an article form kind of way of writing their articles. Like, where is the decorum? Where is the craftsmanship? Why write as if you're just in a recording booth riffing ad lib? Like, come on. That's due to SAG-AFTRA, an American union of actors across entertainment media, including, naturally, video games, and its ongoing strike. Said strike has been... yeah, Marvel writing. He's right behind me, isn't he? Said strike has been proceeding apace for over 8 months now, with voice actors still embroiled in fights over deals for protection against AI exploitation. Being a game with voice actors in it, Genshin Impact has been, well, impacted. Hold on, let me see if I can if the soundboard actually works. Hold on, let me try to use it for a second. Fuck, where is it? Hold on. Surely this works, right? Surely this works. Did that come through? Did that work for you guys? Did the Discord sound effect actually work? Does the soundboard actually... Yes! There we go. Okay, there we go. Now that I actually know that the audio comes through, I'm going to start using it throughout stream. But yeah, like, why? Why is millennial writing in fucking everything? Why is it in SAG-AFTRA's announcements? Why is it in this journalist's article? Like, come on, man. The quote-unquote good news... Oh, nope, you did not. Oh, okay, that's a bit sad. All right. I need to figure out some way of getting it through. After the stream, I'll rejig some of the audio inputs, but in any case... Yeah. But, right. The quote-unquote good news for Genshin Impact players who don't care about such protections, and miHoYo, mind, is that one of the game's characters, Kinich, will have voice acting again. The bad news for everyone else is that a Japanese-based voice actor has swept in and accepted the role without acknowledging the ongoing strike. It is always of no end of... It is hilarious to no end for me. Whenever I read that this journalist said in that same sentence... why it is not reasonable to assume that this person understood that the strike was taking place, right? They say Japanese-based voice actor in the sentence, and they still carry on throughout the entire rest of the article as if it was so perplexing, impossible that this person did not know that the strike was taking place and chose deliberately to scab as a result of this knowledge. Like, it's so... How? How do you write that and not notice that this contradicts that entire position? Also, the alternative, by the way, to me saying that, oh, the journalist didn't even realize that Japan, an actor being Japanese-based means that it is reasonable to assume that they didn't know that the strike was going on, right? If the argument is, oh, but he was an English voice actor... Well, congratulations, you've just demonstrated in a caricature-esque manner stereotypical American egocentrism of, oh, if they speak English, they must keep up with America. Like, no, that's not how it works. But in any case, there are 3 implicit premises that are contained within this opening, this overarching framing of how this situation, how this discourse is at this current point in time. Right. Initially, on March 27th to 28th, when people were first becoming aware of the situation, when people were first noticing that a lot of the other Genshin voice actors, or not a lot, but some of the other Genshin voice actors were coming in and throwing shade at Jacob. The way that this situation was framed and promoted, talked about, perceived by members of the general public contained 3 implicit premises. The first premises was that Genshin Impact / miHoYo even constitutes a picket line in the first place. Now, that was a premise that was set in stone by John Patniode, right? Perhaps unintentionally, although I doubt it, but nonetheless, that is essentially the premise that John Patniode set with his departure statement. Random Boy, thank you for the 5. I just like to say, as someone who happens to be American, the world does not revolve around the US. Yeah, and to be honest, I've seen plenty of instances where Americans are plenty tired of being treated as the world's police as well. Honestly, at this point in time, I think from what I've seen, it seems to be more popular sentiment among you guys that you just want to be left alone as your own country rather than everything constantly being tied or linked back to you. Which, to be honest, given the past few decades, I understand. The second premise, though, is that Jacob Takanashi willfully crossed this picket line. So you can see that each of these premises are built upon the one that precedes it. And then finally, the third premise is that Genshin Impact's relevance to the strike is primarily due to the issue of AI protections for actors. So there was this narrative that was being built up that not only is Genshin Impact a picket line, not only did Jacob Takanashi cross this picket line willfully and with full knowledge of what he was doing, but both Mihoyo and Jacob Takanashi together ended up undermining the efforts of these hard-working SAG-AFTRA members to secure AI protections for all English voice actors, or even all voice actors in all of video gaming. That was the premise of the way that this situation was initially pitched to the public. That Jacob Takanashi and Mihoyo were both people who were negligent, if not outright disregarding of the issue, the necessity of AI protections for voice actors. And you could see this in the way that this article was written. Again, that section. To be blunt, Takanashi has written this as though John Patniot, who has been voicing the character for, correction, 6 months, stepped down from the role due to illness or a tragic accident, or something, which seems ignorant of the reality of the situation. Patniot was on strike. As explained in a post on the Actors X account, Patniot had been, quote, withholding voice-over services during the SAG-AFTRA interactive strike because Hoyo/Cognosphere wouldn't offer AI protections in the form of a SAG interim agreement. They kept my character's dialogue silent for months. All the while, I had made the difficult decision to continue not going in until an interim agreement was signed, and this ultimately was why I was recast. And then it continues quoting from that statement, and it says, I will note that Takanashi is based in Tokyo, and as such is not part of an American union like SAG-AFTRA. He is, however, joining an English-speaking cast, alongside many American castmates who consider themselves peers of the actor he's replacing. It's also relevant that Patniot doesn't appear to be in the union, though he was striking in solidarity, which isn't uncommon. And yet again, we land at the fact that Genshin Impact and Mihoyo do not have a SAG-AFTRA agreement, which means that if someone chooses to strike not because they are a part of the union, but because they are striking in solidarity with the union, Mihoyo is under no obligation to revere that strike. If you're going to strike in solidarity with a company that Mihoyo doesn't even have any sort of agreement with, well, I'm sorry, but it's going to be naive to assume that they're not going to just recast you after a while. Also, the legitimacy of that move of striking in solidarity assumes there is an implicit premise, again, like I said, that assumes that just because Mihoyo does not have a SAG-AFTRA interactive agreement means that they don't approve, means they don't have AI protections. That is the implication that John Patniot's statement essentially got across to the public at the time that it was published. And that was the implication, the premise, that a lot of people initially went into this situation believing. Billy, thank you for the 5. Yes, but we need faith to travel the world. You would know about that one. To go on. While Takanashi isn't crossing a picket line by technical definitions, again, correction, he's not crossing a picket line by any definitions, but to go on, he is coming in from the outside and replacing someone who was withholding their work in protest. In other words, he is a strikebreaker, sometimes called a scab. Whatever your opinions are on the ongoing SAG-AFTRA strike, whether voice actors have a right to be worried about AI profiting off their likeness with zero protections and without their consent, or the efficacy of SAG-AFTRA in general, it is unavoidable what's going on here. It's not the move you make if you care about getting on with your coworkers, to put it lightly. So again, this article, and admittedly many others who were part of this situation to begin with, they are trying very, very hard to make this about AI protections. They were trying to say that this is the term, that this is, this was the terms of this disagreement between Takanashi and Patniot were that Patniot just wanted AI protections, which Mihoyo, selfish, greedy Mihoyo, just wouldn't give in the form of a SAG-AFTRA agreement. But then, Well, then the situation evolved. Because, like I said before, what this recasting turned into was a catalyst for a broader conversation. A broader conversation around three main, I would say, subtopics, right? The ethics of recasting a VA or accepting a recast during an ongoing strike. Never mind if that strike actually applies to, your company, or if there's actually a picket line at your company. We'll get to that later. Second, the importance of AI protections for voice actors. And third, the taboo and stigma of crossing picket lines and the circumstances under which doing so is acceptable. Initially, these were the topics of conversation that surrounded discussion of this event. This was the conversation to begin with. However, what's interesting is that this is not the conversation that we ended up with by the end of the entire debacle. No, from what I could see, at 3 separate points during the next following days, the conversation would end up shifting in a different direction entirely. And each of those 3 shifts in the conversation can be tied specifically back to a single catalyst each. Each of those shifts can be tied back to one specific tweet each. First, a tweet by Corina, Paimon's voice actress, saying, "You're right, I'm technically scabbing," where she admitted that she is, according to her own standards and by her own admission, a scab in this strike. The second tweet was a tweet made by a user called, I think her name is Aniris, that said, "Hey, at Genshin Impact, at Honkai Star Rail, at Zenless Zone Zero, we English VAs would love to go back to work if you would just give us AI protections." And the third tweet was SAG-AFTRA's official Twitter account quote tweeting Aniris and reiterating basically the same thing, while again atting Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, and Zenless Zone Zero. And the way that each of these individual tweets catalyzed the conversation moving in a different direction goes as follows. Corina's tweet pivoted the conversation towards more around the topic of poor professional conduct from the other ENVAs and general hypocrisy among that gaggle. The Aniris tweet ended up pivoting it towards American egocentrism, especially insofar as, the union's actions overseas. And finally, SAG-AFTRA's tweet ended up pivoting the entire conversation to where it currently exists now, where people are now talking about union overreach and SAG-AFTRA's utility on a global stage. Not domestic, not Hollywood, global, international. Like gaming. Interestingly enough as well, each of these tweets also corresponds with a specific aspect of SAG-AFTRA's, what is currently unfolding, as SAG-AFTRA's optics problem. Because it is no exaggeration to say that, at least among anyone affiliated with Genshin Impact, when it comes to, the people who play the game, the people who spend money on the game, their perception of SAG-AFTRA and ENVAs as a whole has done, in many cases, a complete 180, from being generally sympathetic and supportive to being completely contemptuous. That does not happen for no reason. And as a result, there are 3 specific aspects of SAG-AFTRA's current, reputation, or lack thereof, 3 specific factors that feed into this loss of reputation and their current optics problem. And those 3 are preferential treatment, moral panic activism, and antagonistic practices. Again, each of those 3 aspects to the problem, each of those 3 problem factors corresponding and being perfectly represented by each of those 3 tweets. We'll start off with the first one, the first problem, preferential treatment. The reason why, when it comes to maintaining the reputability of your union, the reason why preferential treatment is so destructive to that, so corrosive to that, is because The problem is, preferential treatment flies in the face of that constraint of unions not being seen as safe harbors for bad actors. Again, no pun intended. Because if you are going to extend preferential treatment to individual members of your organization, if you are not going to penalize people who break your rules on an arbitrary basis, all of a sudden, your union is no longer being viewed as this sort of shelter for those who are oppressed by the cogs of capitalism or exploitation by big corporations. All of a sudden, your union just looks like a safe harbor for a bunch of people who don't deserve any sort of advocacy. And look no further for that than what ended up happening with Paimon's VA, who, starting from around March 27th, the exact same day as both of those, Jacob and John's statements went up, went on a one-woman crusade to dogpile on Jacob for quote-unquote being a scab and supposedly undermining the entire strike that SAG-AFTRA was attempting to use to leverage into better conditions for all of their members. For example, these two tweets that she opened with on that day. There is a huge difference when you take on the role of an actor who is striking for AI protections. You are no castmate of mine. Now, again, we'll get to that community note in a second. But again, it's not very professional conduct when you decide to subtweet your coworker and give them shit for something that you could reasonably assume they had no knowledge of to begin with. And the second quote, lol, if Hoyo just signed the SAG interim agreement, none of the characters would be muted. Hoyo didn't have to wait for nothing if they just did that. Again, this premise that, all MiHoYo has to do is sign the interim agreement and everything would be fine. Which, admittedly, is fed into, or was fed into by Patneode's statement as well. But again, for reasons we'll get into in a second, doesn't make a lot of sense for Coroner specifically to be trying to push that talking point. Now, it got so bad, in fact, when it comes to, Coroner and the other English VAs dogpiling on Jacob, it got so bad that Nathan Noakes, the other voice actor that I was talking about, the few in the replies that was actually supportive of Jacob, that seemed to understand the concept of a voice actor headquartered in Japan not keeping up with an American union's, industrial action, Nathan Noakes had to step in and start making a public statement condemning people for taking things too far. Quote, I'm just going to say this and leave it at that. Negativity cannot fight negativity. Be gracious, kind, and respectful, even when you disagree. It's okay to disagree, and probably encouraged by some, but putting someone down is never going to make someone think more positively. And people would start tagging him for this, right? Trying to, quote tweet him and essentially accusing him of downplaying the sin that Jacob had just committed, the taboo that he had broken. For example, PMAJD. I'm sorry, but there's negativity because Hoyo chose to replace a VA who's on strike. If we're not going to call this out now and be, quote, negative about it, this happens again. Someone's going to lose a voice role that was rightfully theirs in the first place, again. Now, let me be very clear. When you choose to strike, when you abstain from something, that you have already lost it. You are losing it voluntarily in the hopes that the company will recognize the value that you bring and give it back to you. But make no mistake, when you go on strike, you have already lost that role, albeit temporarily, under ideal circumstances. That is no longer yours because you are abstaining from upholding it. So, no, the role wasn't lost when Patneode got recast. The role was lost when Patneode went on strike. That loss was only solidified when the recast took place. But the initial loss, that was entirely voluntary. And as we'll see later on in the stream, perhaps not even entirely necessary. And then to this, Nathan Noakes replies, I appreciate people being upset, and they have a right to be upset. But there is no need for name-calling. putting people down or being rude. Same goes for the other side as well. And to this, another user by the name of Lily comes in and says, I do agree there. There's right to critique. I think she meant to say there's right to critique, but I think some people, including other VAs, went a bit far with direct replies because we don't know the circumstances of the new VA. I find what happened irking personally, but some of these replies border harassment. They don't just border harassment, they are harassment. But to this, again, Nathan Noakes replies, right? I spoke with the new VA who lives and works in Japan, and he didn't even know what was going on. He came into an onslaught of criticism and didn't know anything about the strike or SAG, since SAG isn't in Japan. Blows my mind. Yet again, it appears that Nathan Noakes is the only voice actor who works at Genshin who seems to be willing to publicly express his own awareness that just because you speak English doesn't mean you are obliged to keep up with everything going on in America. Crazy, I know. But, in any case, to come back to what kicked a lot of this off, remember how in the replies to Jacob's original announcement, Coroner felt the need to say this wasn't a passing of the torch, right? Now, someone else, another user by the name of Luminescence, replied to Coroner's reply saying, and you working on it is still good for the strike? Like, make it make sense. Pointing out the hypocrisy of the fact that, again, if you cast your mind back to the Polygon article documenting which voices were and weren't missing, while Kinich's voice was missing from the update, Paimon's voice was not. Which at the very minimum means that there was no request or essentially no insistence on Coroner's part for Genshin Impact, MiHoYo, to remove her voice lines. If not the fact that she was still working at the time. And again, this was a pretty obvious point of hypocrisy. Why is it not okay for Jacob Takanashi, someone who wasn't even a part of SAG, wasn't even American, to take the role while there was supposedly an active strike at a picket line that wasn't even defined in the first place, whereas for Coroner it's perfectly fine. Random Boy, thank you for the 10. Can EN voice actors not act petty and immature and make things political for once, please? Or just keep acting like this? Maybe I'll consider JP dubs or AI voice acting because it's so bad now. It's funny how many people have come around exactly to that perspective over the last few days, to be honest. Miku Kumi, thank you for the super. As a friend of mine who recently got back into playing the game after 2-year hiatus dropped the game again following this controversy, these VAs don't realize the reputational damage they're creating due to their egos. Oh, absolutely. Without a doubt. And credit where credit is due, Karina would acknowledge this hypocrisy on her own part. Unfortunately, whatever credit I was going to give is severely undermined by the fact that instead of acknowledging it and backing down, no, she chose to double down instead, making an entire cope thread about why that is a legitimate position or how that position should be taken as something that doesn't contradict her condemnation of Jacob's quote-unquote actions. She would quote tweet Luminescence and then say, no, you're right, I am technically scabbing. I originally have this role and technically I can still work this role. I am a disabled person and this is the job that puts food on my table as I actually record this role year-round. But I didn't take this role from another person who is striking. I had this role and I am striking in it. Sorry, I am stuck in it, because I have no other way to pay for my medical bills. Oh, by the way, her mentioning medical bills, I want you to keep that in mind, because later on we're going to go over the medical benefits, the healthcare benefits that SAG-AFTRA, quote-unquote, provides. But yes, technically I am a scab, and you're right. I don't deserve any praise right now. I don't deserve any of it. I deserve to be told off, just like this actor, so please do. No, you don't deserve to be told off. If we're being consistent here, you deserve to be recast. Or you deserve to not be able to work as Paimon. Because if your position is that the strike is of such utmost importance and Jacob intruding on this is such a taboo, well, there's nothing stopping you from giving up your position, right? You can say, oh, I'm disabled, I have bills to pay. Well, first, what does being disabled have to do with this? And second, doesn't Jacob also have bills to pay? And when people started seeing that Coroner was melting down and saying this, people stopped sympathizing with her position. Because this is indeed a very obvious double standard. Yes, you're disabled, but it doesn't mean that anyone who isn't doesn't have the same need to make money, to put food on the table. Being disabled doesn't make you special. As is implied by her using this as a counter-argument as to why she is more, or why she can't give up the role. Sure, you can't give up the role, but then don't condemn other people for taking it, especially when they don't have the same obligation to abstain from it as you do, as a member of SAG-AFTRA, which again, Jacob is not. To go on, though, no one should look up to me. I am trapped and a coward because I continue this job. No, you're a coward because you condemn other people for not giving up the same job that you refuse to give up. That is why you're a coward. I don't say that because I deserve sympathy. I don't. The ones sticking to the picket line deserve all the praise, not me. Again, I want you to take note of the fact that she's saying all of this, right? Combined with the fact that she, again, to remind you guys, since Genshin parted ways with Formosa, to our knowledge, there is no collective bargaining agreement between MiHoYo and SAG-AFTRA. There never has been. So, her continuing to work on this is a direct violation of Global Rule 1. Never mind the strike. Never mind scabbing. If that is the case, that she is still working as Paimon, that MiHoYo still doesn't have any agreement with SAG-AFTRA, no contract that has been made with SAG-AFTRA, she is in violation of one of the rules that SAG keeps going on and on about in all of its strike notices and on its website. To go on, I love voicing Paimon. Love it. I've been through so much that you guys will never truly understand, I've no doubt. But I also know what I am, and I should not be given any applause for this. If I could feasibly stick to the line with my fellow actors, I would. This job actually barely keeps me alive, but that doesn't mean that it makes it different. It's not a good thing to my fellow actor that I continue to work on the game. I have struggled. I've struggled with that since the strike started, so call me out on this, please. I deserve it. If it means we get closer to making things better, then so be it. You know, Union Scab and Theatre Kid is a match made in hell, and it really comes across in this statement. Now, this statement on its own, right? Sure, it was bad, because, well, she's a hypocrite, and so she's also one of the most vocal advocates for SAG-AFTRA at this point in time. So again, like I said before, if you are a group, an organization being represented by your individual members, and one of your individual members is melting down like this and expressing this degree of hypocrisy, not really a great look. However, on its own, this would have been limited in terms of the amount of harm it could cause to the overall reputation of SAG-AFTRA as an entity. However, what ended up making this infinitely worse is not the fact that Coroner admitted to being a hypocrite, is not that she went on this entire dramatic spiel about how much she deserves to be called out and how much she regrets being in this position, how she is disabled and needs to put money on the table, which means that she cannot give up this role. No, what made this infinitely worse is that the other actors involved in this situation, some of the other actors, defended her on this. And not only defended her, used it as yet another reason to put down Jacob. For example, Kaylee Mills. This is one small job for him, not his full-time work. It's Coroner's bread and butter. He's done very little VO work, so it isn't what he's relying on to pay the bills. For all we know, his wife's the breadwinner. What the fuck does that have to do with this conversation? Either way, they bought a house recently, so I doubt it was necessary, for it was a necessary job for survival. First of all, what the fuck do you mean they bought a house recently, so it wasn't necessary for survival? Have you ever heard of the concept of a fucking mortgage? Right after you buy a house is when you need to start making fucking money, because that's when you need to start making repayments on the loan. Unless you were gifted enough to be given the house, you've rented your entire life, or you have absolutely zero concept as to what a mortgage is. So that makes no sense. Second, what the fuck are you doing digging through his social media to try and dig up information on his personal life in some sort of strange attempt at disqualifying him from being valid in his need to work the job? This double standard between Coroner saying, oh, it's her bread and butter. Well, no shit, she's a voice actor. And funnily enough, so is he. It's his bread and butter as well, no less than Coroner. Just because she's disabled doesn't mean that she somehow has some form of elevated prestige or right to access this job. That's not how it works. Disabled people are still people. And at the end of the day, all people are equal in that regard. Or at least I would assume that someone like Kaylee Mills would believe that, or at least espouse that belief. And so, trying to say, oh, he's done so little voiceover work, so he shouldn't be able to, so him doing this is more taboo than Coroner, that him doing this is not acceptable, whereas Coroner is. It's complete horse shit. Doesn't make any sense when you hold it up to any sort of logical scrutiny. And also saying, he has children, he has a wife, and yet not registering how maybe, just maybe, if you're going to say that Coroner is allowed to take this job without stigma because she's disabled and has to look after herself, maybe saying that, he has a child he needs to look after, maybe that might also somehow lessen the amount of automatic taboo that you insist on sticking onto him like fucking used gum. Maybe, just maybe. To nobody's surprise, a lot of people ended up looking at Kaylee Mills saying this and thought that, pretty much universally thought that it was kind of fucked up what she was doing. However, that wasn't it. You also had people like Valeria Rodriguez going on to seethe post and promote absolute journalistic garbage like the like the fucking PC Gamer article that we lampooned early on in the stream, saying, lost 400 followers for a couple of thumbs downs and calling out entitlement in a fan base. Oh well, it is what it is. I appreciate everyone who's thought critically and supports what's going on and has integrity. This article actually puts it really eloquently. And funnily enough, her tweet and the article itself was given a community note saying, the article lied and said John Patniode has been voicing Kinich for 5 years. Kinich first debuted in the game 6 months ago, and Kinich has only voiced him, and John had only voiced him for one patch, 6 weeks. Genshin Impact itself isn't 5 years old yet. So if you're going to be a representative of this game, an actress in this game, it's kind of embarrassing when you promote this article that doesn't seem to be aware of how old the game is. While grossly misrepresenting the magnitude of John's role, by the way, in order to push a certain angle. That being said, though, that wasn't it. Because you also had the other people who were throwing fuel onto the fire, essentially directly trying to erode Jacob's attempts at diffusing the situation. Because 2 days after the initial announcement that he was taking over the role, Jacob would note that quite a few people were taking this situation way too far, where some of the actors who had initially given him shit had been receiving death threats, as was posted by Just Keep a Walker. an example of a death threat that they'd received. And in response to this, Jacob quote tweeted that tweet and said, "Hey, I know tensions are high, but don't fucking do this. Jesus, if you send death threats to anyone on my behalf, too far, man, too far. Sorry you had this happen to you." Again, very obviously trying to diffuse the situation, trying to set boundaries, trying to say certain forms of behavior are not okay. I understand you're doing this on my behalf. I don't want it. And yet, in response to this, Little Kuribo thought it was a good idea to go into his replies and say, with respect, tensions would decrease significantly if you recognized and spoke publicly on the fact that voice actors aren't, quote-unquote, bullying you. We're doing this now, are we? Oh, they're not bullying you. Yes, they're dogpiling. Oh, it's not bullying. Why don't you come out and say that we're not bullying you? It's absolutely brain damaged. But to go on, if you truly didn't know about the strike, say so. If you did, say so. But voice actors are going to keep getting attacked until then. Really? Why are they getting attacked in the first place? Because it certainly wasn't because of anything Jacob did. No, they got attacked in the first place because they thought it was a good idea to initiate a tribalistic shit-flinging contest. And they lost, because the public got involved and they realized that they were not the most sympathetic side of that shit-flinging contest. And before they knew it, all of them were covered in brown. By no fault of Jacob, certainly no fault of anybody who was trying to defuse the situation initially, like Nathan Noakes. No, those two are the only blameless people in this entire scenario so far. Everybody else, absolute clown fiesta. However, the reason why all of this is so bad, the reason why it's so detrimental to the overall movement of the cause, right, the SAG-AFTRA cause, why it's so detrimental to the reputation of the union, is because, like I said before, when you are an organization that is represented by individual members, and you look around at the various spokespeople that have designated themselves as your representatives, what do you have? A selection of here. A selection for the public to essentially use as data upon which to base their overall opinion of your organization. What do you have? Somebody who blatantly denies bullying that is happening right in front of them, right? A mafiistic attempt at trying to get the victim of a pile-on attempt to speak up on behalf of their abusers, right? Not only do you have this as one of your representatives, you have blatant hypocrite plus blatant double standards. And the problem is, when it is clear that the problems that the actresses are taking with Jacob, when it becomes very clear, because what this tweet did, and again, this is one of the more damaging tweets in this entire scenario. What this did was establish that the problem that they had with Jacob was not what he was doing, so much as who he was. It wasn't a matter of principle. It was a matter of preference. And what that established, whether intentionally or not, is that now, when you looked at this discussion as a public arena, an arena for public discourse, what this established is the precedent that ad hominem was fair game. And now, for all of these people, personal attacks, it was open season on all of them when it comes to not just their professional conduct, not just what they were saying in relation to this specific issue. No, it was about them as people now. Everything that they said was now tied to them as people. Because they'd made this argument not about what Jacob was doing, but because of who he was. And now, the public had taken that as a sign that it's fair play to do the same thing in return. And this is where we get into the problem with moral panic activism. Because if you want to turn this entire thing into not some sort of principled professional disagreement, if you don't want to restrict this public discourse, this arena of speech to being a discussion of what practices should or shouldn't be what practices, I had a stroke there. What practices should or shouldn't be stigmatized, should or shouldn't be promoted, should or shouldn't be implemented. If you want to instead turn this into some sort of moralistic high-horsing about who is better than the other and who is more entitled to break the rules than the others, well, congratulations. You've now turned this into an issue of morality, not something professional, not something related to the state of the industry or the well-being of other workers. Now it is just an ad hominem fest, a shit-flinging contest based purely on the identities of the people screaming at one another. Shadowgale, thank you for the 5. I think they should just shut down the English dub department for hire. The English VA seems full of liability. See, normally, I would unequivocally agree with you. But there are individual actors like Jacob Takanashi and Nathan Noakes who keep me back from simply going whole hog, yes, replace all of them, fuck them, whatever. Because, again, these are bad actors. These are loud bad actors. Perhaps even the loudest bad actors. But they are not the only ones. And for the sake of the few that have conducted themselves professionally and applaudably, I think that both I and many other members of the public are willing to hold back going whole hog. So, Banmin, welcome to the stream. The English VAs based in the US have proven themselves to be a liability. The benefits not even remotely make up. Yeah. Jake is Japanese based, to be fair. Yeah. So yeah, what I meant is I don't want to replace all of the ENVA. I think Nathan Noak is based in America, though I might be wrong. I could be wrong about that, but yeah, again, it's because of individuals like him that I haven't quite convinced myself to pull the trigger absolutely. So, to give people a bit of a reminder, a moral panic is basically what happens when, instead of representing a situation accurately to its scale and its relative impact, it's what happens when you try to take an issue and present it as an existential threat to society in general as a way of convincing people to care about it. Now, I don't think I need to explain to you why that is an awful idea, because even if the situation is indeed serious, what you end up doing is you burn out the audience emotionally, to the point where, regardless of the actual genuine magnitude of the situation, because your appeal hinges on trying to get them emotionally invested in a way that is passive, unconscious, non-consensual in some cases, what ends up happening is they end up by instinct tuning out of what you are saying when it gets to a certain point of aggravation. However, on top of that, the other problem with turning problems into a moral panic is because those problems become inseparable from the people talking about that problem. Like I said before, it all becomes an ad hominem fest, because everything that these people, these voice actors, are now saying are fundamentally inseparable from them as people. There are no principles, there are no arguments, there are only people. And that's a problem. Because, well, when I talk about why moral panic activism is awful for unions, it's because of the fact that unions, like I said before, they are extraordinarily vulnerable to this, and also, on top of that, they lean into it sometimes, because of the fact that they cannot remove themselves from the premise of representing or being represented by their members. All of their communications are inherently linked to the people communicating those messages. And so, in this particular instance, when the people representing you are objectively awful people, that erodes your message significantly. Now, this may be... the problem was, because of the fact that Corina and Kaylee had proven themselves to be such deplorable individuals over the course of this discourse as it has evolved, people were now automatically disinclined to take anything that they were saying at face value, to believe that anything of what they were saying had any degree of credibility whatsoever. People instantly looked at any claim that they were making and instantly became skeptical. And the problem was, what they were claiming, one of the things that they kept coming back to, right? One of the things that both of these people kept reiterating over and over and over is the importance of this interim agreement. right? Coroner, lol, if Hoyo just signed the SAG interim agreement, everything would be fine. Kaylee Mills, game signing the interim agreement is the best outcome for all actors. Yada, 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 yada. Non-union games very much do have the option of adding AI protections to their current contracts, and while many of them do, some still refuse to, etc., etc., etc. All of this was all unanimously advocating for one single talking point. This SAG interim agreement would make everything better. Problem was, nobody's going to take their words at face value anymore, not after the stunt that they had just pulled. And so, on top of that, you had people essentially... as the situation kept getting worse, as more and more people joined in from the outside to dunk on the various voice actors who were trying to make this position, and even beyond that, dunk on SAG-AFTRA as an organization, now you had a situation where these individual voice actors, these members of SAG-AFTRA, were legitimately called upon, had legitimate cause, to try and push back against other people, right? Push back against other people to say, no, SAG-AFTRA's fine. You're misrepresenting SAG-AFTRA. You're spreading misinformation. Problem is, now everyone's completely tuned out of what they're saying. And the crown jewel of examples as to how these actors are completely the wrong people to represent their union in public discourse at this point in time is this, a video rant, a TikTok that was recorded by Coroner and posted, where she basically was ranting about how people were scrutinizing SAG-AFTRA after this and spreading misinformation, that almost universal, all-encompassing phrase, spreading misinformation about the situation. We're just going to quickly give this a little bit of a watch, just to really give you guys an idea of how hard these voice actors have fallen in terms of, well, how ineffective their attempts at dissuading people from public critique and criticism have been. Stop licking the boots, says Coroner. She pushes for a monolithic union. Yeah, the irony isn't lost on me. Don't worry about it. Alright, hold on. Let me pause the music while I play this. Alright.
Okay, here's the thing.
Is the audio working? Did that come through alright for you guys? Is the audio level good, more importantly? Oh, God. Chairman, no. Don't forget it later, Chair. Don't worry. I'll one of you guys will tell me. It works? Yes? Okay. Here we go. Indeed. All right, let's give this a spin.
If voice actors, both non-union and union, in a video game want a game to go union, the game should go union. Nobody else's opinion matters.
Again, I don't want to point out the obvious, but that assumes that both union and non-union want the game to go union. And I don't know I don't know about you, but beyond John Patniode, I don't see any indication that that is the case. But in any case,
that's it. And YouTubers don't know anything. They're not voice actors. They've never been in my industry. They don't know what my industry is about. They don't know anything about SAG. They don't know anything about being a non-union actor either. Stop telling me to go to liars. Liars. They are paid to lie to you. Also,
best case scenario, what she just said comes across as mindless credentialism, right? No one who isn't part of the union has no right to commentate on this. Well, what if what we're going off of is all of the information that has been made publicly available by either yourself, your colleagues, or your organization, and are drawing conclusions based off of that material that something might be amiss? Do their opinions matter? And then you get into the whole problem of, okay, well, worst case scenario, this is just blatant elitism. And if you are a union and you are trying to find ideal representatives of your group, the last thing you want is a representative that is elitist. Because let's be honest here, right? The public could be wrong. Absolutely. There is no question about the fallibility of the public. That being said, though, you're not going to be able to correct any assumptions by just saying, Lamau, you don't know what you're talking about. Shut up. Stop complaining. Well, okay. If we don't know something, if we get something wrong, correct it. Don't just say, oh, you don't know. that doesn't do anything. That's not going to earn you any favors, any sympathy. That's certainly not going to dissuade the public from speculating harder as to what the fuck is actually going on. So, if you actually want to placate the public, the way you do that is by providing more information, not alluding to there being more information while stopping short of providing it, which is exactly what this serves the purpose of doing.
So, I'm sorry. They have more incentive to lie. They have more of an incentive to lie because idiots like you fall for their shit and they get paid for that. Hello? God forbid. I want my industry to actually, function and that everybody gets paid and everybody gets, healthcare. Did you know that, once things become union, people get paid a lot more? So people are like, oh.
Again, I want to remind you that in her entire Twitter rant, where she talked about how she was disabled and how she needed this job to live, she talked about how the job barely allows her to pay her medical bills. Now, I don't know about you, but when you put what you're saying here in this reel side by side with what you said back there in that tweet thread, that doesn't exactly make for the most compelling marketing for SAG-AFTRA's benefits or the utility of unions. Now, personally, I am aware that unions can give very good health benefits, depending on which union, which country, and how much you earn under that union. However, if your position is that it should be self-evident to the public that unions deserve to exist and that unions are the best way forward, God forbid, right? God forbid that I want my industry to improve. And, unions give you so many benefits. Why would you not want to join one? Yada, yada, yada. It's kind of hard to reconcile those two statements with one another. Armchair, she just did the work experience paradox. Yeah, basically. You need work experience to get work experience, but now you need to pay money to earn. Yes, basically.
But, then some non-union actors will have to join the union. Yeah, they'll be able to. Easily, because they'll get paid more. Also, there are options.
That is such a... Again, when I first saw this video, and I saw that, I legitimately burst out laughing. Because, as we'll see in a second, if your retort to people saying, I don't want to join a union because it's expensive, if your retort is, Lamau, just get money, or if your retort is, well, you're going to be able to afford it because they're going to pay you more, I'm sorry. There's no other way to describe it. That's retarded.
That the union has to help pay for those things. There are options to help people pay for the union dues.
There are options. So let me just restate that in, average everyday language. The union offers union members options to pay union fees. Essentially, the union has options to help you pay itself. Again, we will touch on that later, don't you worry. We're going to cover exactly what she means by options to help you pay union dues. But that's not exactly the best argument for the accessibility of your organization, I'm not going to lie. What was it that Dea said again? Alright, shut it, Paimon. Well said. Random boy, well said. Basically just go into debt.
Within SAG, but you don't know that. Oh my god, it's almost like you're not an actor. It's almost like you're not a voice actor.
Ooh. That's a rough listen. Although, I will say though, it's not like you need to be a voice actor in order to know those options exist, right? Because SAG-AFTRA has it on their public website. And the thing is, prior to this point in time, people weren't looking. After this, however, people certainly did start looking. And what they found was not exactly a glowing endorsement of SAG-AFTRA's utility.
And neither are these YouTubers. But bottom line is that both non-union actors and union actors in a video game want it to go union and have wanted it to go union for a long time. So nobody else's opinion that is super fucking wrong anyway matters. Hope this helps.
She really is like the archetypical EN Twitter VA, right? It's kind of insane how perfectly she embodies that role, how immersive her performance is. That makes me cringe. Yeah, a little bit. Those damn YouTubers, yeah. Now, this may surprise some people, but this leads us pretty conveniently, right, into, well, the whole problem of the fact that, okay, hold on, let me turn the BGM back on because I almost forgot. All right. The hope it helps is really the cherry on the cake. Zippy-Zap, thank you for the 2. So that if you give me... Yeah, no, that is basically the union version of, if you a broke boy, just say so, right? Like, that's literally the same thing. There is no difference in rhetoric between those two statements. Murray, what is it about TikTok that makes people have such contemptuous voices? Well, maybe the kind of people who are drawn to making... well, not drawn to making content, but specifically drawn towards venting their emotions on TikTok. It's the same people who choose to use Twitter as their personal diary, to be honest. Or their therapist, even worse. Kazu, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 10 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Alright, so this leads us rather conveniently into the whole problem that SAG-AFTRA was now facing. Because people didn't believe what their advocates were trying to say about them anymore. All of the goodwill pissed away. Nobody was believing a word that came out of the mouths of these people. And so now we have a problem, because we get into a situation where everyone is saying, or people seem to be saying, that SAG-AFTRA is a good thing. But now all of those people are assumed to be lying by default. So people, well, the general public, become naturally predisposed to being suspicious of this entire scenario. And this point in time, this is when SAG-AFTRA themselves made what I can only describe as the most brain-damaged, sub-IQ, idiotic decision that they could have made as an organization in the middle of this entire debacle. This may surprise a few of you, but in my opinion, these 2 tweets are hands down the most destructive to the overall reputation, reputability, public perception of SAG-AFTRA, of the entire collection that were made, posted, preserved during the course of this entire debacle. These 2 tweets take the cake for the 2 most idiotic posts made by representatives of SAG-AFTRA during the entire thing. And you may wonder to yourself, why these 2 tweets? What about these 2 tweets makes them so bad? Well, and again, this may sound hyperbolic, but if it weren't for the fact that these 2 tweets had been made, perhaps public perception of SAG-AFTRA would not have pivoted as hard as it now has. But, sorry, before I get into that. Liam, thank you for the 10. Why do these people insist on sabotaging themselves at every turn? Is it so hard to understand that politeness and respect make people more likely to listen to you? Because they're not doing this with the intention of communicating. They're doing this with the intention of achieving catharsis. And while these are very counterintuitive, this is a very counterintuitive way of expressing yourself if you want to convey a message to a target audience. It is very effective at helping you get your emotions off of your chest. And that is exactly what's going on here. Emotions being brought off of the chest. Now, an iris. Hey, at Genshin Impact, at Honkai Star Rail, at ZZZ. We English VAs would love to get back to work. I know the fans miss hearing their fave characters, and we miss voicing them. Please negotiate with SAG-AFTRA and sign the interim agreement to guarantee AI protections for us. First of all, what the fuck is what is you know what, I'll get to that in a second. And then SAG-AFTRA, in their infinite wisdom, decides to quote tweet Aniris saying, "What at Aniris said," clapping emoji, at Genshin Impact, at Honkai Star Rail, at Zenless Zone 0EN. We'll make it easy for you. Here's a link to our interactive/video game media agreements. Let's talk soon. Winky face at sagaftra.org/interactive, and then the link to the agreement. Can anyone tell me what is the stupidest part of both of these tweets? Bonus points if you can predict what I'm going to say as to why they are so stupid. Are you sure this is a union, not a protection racket? Well, that's part of the problem, right? It really gives off the impression that this is, this is racketeering. Even though I think it's a little hyperbolic to describe it that way. I think a little, not a lot, a little hyperbolic. But let's talk soon. The emojis, no, not condescending, not AI protections. No, they did this publicly. No, well that's why the entire thing is stupid, but not specifically part of this tweet. The fave characters? No. It's not to do with being cringe, funnily enough, although that is admittedly part of why I hate these two tweets. We read the terms? No, not quite. No. Not using Twitter? No. Pointing at public-facing social media accounts? Not quite. This is, in my opinion, a modern approach to racketeering. I can understand the comparison, although I do think that it's not quite up to that same level, but... Why are they using a member as their spokesperson? That's part of it. We'll make it easy for you, part of it. The tagging. Yes. The tagging. And the reason why is because I want you to think for a moment what the general public is thinking and feeling around this time. All of your representatives are, well, for all intents and purposes, most of your representatives are people who are generally unsympathetic, extremely condescending, arrogant, and generally not people who you would believe want to listen to. And people are generally distrusting of the entire premise that they've been pushing the entire time, which is that your interim agreement is a good thing. That if Hoyo signs with you, every problem will go away. And the problem is, the mistake they made was tagging Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, and Zenless Zone 0 in their tweets. Because what people know is that there's something in your agreement that MiHoYo doesn't want to sign. And this entire time, you've been trying to imply that it's AI. And when you tag all three of these individual games, well, the only thing they have in common is MiHoYo. So now, people are assuming that it's something to do with MiHoYo not wanting to sign your contract. Not something specific to the games, which is what your strike was supposed to be against, right? But it's something to do with MiHoYo as a company. People now see that MiHoYo is hesitant to sign something with you for some reason. You've been saying it's about AI. And your representatives have proven themselves to be generally dislikable and distrustable people, untrustworthy people. So what is that going to get the audience to do? That's going to get the audience to start digging into what you're saying. That's going to get the audience to start cross-referencing the way that each individual game works, or their relation with you and their relation with your stated reason for pushing your agreement forward, AI protections, and seeing if what you're saying actually makes sense. What SAG-AFTRA and Aniris essentially did is tell on themselves, because people now understood that there was something in their interim agreement that MiHoYo probably didn't want to sign, and their reason, their stated reason, was AI. So they went to see, how does MiHoYo approach the issue of AI? And one of the games they tagged was Zenless Zone 0. Now, presumably the reason why they tagged it was probably partially because it was owned by MiHoYo, but also because earlier on this same year, earlier on that month, in fact, on March 12th, 2025, there was a little brief blip of controversy with the Zenless Zone 0, where some of the actors had been recast. For example, this actress, Emery Chase, took to Blue Sky on March 12th to state that her role had been recast. Her role as, quote, to read it out. Hey, proxies. I was replaced as Soldier 11, because I am unwilling to perform work not covered by a SAG interim agreement. There's that stipulation again. During a strike for AI protection, the outcome of which will determine the future of our industry. Any other theories that pop up are incorrect. So again, I want to specify, it says SAG interim agreement for AI protection, right? Not just AI protection, specifically SAG interim agreement, which again would make sense considering that she is presumably a SAG member. I'd like to clarify, there's a difference between being struck and not being on an interim agreement. Union projects that began work prior to the strike and non-union projects are not struck, but they also do not offer the union-enforced AI rights we are fighting for. Many actors are choosing to voluntarily withhold work on these categories of projects because we feel it is the best way to support the union's fight for the protections that are critical to our continued ability to create the art we love. Again, no union contract. Technically, if you were to work on this, wouldn't that count as breaking Global Rule 1? To go on, I knew that by withholding work it was possible I'd be replaced, though of course I'd hoped they would choose to have her silent until I was able to return. I found out the role was recast today alongside all of you. Now, to be fair to Emery, I do think that it is probably not great if your voice actress finds out that they've been replaced on the same day as the public does, for the same reason that I don't believe that terminating a talent is something that you should, for the same reason that I believe that in VTubing, if you're going to terminate a talent, that talent shouldn't find out on the day that you post the termination notice, right? Advance notice is always a good thing when it comes to professionalism, making sure that you maintain as amicable a relationship as possible. However, that being said, in this particular case, that is the only criticism I can really level at MiHoYo at this point in time. To go on, I loved working on Zenless Zone Zero and would have been thrilled to return to the project post-strike or with an interim agreement, but I stand by my choices regardless of the outcome. All of my best wishes to the cast and the production team. Thank you for the great ride proxies. Now, again, important thing. If you're reading this statement closely, you will realize that the problem isn't the fact that Hoyo lacks AI protections. The problem is that they lack the AI protections that are specifically outlined by SAG-AFTRA. However, this is a nuance that, as with any game of telephone, gets eroded, lost, the more iterations it gets passed through. And the other actor, who also discovered that they'd been recast in this situation, Nicholas Thurkettle, who played... what was the name? Zenless Zone Zero Dog Boy that everyone was thirsting over. Every VTuber and their mother was thirsting over when it came out. Said, quote, "This is what I've been quiet about. I'm not SAG, but what game companies want to do with AI is an existential threat. I took a personal stand to ask for protection and had been willing to give up the best thing that's ever happened in my professional life. I stand by my choice." Basically saying that he struck in solidarity with the SAG people. He wasn't SAG himself, and he got recast. Now, what this ends up doing, though, is that this ends up... Lycaon? Okay, thank you. Lycaon. What this ends up implying is that it's not a matter of Hoyo not signing with SAG. It's a matter of Hoyo just not having AI protections at all. Because when someone who just quit a company says game companies want to do with AI is... what game companies want to do with AI is an existential threat, well, now the implication is that Zenless Zone Zero, MiHoYo, and whoever the production company they've enlisted to work with the actors are now complicit in that. And as a result, what ends up happening is the production studio behind Zenless Zone Zero, who Genshin Impact MiHoYo is affiliated with, MiHoYo is affiliated with, Sound Cadence Studios, came out and made a public official statement clarifying their position around AI. Oh, Kendra, welcome to the stream. Welcome, Kendra Raiders. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're talking about how the EN voice actors for Genshin Impact fucked over public perception of their entire union. Sorry, give me a second. We were just getting to how SAG-AFTRA and one of their members, presumably, accidentally caused the public to find out that MiHoYo doesn't actually have any issue with AI protections. So it's not that makes them hesitant to sign the interim agreements. So, Sound Cadence Studios put out the following announcement stating the following. From top to bottom, Sound Cadence Studios is a community of artists. As concerns have been raised regarding how we work with our voice actors, we wanted to take this opportunity to clarify where we stand and how we operate. Every contract at our studio features explicit AI protections, regardless of union status. Much of our staff are actors themselves and could not, in good conscience, offer other performers work we would not be willing to take. The decision to recast talent on any project is not made lightly. While sometimes our hands are tied as to what we can communicate and when, we understand how personally actors take their roles and always want to ensure that no one is ever blindsided. Our studio has and will continue to honor legacy casting on all projects we've inherited whenever possible, and always reach out to actors to reprise their roles before investigating any other options. We respect the decisions of all actors in navigating the ongoing strike and fully support SAG-AFTRA in its AI negotiations. The passion of fan communities for video game characters and the people who bring them to life is further evidence that real human actors matter, and we will continue to bring voices to our clients' projects in the most human way possible. Now, you might say, for example, that, oh, okay, this might be a production company coming out who's affiliated with Genshin Impact, who's affiliated with MiHoYo. This might just be a PR exercise, right? They can say they have AI protections in place, but that doesn't mean that MiHoYo actually needs to follow up with that. After all, aren't these sorts of agreements also signed with the developer, not the production company? And to that, well, we come across the rather funny fact that MiHoYo is a company that, to nobody's surprise, is based in China, Shanghai specifically, if I remember correctly. And the funny thing about China is that they actually have, according to their civil code, so actually enshrined in civil law, protections against AI exploitation. So just in case this production studio isn't good enough, a testimony that AI protections is not something that MiHoYo has an issue with. No, MiHoYo can't have an issue with AI protections because they literally operate in a country that has that written into law, not in the form of an agreement that needs to be renewed between two business entities once every few years. No, actual fucking law. And the law in question was essentially solidified, established via precedent, sometime in early 2024, and it was documented in the Beijing Internet Court under this article titled "AI-Generated Voice Mimicry Infringes on Rights," published in China Daily. A Beijing court has issued a landmark ruling that imitating someone's voice through AI without their permission constitutes an infringement of their personal rights. The verdict, announced Tuesday by the Beijing Internet Court, stems from a lawsuit filed last year by a voiceover artist surnamed Yin, who discovered her voice had been used in audiobooks circulating online without her consent. The voice was reportedly processed using artificial intelligence technology. To go on. Yin sued the 5 companies involved in the unauthorized use of her voice, including a cultural media enterprise that provided her recordings, an AI software developer, and a voice dubbing app operator. She sought compensation for the infringement. Random Boy, thank you for the 5. This reminds me of the time that Blaze Blue EN cast found out that they weren't coming back for Central Fiction via a Twitter post. Yeah. Is a little rough. I'm against unethical use of AI, but Hoyo wouldn't refuse to sign over that, considering that they do quality of their games in terms of... Yeah, exactly. And again, this is even more reason on top of that, right? The court found that the cultural media enterprise sent Yin's recordings to the software developer without her permission. The software company then used AI to mimic Yin's voice and offered the AI-generated products for sale. The court deemed that the AI-generated voice mimicked the plaintiff's vocal characteristics, intonation, and pronunciation style to a high degree. Oh, Philippe. Hey, Armchair, just to let you know, Joe Zija, one of many Genshin VAs, has just released a video talking about the strike. I think you would find it interesting. Okay. I might check it out after the stream, just to see if I need to add an addendum or anything in the next stream that I end up doing. Said presiding judge, pronunciation style to a high degree, said presiding judge Zhao Ruigang. It feels so unnatural to say it, like the English version of the pinyin. This level of similarity allowed for the identification of the plaintiff's voice. Citing China's civil code, Zhao ruled that the actions of the cultural media enterprise and the software developer constituted an infringement of Yin's personal rights. The court ordered two companies to pay her 250,000 yuan in compensation, around $34,500. The remaining defendants were not held liable for intentional infringement as they unknowingly used AI-generated voice product. Our Cognosphere is operating from Singapore, not Shanghai. Oh no, I meant MiHoYo, not HoYoverse. So, the growing use of AI technology across various fields... The growing use of AI technology across various fields raises new challenges regarding personal rights, Zhao said. He urged companies to exercise caution when using AI to process or generate voices and images, stressing the importance of obtaining consent from the individuals involved. And so, we arrive at the actual law itself, pulled straight out of the Civil Code of the People's Republic of China. See, the thing is, with voice replication via AI, that is specifically referenced in Article 1023, that says, quote, regarding the permitted use of names, etc., reference shall be made to the relevant provisions on the permitted use of portraits. For the protection of natural persons' voices, refer to the relevant provisions on the protection of portrait rights. And when they talk about portrait rights, what they are referring to is articles 1018 to 1019, which state, in respective order, quote, natural persons enjoy the right of portrait and have the right to make, use, disclose, or permit others to use their portrait in accordance with the law. A portrait is an identifiable external image of a specific natural person reflected on a certain carrier through images, sculptures, paintings, etc. And then in Article 1019, they say, no organization or individual may infringe on the portrait rights of others by defaming, defacing, or using information technology means to forge or otherwise infringe, without the consent of the portrait right holder. The portrait of the portrait right holder shall not be produced, used, or disclosed unless otherwise provided by law. Without the consent of the portrait right holder, the right holder of the portrait work shall not use or disclose the portrait of the portrait right holder in any manner, such as publishing, copying, distributing, renting, or exhibiting. Basically, if it's your face, your likeness, your voice, people can't just use it without your permission. People especially can't just sell it without your permission. So does this law apply only to people based in China? Well, technically, it applies only to people within China, but it would also apply to businesses that are headquartered in and presumably operate out of China as well. So when it comes to Genshin Impact, MiHoYo, having to abide by the rules, the laws of the countries from which they operate, this undoubtedly is already a degree of AI protections that the company would have to take into account in the way that it operates on the day-to-day basis. Kendra, to add on to my point, it could also be used against the CCP. So again, once they were made aware, it was already going to be a hit list. That's true. And so, when it comes to stuff like this, right, it becomes obvious very quickly with any amount of basic research, just the smallest amount of Googling, that MiHoYo, the company, doesn't actually have any problems with AI protections. So that's not the reason why they can't sign the SAG interim agreement. That's not why they're refusing to sign. So at this point, directly because of SAG-AFTRA themselves and an iris referencing Zenless Zone Zero, people have now come to the conclusion that, okay, there's something about this agreement that MiHoYo doesn't like, but it's not the AI protections bit, because they already have the AI protections bit. And so they started digging through the interim agreement that SAG-AFTRA themselves linked to in their tweet. And that's when people started finding things that, well, let's just say, didn't make an awful lot of sense for a union to be operating outside of its, domestic borders. On SAG-AFTRA's official webpage, they have this section dedicated to explaining what an interim interactive media agreement is, or an IMA. Quote, "The interim interactive media agreement consists of the terms of our last offer to the employer bargaining group before we declared a strike. All provisions and protections within the 2011 to 2014 IMA are modified by the 2017 MOA and further by the 2020 MOA apply, except as modified by the interim interactive media agreement. For additional information regarding the strike rules and notices, please visit our strike page here." And then they link to essentially a guide, an FAQ, on how people are supposed to fill out the application for an interim interactive media agreement. This guide is designed to give you a brief understanding of the agreement, the pre-production process, signing the agreement, the production process, administering the agreement, as well as frequently asked questions. And if you flip down a few pages, you arrive at a section called Cast Clearance. And this is where things start to get a little fucky. As soon as your cast is determined, submit all performer information to cast clearance prior to their start date. This is the very first step for every performer you engage. Note it makes no distinction between union and non-union performer. Every performer needs to be sent along to cast clearance. All performers must be current on their dues and in good standing with the union before they work for you. The cast clearance process will provide you with a clearance report that lists each performer's membership status, which is important for you to know in order to avoid penalties. To clear your cast, you will need to have a caller ID assigned to you. If you have not yet been assigned a caller ID, please complete the cast clearance access request form. If you have previously been assigned a caller ID, please log into your account at sagaftra.org to clear talent. If you have any questions or need assistance, please call our cast clearance department. And then they have a section called the Taft-Hartley Report, Principal and Background Performance. For performers who are not yet SAG-AFTRA members, you will receive the status of NR, or No Record, from Cast Clearance. This lets you know you must submit a Taft-Hartley report to your business representative, along with the performer's headshot and resume. This form must be completed and returned to the union after the performer's work date, but no later than 30 days from the work date. No later than 30 business days from the work date. The Taft-Hartley will create a notice in our system that this performer has worked on a SAG-AFTRA project for the first time, which is the first step for the performer becoming eligible to join the union. As long as the performer is deemed a qualified professional performer, there is no fine to the producer for hiring the performer and submitting a Taft-Hartley report. A qualified professional performer is a person who has had sufficient training or experience so as to qualify for a career as a professional performer and who intends to be available for employment to pursue a career in the industry. Now, some of you may ask, what the fuck is a Taft-Hartley report? Good thing that SAG-AFTRA fails to answer, because if you go onto their webpage, they have a whole section titled "What is a Taft-Hartley report?" and they explain whenever a signatory producer hires a performer that is not a member of SAG-AFTRA, they must report such a thing to the union in writing within 15 days of the performer's initial work date, 25 days to on an overnight location, and include the reason for hire along with the performer's headshot and resume. Please note Section 2, Union Security, and Section 14, preferences of employment provisions for the basic agreement apply in full under the 2014 New Media Agreement, including liquidated damages. Basically, this entire section, instead of explaining what a Taft-Hartley report actually is, it basically says, this is when you need to file one, this is how you file one, right? And so, you need to look somewhere else. For example, the National Labor Relations Board. Now, this is where I need to thank Sorosness for having this primary source linked in the description of her video, where I was able to find a pretty clear, concise explanation of what the fuck a Taft-Hartley actually is. So, according to this website from the National Labor Relations Board, Taft-Hartley refers to the 1947 Taft-Hartley substantive provisions. where, quote, the Taft-Hartley Act made major changes to the Wagner Act. Although Section 7 was retained intact, in the revised law, new language was added to provide that employees had the right to refrain from participating in union or mutual aid activities, except that they could be required to become members in a union as a condition of employment. Taft-Hartley defined 6 additional unfair labor practices, reflecting Congress's perception that some union conduct also needed correction. The act was amended to protect employees' rights from these unfair practices by unions. The amendments protected employees' Section 7 rights from restraint or coercion by unions, and said that unions could not cause an employer to discriminate against an employee for exercising Section 7 rights. They declared the closed shop illegal, but provided that the employers could sign a union shop agreement under which employees could still be required to join the union on or after the 30th day of employment. Now, basically, what that means. First, the thing that they were trying to outlaw, because unions at this point in time were, according to the government's purview, viewed as having too much power, viewed as abusing their power over non-union workers. Basically, what the government was trying to outlaw was something called closed shops. Closed shops are shops that have agreement with their unions to only ever hire union workers. Now, naturally, what that does is it ends up creating a different kind of monopoly, because if they can only ever hire union workers, then every worker has to join a union, otherwise they just can't work if there are too many of these closed shops in place. And as a result, what the government tried to do in order to get rid of these closed shops is add in an extra stipulation. People who weren't a part of union can work with shops that have signed agreements with unions, right? In other words, the signed agreements could not say that said shop that has the agreement can only hire union workers. But it can say that every non-union worker that ends up working at that shop that has a signed agreement with the union needs to join the union after a 30-day period where they can work without any need to join. This was basically an attempt at making it so that workers didn't have to choose between unemployment and joining a union. They could still work for a small time, right, 30 days, and according to SAG-AFTRA in later documents, that 30 days can be extended twice by 30 more days each time. So a total of 90 days maximum where you work on union projects or projects that have a signed agreement with a union without being union yourself. However, after that point, you do either need to sign up with the union or you need to quit that job. Unfortunately, that's just how it works. And as a result, what ends up happening is if you have a union that is trying to turn every single project it touches into a union project, what that essentially means is if it ends up imposing Taft-Hartley on all of those projects as well, congratulations. What they have are a bunch of closed shops that don't go by the name of a closed shop, aren't technically a closed shop, but they basically function indistinguishably from a closed shop. And so, what people realized after coming to terms with what the fuck a Taft-Hartley was, is if you go and you look at the SAG-AFTRA tiered budget independent interactive media agreements, as well as the independent interactive localization agreements, and you flip down to their page 2s, I believe, the section 6, on which they say union security. They have stipulations on what kind of employees are okay for you to hire. Quote, employer will only employ performers covered by this agreement who are members of SAG-AFTRA in good standing, or those who shall make application for membership on the 30th day following the beginning of employment, and thereafter maintain such membership in good standing as a condition of employment. Nothing in this agreement will be construed as preventing employer from hiring non-SAG-AFTRA members in accordance with the Taft-Hartley Act to perform in interactive programs. What that little sentence at the end basically means is this agreement isn't intended to stop you from hiring people. It just states that you are going to have to make sure they join SAG if they want to keep working on the project after that first 30-day period. Employer shall pay to SAG-AFTRA as liquidated damages the sum of $500 for each breach by the employer of the provisions of this section. Any breach of this section is subject to arbitration. Each time the employer hires a performer in violation of this section, it shall be considered a separate breach irrespective of the number of days of employment. It is the employer's responsibility to ascertain if each performer is a member of SAG-AFTRA in good standing. Employer shall provide SAG-AFTRA the names of performers to be used in production of interactive material no later than the time of hiring or 48 hours in advance of the initial session, whichever is later. Yeah, exactly. Ole Valar. At no point in this section does it specify that this is limited to US citizens. Now, what you may very quickly realize is this is a clause that doesn't fucking work overseas. Especially if you are part of a trade labor union, like, for example, China's, which may or may not have stipulations that people who are a part of their union cannot just join an overseas union willy-nilly. And what happens then, if you are working on an international project and you cannot sign this because, according to the Taft-Hartley, well, yeah, sure, you can hire people who aren't part of SAG-AFTRA. Yeah, sure, they can keep working on your project past the first 30-day period, even though you signed this agreement. But now you open yourself up to arbitration, in the words of this contract, to SAG-AFTRA. And they can now proceed to ask for liquidated damages to the tune of $500 per instance of breach. And I don't know about you, but I don't think any game company whose aim is making profit and maximizing profit margins would be very interested in taking on that element of risk. And so, what we have here is a far more realistic reason as to why MiHoYo would not want to sign an agreement with SAG-AFTRA than BMA AI protections, which we already know MiHoYo has no issue with. And what ends up happening is people started realizing this. That SAG-AFTRA tweet where they tagged Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, and ZZZ slapped with a community note. Quote, "This agreement has severe limitations on how MiHoYo can work with non-union voice actors, including a lifetime term limit for the voice actor and eventually forcing the voice actor to either join the union, which has a large entry cost and fees, or to stop working on the project." And in addition to this, everyday people who were tuning into this entire discussion, they started weighing in on how deceptive what SAG-AFTRA was doing as well. Ginny, the way SAG tagged all three Hoyoverse games is such a scummy move, trying to frame it like it was all about the quote-unquote AI protections, when they just want to snag every single Hoyo VA under their union, when Hoyoverse is literally not involved as a target company for the reason behind the strikes. Oh my fucking god. Kurufal, SAG-AFTRA tagged ZZZ when they already have a deal with Soundcaded Studio, which offers explicit AI protections. Ask yourself, why would MiHoYo not sign the SAG-AFTRA agreement if they have already signed with other studios that have AI protections? Inkfi, my honest opinion is that this contract is shady as hell, and no wonder Hoyo wouldn't sign it. The fact that they have signed contracts with other VA companies that include AI protections but won't with this says a lot. And finally, Riz. So you sent union members to a non-union project, and after half of their cast is union members, you force the project to turn union by retracting all of the union cast. Cough. Colonialism. Cough. And they link to an FAQ from SAG-AFTRA's website where it says, wrong, you are allowed to audition for non-union work, however you cannot work without a union contract. Get the part, you're likely to stand out in a non-union crowd. Sorry, I have to expel the bullshit. Once you're offered this role, explain you can't do the role unless it's union. Let the producer know that going union is not nearly as complicated or as expensive as they might imagine. Staff is right here in Texas to help with the paperwork. In fact, you are encouraged to audition for non-union work because non-union producers get a chance to see amazing talent they wouldn't otherwise see. When you land the job and get a union contract, you turn the non-union project union. And finally, you can help organize more work by sharing information about non-union producers, companies with union staff. So yeah, that whole conspiracy theory about the union tacitly encouraging workers to audition but fall short of working on a non-union project, apparently it seems like that's something that is actually endorsed, or at least at some point in time was actually endorsed. And now we have a problem, because everybody has now seen and latched onto what is a far more logical, real reason for MiHoYo's apprehension when it comes to SAG-AFTRA. And that retroactively recontextualizes what the members were doing when they kept going on about AI protections. Because the best case scenario is they were completely ignorant of the way that other countries and other cultures operate, because they had no clue that, for example, China had AI protections not just negotiated between unions and bargaining groups, but between, the fucking law. But within the fucking law. So, best case scenario, they are an ignorant American. Worst case scenario, they are an imperial American. Because, well, with full knowledge, worst case scenario, right? With full knowledge of the fact that MiHoYo doesn't actually have a problem with AI protections, they've been crying the entire time about how they won't sign the agreement because of AI protections, when in actuality a far more logical reason would be because of that fucking Taft-Hartley clause that doesn't actually make any sense when you try to impose it upon an industry that exists outside of the US. And project outside of the US. And so we reached this stage where audiences en masse were beginning to realize this, and this is where we reach the tail end of fuck around and find out. Because at this point it had broken containment. It wasn't just the EN audience, it wasn't just the EN player base, it wasn't just the EN actors that had become aware of this situation. No. Now, this reached the only player base that MiHoYo actually gives a fuck about, the Chinese player base. In this thread that was made by Mizu, the person documents exactly how the Chinese player base first became aware of this controversy and their opinions and perspectives as to how this situation has evolved since the beginning point. Quote, I find it hilarious that Hoyoverse isn't even the cruel ones that are heartlessly recasting SAG-AFTRA cast for no reason, but rather it's the CN player base that is threatening to drop the game if they don't recast. Imagine screwing up so badly that the Chinese players want you gone. Did you know that Duncan Crabtree Ireland once stated that non-union VAs are of lesser quality? I saw that quote floating around in some of the comments sections, but I couldn't find the original source of him saying that, so I chose not to include it. If you do have a source, though, feel free to let me know. I'll just search it up and add it into the slides before I upload them to Patreon, though, after the stream. And then they include a screenshot of a YouTube comment saying, expanding on Chinese player responses, according to friends in China, players are uninstalling the game in droves as protest and sending emails to Peng Bao, the voice director, demanding him to pressure the English side and have the unprofessional VAs removed. It immediately got so bad that Hoyoverse/MiHoYo made an official statement asking people to stop because it was freezing his computer. Yeah, not UTT Mizu, not Femboy Mizu. Different Mizu. And then the thread goes on. I figured out why Chinese players are protesting. They're feeling insulted, saying that Americans are bullying a Chinese company and that Westerners are shameless/greedy, even asking MiHoYo which side they're on, assuming it's referring to US versus China, and they already called SAG-AFTRA mafia. So again, this perception was spreading. To summarize, Chinese players don't like NA/SAG-AFTRA's attitude where they treat the Chinese company as a pushover/doormat, so they will force the union VAs out of the voice cast by boycotting Hoyo/MiHoYo's game. SAG-AFTRA also forgot how prideful the Chinese people are, lol. And since we know how much power the Chinese whales have over Hoyo/MiHoYo from past events in the Hoyo community, their demands will likely be met. The problematic VAs will, in other words, get recasted because Hoyo/MiHoYo can't afford losing the group that funds their games. MiHoYoverse/MiHoYo represent China and SAG-AFTRA represents America. What the Chinese players see is Americans trying to bully their country. No wonder they want to force Peng Bao to recast the individuals that are hurting the Chinese pride, and even asking which side he's on. Skull emoji. Kendra, it can't be coincidence that half the cast is specifically union for the most popular game of the decade, 2 out of 2. Yeah, exactly. It seems very deliberate, right? And so, as a result, now, this whole debacle has reached the eyes of the Chinese player base. And now, some of the members of that Chinese player base are starting to clamor for Hoyo to just ditch these problematic union actors. And it is a very real possibility that they may even be taken seriously because they are the people who actually fund Hoyo's games, like the tweet said. They are the ones who shell out money. And so, SAG has essentially made an enemy that they cannot afford to have. Same thing goes for their voice actors. And they did it because they kept parroting the talking point about the entire thing being about AI protections, whereas that didn't actually make any real sense. And the more people were incentivized to go dig into the contract, dig into SAG-AFTRA's web pages, their information about themselves, the more people started to become convinced that the AI protections had nothing to do with it. Brandon, they deleted the non-union VAs are of lesser quality quote from the internet. It originally was from a podcast posted by SAG-AFTRA. That explains why I wasn't able to find a primary source. Okay, that makes sense. I wonder if I can find an archive somewhere. I might do some digging after I end stream. Sai, thank you for being a Footstool for 4 months. Good morning, chat. Good morning to you too, Sai. And so, we reach a point where, for want of a better way of phrasing it, it's terminal, right? What SAG-AFTRA and their representatives have done is they have essentially torpedoed the way that their union is viewed, both in the eyes of the player base that they are supposedly catering to, the EN audience, and the player base that actually fucking matters, the Chinese audience. And in the eyes of both of those audiences, what SAG-AFTRA has essentially lost is their brand, their reputability, the way that people see them as a positive force for the industry. And so, to explain exactly how hard SAG-AFTRA has fucked this and why they have fucked this, we need to go back to what we've talked about before on prior streams about the whole premise, the practice of branding. To remind you guys, brilliant quote by Kotler et al. In this book called Brands and Cultural Analysis. A pretty catch-all definition of what a brand actually is, quote, a name, term, sign, symbol, design, or combination of these elements that is intended to identify the goods and services of a seller and differentiate them from those of competitors. In other words, in order to have a functional brand, it needs to have two functions, right? It needs to do two things at once. One needs to identify what it is / what it does, and two, it needs to differentiate itself, alienate itself, distance itself from what it is not, what it doesn't do. For something like McDonald's, it's pretty easy, right? Identification, burgers and fries, Happy Meals. Differentiation, fried chicken and spice, right? Yes, you do have chicken nuggets, but you're not going to find fried chicken at McDonald's the same way you would expect it from somewhere like KFC. And you're not going to expect spice from McDonald's the same way you might expect it from, for example, Nando's with their peri peri. And so, when you look at the functions of a brand, it needs to be able to do both. And when you apply this to SAG-AFTRA, the question then arises, what are the two components of SAG-AFTRA's brand? Or in a more general sense, any union's brand. What does it identify as? What is it differentiating itself from? How does it identify and differentiate itself from its, how does it identify its purpose as well as differentiate itself from its competitors, respectively? And so, we hit on two fundamental facts. Two fundamental, realities that we need to acknowledge before we can answer that question, right? First, that the function of a union is to make things happen in the industry that they operate in. And second, the old business adage, nothing happens until somebody sells something. And when you put these two realities of the world together, you hit upon a crucial question that anyone seeking to understand a union, including, people from the union, anyone seeking to understand a union needs to ask themselves if they want to be able to represent it in an appealing manner to the public. And that is, what do unions sell? And the answer is, well, that's kind of complicated, because it depends on who you ask. Unions cater to a whole bunch of different people with a whole bunch of different priorities and motivations. As a result, when it comes to what do unions sell, when it comes to how you answer that question, your answer is going to change slightly depending on which party that is being sold something you are asking. For example, union members. What unions sell to union members? Pretty simple, right? Protections, benefits, prestige, right? Protections including things like job security, workplace safety, etc., etc., etc. Benefits, worker advocacy, health insurance, pension, all of those things. And finally, prestige. Just being able to say that you're part of an organization that has some sort of reputation attached to it, right? Now, we might be more inclined to point and laugh at that last part, right? Because, well, no... I think it's safe to say that a lot of people are going to be walking away from the last week with a very negative view of SAG-AFTRA. But, in all other areas, it is generally safe to say that SAG-AFTRA does have some cachet among the crowds of, video producers, directors, actors, whatever, right? Because it is an organization that has a rep, that it has built up over the course of decades, even though it is kind of falling on its face now. When it comes to what do unions sell to their board or staff, though, that gets a little bit different. You still get things like benefits, right? Because you get things like, I would assume, you are improving the industry that you work in, so you benefit from things like increased industry, higher industry standards. You benefit from things like having health insurance. You have, health insurance, pension, yada yada yada. You have prestige as well because you are, you have the clout of being someone who advocates for workers' rights, right? I am the head of the democracy that exists within my industry. But you also have things like salaries. This is where we get into something that's commonly talked about as if it should deflect from criticism of unions. But unions can be non-profit but still have an obligation to make money. Like, those two things do not contradict one another. Because non-profit doesn't mean charity. Non-profit doesn't mean volunteer. Non-profit just means that all of the income that would have been classed as profit is cycled back into the operations of the industry in the form of expenses. What that means is, well, what those expenses are, it's up to interpretation. It could be salaries, it could be work expenses, including trips, including various forms of transport, possibly the private jet variety, depending on what you're dealing with here. It could be assets, it could be anything, basically. Any sort of asset that you need in order to operate your business from the day to day, right? So, again, just because an organization is non-profit doesn't mean it should be confused with any sort of charity or any sort of virtue or inherent philanthropy or virtue. Because what often ends up happening is a lot of these organizations have realized that non-profit is very commonly in the minds of the average member of the public associated with philanthropy and charity. And they prey upon that lack of distinction. Because non-profit, like I said before, does not inherently mean that you don't need to make money. Bill Gates owns plenty of non-profits. They all make money. It's just they get cycled back into the business in the form of expenses. Now, what those expenses are, like I said, up to interpretation. Tax write-offs galore. But in any case, same thing happens for unions, right? Unions need to make money somehow. They need to be able to sustain themselves, meaning they need to be able to fund the salaries, the benefits, the legal costs of their daily operations, right? The people who make their organization work. However, there is a third group that unions need to be able to sell something to. A third group that, in this particular situation, both SAG-AFTRA and its representatives, or most of its representatives, seem to have taken for granted, to have overlooked, forgotten about. And that third party, that third member, that third audience are the public. But then the question becomes, what does a union sell to the public? What are the things that the union relies on in order to remain sympathetic in the eyes of the public? What is the service or the good that the union provides? Because it doesn't provide protections, it doesn't provide benefits, it certainly doesn't provide prestige, because you're not involved in making the product, you're just consuming it, right? And the answer is, well, it's a combination of two things. The quality of the product and the peace of mind in buying it. The reassurance that it's made by people who are respectable, who know their stuff, who have a duty to make high quality product. It all comes back to quality. It all comes back to being able to buy something that at the end of the day is higher quality than what would have been made if they were not part of a union. That is the main thing that they sell. Quality assurance. But not just quality. Not just quality of the product or the end product or the end service. No. Quality of the person making it as well. A combination of principles and productivity. And we've talked about this before on this channel, but what is the term that we use for the union, no pun intended, of productivity and principles? The answer is professionalism. The ability to do your job competently while holding yourself to a certain standard of conduct and ethical behavior. And when you realize that unions sell professionalism to the public, things start to make a bit more sense as to how they might risk alienating the public. Because when it comes to the way that unions sell professionalism, they sell industry-leading quality, productivity, and then on top of that, they also sell industry-leading conduct in the form of principles, right? Every member needs to be an embodiment of what you assume the best advocates for that industry look like, right? Quality assurance of both product and worker. Yeah, basically, that's a good way of putting it, Tomahawk. So basically, ethically made products by good people. Not just ethically made products by good people, but good ethically made products by good people, right? That's the premise of the union. That is the ideal sales pitch that the union sells to the public. And again, I get that this might be, funny in the sense that this is rarely ever actually the case in reality. But ideally, this is what most of union marketing to the public is based off of. Think about whenever a union is trying to justify a strike and talks to a newspaper about it. It's always, think about how our hardworking workers are professionally aggrieved by these exploitative companies. It's always trying to get the public to be sympathetic with the worker by playing up the worker's virtues. They're hardworking. They have a family to feed. They're dedicated. They're skillful. They are just exploited. Problem is, what happens when your worker throws a wrench in that by being dislikable, hard to sympathize with, contemptuous of the public even? The answer? You fuck yourself. Because what is currently happening is that SAG-AFTRA has broken that covenant, that sales pitch with the public. Because now what people are realizing is that SAG has failed to sell professionalism. The members have essentially they've engaged in possibly one of the most shameful shit-flinging competitions we have ever seen in Genshin Impact, or perhaps even in mobile gacha games in recent memory. And on top of that, Well, you can't even say that you are selling a good product, because as a direct result of the strikes, people are now having to deal with Genshin Impact, but with certain sections going voiceless. So the quality of the product is deteriorated as well. And as a result, now the union is not viewed as an ally. Now the union is not viewed as a positive influence on the industry. No, now it's viewed as an antagonist. Now it's viewed as a malicious force, something that impedes productivity in this industry. And as a result, people are clamoring to have it cut out like a tumor. Now, granted, if you went off of everything that I've been talking about up until this point, you may very well fall into the assumption that every single actor that was trying to speak up on SAG-AFTRA's behalf has been doing nothing but making a complete and utter ass out of themselves. And you can be forgiven for thinking that. However, I do want to balance that out even just a little bit by giving you an example of a SAG-AFTRA representative member who did try to articulate reasons as to why SAG-AFTRA deserves to exist in this industry and why the agreement might be a good idea. See, the problem is, at this particular point in time, people identified the specific antagonistic practice as the Taft-Hartley clause, because now everyone was viewing that as being something that held no utility and was something that restricted the way that the union and its members could operate in this industry. They viewed it as an imperialist attempt at expanding American ways of doing business onto a worldwide stage. And so, the only way that you can push back against that is by somehow justifying. You can't play down the magnitude of what the Taft-Hartley clause demands, because if you do that, people will see through that instantly and they will call you a shill and, whatever. So it won't work. The only way you can push back against that, even slightly, is by trying to justify taking up the Taft-Hartley. Trying to say that, in general, projects becoming union is a good thing. People becoming union is a good thing. Never mind if they actually can't because they work overseas and or they belong to a foreign union. Never mind that. Let's gloss over that for a second, right? The only way you can push back against that public sentiment is by trying to emphasize the benefits of going union. And that is exactly what a member of SAG-AFTRA by the name of Koi Dao tried to do. The day that this was all going down, right, Koi Dao would quote tweet one of his older posts saying, "If you're just learning about the video game strike, I want to clarify key details that I see getting distorted a lot. Generally, the developer decides whether to sign an interim agreement, not the recording studio. Often, a studio is only a middleman. They do not set this term." Again, this ties back to what I was talking about why MiHoYo was the one at the center of this entire claim that, but AI protections, not the studios that were affiliated with it. And then to this, he quote tweeted it on the day saying, "Taps the sign with incomprehensible force. Any video game can bring back their full voice cast immediately during the strike once they agree to enforceable AI protections via a SAG interim agreement, and the game can still keep its non-union actors after doing so." Now that is technically true, but we'll get into what the stipulations on that are in a bit. This is not a union actor versus non-union actor conflict. Good luck trying to argue that nowadays. The goal of the strike is to ensure that this craft isn't lost to AI. So again, he's trying to appeal to some sort of moralistic, wider, higher calling, right? This is, again, as much as he seems to be trying to do this in a respectful and honest manner, this is very much a moral panic tactic where you try to make it out as if you are arguing for the existence of something, right? It's an existential threat rather than a professional disagreement. Because make no mistake, AI protections, that's an existential threat. But MiHoYo not signing the SAG interim contract and the AI protections that are contained in that is very much a professional disagreement, not an existential one. And that is a distinction that none of these advocates of the Taft-Hartley process, of SAG-AFTRA, have ever bothered to clarify. That you can have a professional disagreement with SAG-AFTRA about not wanting to sign their interim agreement, their interim contract, without also being an existential threat to voice acting as a trade. They never seem to realize that. They never seem to state that. But to go on, we've a common goal, which is why so many non-union actors are holding the line aside their union castmates. Yeah, maybe in America, not overseas, despite having no obligation to do so. Non-union actors are among those getting recast across the industry right now because they were holding out for enforceable AI protections. They understood that without these protections, the job disappears for all VAs, and I desperately don't want their sacrifices to be in vain. Considering how some VAs acted, they might as sure have made it a versus match. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And then, one day later, Koi would come back with an attempt at a thread clarifying some of the commonly asked questions, the FAQs, if you will, that the members of the public had about the situation, and to try and correct what he referred to as misinformation surrounding the situation. Now, a few things. Funny aspect about this, and this might occur to some people who have been watching my content for a while. As we go through this thread, you may notice that it does something that is quite popular among some of the journalists that we've been talking about in terms of how it uses framing to set a very specific agenda. And that agenda is that the SAG-AFTRA interim agreement is completely harmless to MiHoYo, and to sign that would only ever yield benefits, not costs. To go on, to actually see what it is he has to say. Answers to common questions and concerns regarding the ongoing video game voice actor strike. Heart emoji. Quote, if you have so much trouble getting certain projects to sign an interim agreement, there must be something unreasonable about it, right? And to which he says, nearly 200 projects have signed a SAG interim agreement since the start of the strike, including projects developed overseas. If any provisions in this agreement were unreasonable, that number would be closer to zero. Now, a little bit of an exercise for you guys. What information is he omitting that would considerably change the dynamic of what he just said? Or more precisely, yeah, there we go, Yugure, 200 of what? Because as is, this is a completely meaningless sentence. Nearly 200 projects have signed a SAG interim agreement. Okay, sure. If any provisions in this agreement were unreasonable, that number would be closer to zero. Closer than what exactly? How many projects across the world, mind you, not just in America, across the world, because let's not forget, video gaming is an international industry. How many agreements across the world didn't sign a SAG interim agreement? Because I'm willing to bet that whatever that number is, it is, well, let's just say that 200 is a lot closer to zero than that number of projects. So, again, this is a pretty nothing answer to that question that doesn't really answer it, but just gives the illusion of addressing it. Second bit of the thread. Note, if you've heard the term 3 Taft-Hartleys, that's just a shorthand way of referring to the 3 30-day periods at the all-you-can-work union buffet, which the Taft-Hartley gives you. And then he tries to explain that further. Okay, but, quote, okay, but if a project signs on and goes union, is it forced to replace all its non-union actors? To which Koi responds, no. A non-union actor can work on a union project thanks to the Taft-Hartley Act. The production would just have to fill out a one-page form for each non-union actor. Here's a simplified breakdown of how the process works. And then he goes on to state, non-union actor books a union job. The production files a Taft-Hartley to allow this actor to work the job. After that, Taft-Hartley is filed. They have 30 days to work at the union they booked, at the union job they booked, as well as the other union jobs that they want to work at. They are now SAG eligible. They will be paid the union rates for those jobs. They are protected under a union contract. When that 30-day period ends, the actor is classified as a must join, but may request 2 additional 30-day periods at the all-you-can-work union buffet prior to joining. After all 3 30-day periods have elapsed, if the actor wants to continue working on union projects, they will have to join prior to their next union session. What's being omitted here? Or, I suppose not entirely omitted, but certainly downplayed. They are missing how big that page is. Yeah. Can someone remind me what was the real probable reason? The Taft-Hartley's basically stipulation that you can sign on non-union workers, but they can only work for 30 days, maximum 90 days, before they actually need to join the union. It's not lifetime employment. Exactly. So a more accurate response to that question, okay, but if a project signs on and goes union, is it forced to replace all its non-union actors? The answer should not have been no. The answer should have been not immediately. Because should that project go on for a longer period than 90 days, which, let's be honest, if it is a project that is capable of hiring actors, it probably will. If the project goes on for longer than that point, if you are a non-union actor and that is a project that is now classed as union due to having a signed agreement with SAG-AFTRA, yes, you will have to either sign up to SAG-AFTRA, or if you can't, for whatever reason, plenty of reasons, to be honest, if you're an overseas actor belonging to an overseas union, you just have to leave. And so that is, again, something that is kind of not really mentioned in this response. Yeah. Speed on. The answer is eventually, not no, as Koi has said. The third part of the thread, in this section, Koi says, the Taft-Hartley process has its limits. More on that. Quote, but it sounds like the Taft-Hartley process can be exhausting and that the actor will have to join eventually. Correct. Under normal circumstances. After the third 30-day period, the actor is required to join if they wish to continue working on union projects. However, with the ongoing strike, the SAG negotiating committee has publicly stated that they want to help non-union actors keep their jobs and eliminate whatever complications they can to that end. As such, they are able to negotiate a waiver for a must-join rule. This must be granted on a case-by-case basis, and details of the waiver would be determined in negotiations between the production and the SAG negotiating committee. Problem is, that's completely subjective. That is a case-by-case basis, up to the mercy of the union, so why would a company even sign that in the first place? And so, this leads to the logical next question that Koi attempts to answer. Quote, the production has to negotiate, so it's not a guarantee. I don't like that. And then Koi says, bro, I promise they're not going to flip a coin to decide whether or not to grant the waiver. Negotiations are necessary, if only to make sure neither party is conditioning their commitment on some kind of loophole that undermines the other. And with the existential threat of AI, it is very much the union's interest to grant these waivers wherever they can to get productions to agree to AI protections. Now, specifically in the context of this thread being made immediately after the Genshin controversy, what information is missing from this response to that specific question? I'm going to take another break to hydrate for a little bit. Unironically, trust me, bro. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Guarantees? No. In fact, instead of saying that there will be a guarantee, Koi pretty much says that, yeah, there isn't a guarantee, and that's part of the process. Who's protecting the non-union workers? Not quite, no. You can't ask a union member to leave their local union in order to join an overseas one? Yes, exactly. On top of that, though, he doesn't mention the fact that in specific case of this controversy, MiHoYo already has to abide by AI protections, both in terms of, because of, the country that it's headquartered in, as well as at least the production company that we know that it's affiliated with, which is Sound Cadence. They have AI protections. And so, this entire response is especially hollow when you consider it in the context of Genshin not only being an international project with international actors that belong to other actors, that non-SAG actors that belong to unions overseas. But it is doubly hollow when you consider the fact that Taft-Hartley, in this case, offers zero utility insofar as AI protections, because MiHoYo already has to provide them. And then, to go on, fourth part of the thread, regarding international talent. Question, and how does this affect voice actors outside the US? Question mark. To which Koi replies, actors outside the US can, and often do, work on SAG-AFTRA projects, and since they're outside the union's jurisdiction, they do not have to join a union unless they want to. The same is true for US actors who live in right-to-work states, such as Texas. There are currently 26 such states. Now, this isn't something that this statement has necessarily omitted on its own, but it's certainly information that we've touched on at the beginning of this stream, or about halfway through this stream. What information that SAG-AFTRA has provided that maybe, just maybe, make what Koi said here a little redundant? That whole point about being outside the union's jurisdiction. Because if you remember, there is very much reason to doubt how that would prevent Taft-Hartley from coming into effect, even if the worker is a foreign one that belongs to an overseas union. Global Rule 1. Exactly. That section in their We Stand Together webpage, where they say the National Board, however, may determine that Rule 1 should apply in any jurisdiction. Which makes it so that what Koi said, if, again, granted, this is conditional on me reading this sentence correctly, that essentially makes what Koi said completely meaningless, because it doesn't matter if a project happens outside of a union's jurisdiction if the union's board can just decide that any jurisdiction becomes subject to Global Rule 1 at any point in time, or specifically subject to their jurisdiction at any point in time. You can make the argument that, Global Rule 1 and Taft-Hartley might apply under different jurisdictions. Well, not really, since they both operate under, the union. Unless you were going to say that Taft-Hartley only applies under US jurisdiction, whereas Global Rule 1 applies under SAG-AFTRA jurisdiction. In which case, well, that's not really a distinction that Koi bothers to try and create in this response. And then part 5 of the thread. Sorry, is that part 5? Yes, part 5 of the thread. The question, I'm not a huge fan of the union. They are a means to the end. This is still a lot of maybes. Why should I believe you? You sound like a union shill. To which he responds, my dude, I totally understand that none of this is close to perfect, and I am not a union fanatic by any means. There are multiple documented instances of me publicly calling out the union leadership, but if AI eliminates this job, then it won't matter how any voice actor feels about the union. Video game voice acting will be a thing of the past. I want to make sure that this job still exists in 5 to 10 years for all aspiring voice actors to have a shot at chasing this dream, and the union is the only sufficiently powerful tool we have to that end. Only sufficiently powerful tool? Ever heard of law? Civil code, maybe? Maybe, maybe you wouldn't need this bargaining agreement with your union if you could just, I don't know, have it written into your actual legislation? Maybe? Maybe that's a tool that maybe, just maybe, might be a little more effective at, granting AI protections to people than a bargaining agreement made by a union. But maybe that's just me. However, to go on. And that union is the only thing sufficiently powerful tool we have in the end. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but if making sure that non-union VAs can still work is your main concern, you gotta bet on the entity trying to save this art form from extinction, not the one with the incentive to replace all actors with AI. Yeah, Kendra, it's basically, I may be a shill, but what about the AI tech, right? Again, I know it's not perfect, but we can't wait for the perfect solution when AI is at the doorstep and already replacing human VAs. It is significantly easier for actors to fix the imperfections of a labor union Oh, really? Really now? Than it is to be beholden to the members and rallies of public support. To its members and relies on public support. A union which is beholden to its members and relies on public support than it is for any one of us to individually dictate the actions of a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Now, it is gratifying that there does seem to be at least 2 SAG-AFTRA actors that understand the need for public support if you are working a union job or being a member of a union or representing a union. But, again, what information is missing from this? From his repeated cries of, but my AI. Of how this is a trade that is under threat. VAs are being replaced by AI. What is missing from this, yet again? Bit of a recurring theme across this thread. To be completely fair, there's a difference between law protecting you from being impersonated by AI and original AI voice being used on a project. That is true, but again, there is... Well, insofar as the law goes, it is possible to try and institute that into labor law. And to say that the union is the most powerful tool, I think, is a little misleading. They're missing common sense. Exactly, Jocelyn. AI protections are already given by the studios. It is already a thing. This argument that voice acting is going to go extinct if MiHoYo doesn't sign a SAG-AFTRA interim agreement. No. Other companies, other countries have their own protections around AI. That doesn't mean that voice acting is going to die. It just means that SAG-AFTRA is not going to get its interim agreement signed. That is as bad as it gets, and making it out to be this existential threat to the entire industry and trade is extraordinarily misleading. Finally, the last part. Thank you for making it all the way here, I love you. So the only way to make sure video game voice acting exists in 5 to 10 years now is for both union and non-union actors is to hope that the union can secure AI protections for as many projects as possible? Yes, my beloved. Again, note the way that he's framed that question. The union. Why not unions plural? Because if the argument was, okay, we need to make sure unions still exist so that this industry can exist in 5 to 10 years. Okay, yeah, sure. I'd be on board with that as well. Because, yeah, no shit, you're probably going to need some sort of collective bargaining party in order to push back against corporations. Why the union? As if it's just SAG-AFTRA that does this. Because it's not. Other countries have their unions as well. And those unions will push for things as well. For example, the entire continent of Europe. Because I very much doubt that Europe is going to allow their voice actors to simply get replaced by AI. And yet they are not SAG-AFTRA, and yet they do not operate via similar rules as SAG-AFTRA. SAG-AFTRA is, for all intents and purposes, an entity that has and abides by rules that are completely unique, idiosyncratic to the environment of US, of America as a country, the way its laws have developed, the way society has developed, its history, its constitution, its culture. Again, there is this extremely irritating underlying assumption across a lot of these attempts to justify SAG-AFTRA's terms that SAG-AFTRA's methods are somehow universal. They are not. In fact, they are the opposite. They are, like I just said, incredibly specific to the US, which means that if you attempted to move it into an entirely different context, free from US culture, US law, US history, it would make zero sense. And the problem is, a lot of these actors that are advocating for the Taft-Hartley thing, and also advocating for people to sign the SAG interim agreement, don't seem to be acknowledging that distinction. The fact that the agreement that they are trying to push, they are trying to justify, is wholly designed around the country that it originated from. No other country has the context, culture, customs, law that would accommodate that agreement making sense. And yet there doesn't seem to be any acknowledgement of that. It's all the union. the SAG interim agreement. There's no acknowledgement of unions as they exist outside of the US, or as they may exist according to a different standard or code of conduct or, different methods as used in the US. It's just the union, SAG-AFTRA. And above all, it is this seemingly oblivious, caricature-esque embodiment of the most stereotypical egocentrism, American egocentrism, that is being espoused by so many of these Ian voice actors that I find to be supremely annoying when I've been looking through this entire situation. Because these people, I'm not entirely sure that they understand the concept of there being foreign unions, to be completely honest. So what about a certain union, Soviet? Sure. The union implies that other unions are a tier below SAG-AFTRA. Exactly. And that's the thing that irritates me. The lack of understanding and acknowledgement that there do exist other unions that accomplish the same job just using different methods, which makes it all the more silly for SAG-AFTRA to insist that its method reigns supreme in an international project such as Genshin Impact. SAG-AFTRA is the guest in the house that is Genshin Impact, not the other way around. And so he has that other section saying, how can I help? Use your voice. Let the projects you care about know with grace that you would like them to negotiate with SAG-AFTRA. Again, why SAG-AFTRA as opposed to literally any other union across the globe? Because there doesn't seem to be any problem with the other unions. Only SAG-AFTRA. Why might that be? Maybe consider that maybe just maybe SAG-AFTRA's agreements have clauses that are idiosyncratic to American society, culture, industry that simply don't translate overseas. And so the problem may not lie with those overseas industries or overseas companies, but perhaps, maybe, with SAG-AFTRA. Now, he also has another section where he details how, joining a union is completely beneficial because you get health benefits. And I think at this point, right, it is worth considering, right, some of the omissions in terms of his description of SAG-AFTRA. Because if you went by what he was saying, you would have the assumption that SAG-AFTRA is not perfect, but the downsides to joining it are quite low. And I think it's about time that we touched on some of the downsides of joining SAG-AFTRA that are outlined extremely clearly on their own website, as well as some points that I think that his statement could have been a bit more clear on. First thing, the omission we didn't quite talk about. SAG-AFTRA's approach towards what they call AI protections, because it's not exactly what a lot of people may assume. See, the problem with what Coy said is that he was arguing that if you do not join SAG-AFTRA, the industry as a whole is at threat of actors being replaced by AI. But in that particular instance, if that is the position, I do have to ask, what do you mean by being replaced by AI? Does that mean that you don't go into the studio after the first time you record, but you still get paid? Or does it mean that any instance where your voice is being used without you being in a studio counts as replacement? Do you have to, if you are compensated, does that still count as replacement or not? Right? All of these questions to do with what exactly do they mean when they say they are fighting against replacement by AI? And the reason why I say that clarifying that is something that is worth doing if you're trying to defend SAG-AFTRA as a company is very simple. Because SAG-AFTRA's approach towards AI protections, as has been pointed out by quite a few people, does not involve making sure that AI voices are never going to be a thing. And I'm going to talk about this a little bit in the interest of steel-manning somebody else's argument before I disagree with them. I have seen, some of you may not know this, but over the course of 2024, between January 9th and October 28th, SAG has managed to get into agreements with various AI voiceover companies to get exclusive deals on their talents, their members' voices, in return for making sure that those talents are, in their words, ethically, fairly compensated for lending their voices to this, to these companies, right? Making sure that every instance of their voice being used in AI is used with informed consent. Basically, not trying to prevent the curve, but trying to get ahead of it by partnering up with these companies. Now, never mind how much they may or may not be getting paid by these companies in order to allow access to some of their members' voices, or to even offer the option of their members, signing up to lending their voices to these projects. Never mind that, right? We'll leave that aside for a second. I have seen some people argue that this is an example of hypocrisy, right? That this contradicts SAG-AFTRA's commitment to guaranteeing AI protections. And I will push back against that, because I don't think that pushing for AI protections and trying to make sure that pursuing ethical use of AI, I don't think that pursuing ethical use of AI is inherently contradictory to wanting AI protections for your members, right? To steelman the argument, it is perfectly possible that SAG is completely aware that you cannot shut out the AI, the fact that it's going to be used in the industry completely for your members. And so the best way to make sure that if AI is going to be used is not to, prohibition style cut it off, but to legalize it, or to simply form agreements that can allow you to control how AI is used, or how your members' voices are used in AI. However, that steel manning aside, this is a hole. When people point fingers at SAG and say that they are hypocrites for doing this, that is a hole that they completely dug for themselves. Because there have been multiple instances where all of their members have been screeching and screaming for AI protections without specifying exactly what those AI protections should look like. Because protections and regulations are not the same thing. AI protections are a very vague term. It could encompass regulation, but it doesn't automatically, or can't be reasonably assumed to automatically mean that. So when you have days on end, years on end even at this point, of people from your organization screaming about how you need AI protections, but never specifying what that means, now when you just throw that out there for the public to see, well, they don't have a frame of reference upon which to judge it besides your members and their rhetoric. Because the thing is, even if saying you want AI protections is perfectly reasonable, the manner in which they do this is almost always this moralistic end of the world type scenario, or at least end of the industry type scenario, which makes the public predisposition to think that these protections must involve shutting them out entirely, because AI is presented as this sort of omnipresent, almost eldritch threat that you cannot conceive and thus must be shut out in all manner possible. That is, yet again, an assumption, a premise, that the only person you can blame the public for, that you can blame for the public having, being your own members. The whole problem is if you allow all of the discussion around AI to be dominated by essentially panic merchanting, well, congratulations. Now you have a scenario where inherently, if somebody sees you using AI despite having this stance of but AI protections, they are automatically going to assume that you're a hypocrite, even if upon further examination and further scrutiny, the morality, the logical consistency of what you're doing lines up and makes sense. Most people aren't going to extend the benefit of the doubt, and they won't owe that to you either. And this is a perfect example of how it can backfire, because I cannot count the number of tweets that I've seen over the past week alone pointing out how SAG-AFTRA has partnered up with AI voice companies despite all of their actors and members screeching and screaming about needing AI protections. Yeah, actually, steampunk, that's a good point. The problem with turning AI into Satan is that now you have to deal with, oh, don't worry, we bought him. That doesn't make fucking sense. Now does it? And so yet again, SAG-AFTRA's own members have set up this little pit for the company to fall into, and for the company's reputation to fall into, more specifically. However, the second thing, this is something that Corinna mentioned in that rant that she posted on TikTok. SAG-AFTRA's entry fee, right? What if you can't afford SAG-AFTRA's entry fee? Because, make no mistake, there are entry fees. And it is quite steep, because, according to SAG-AFTRA's own websites, all new members, quote, pay a one-time only initiation fee plus the first semi-annual dues at time of joining. The national initiation fee rate is currently $3,000. That's US. I want you to try converting that into yuan or yen or Filipino pesos. And try imagining for a second how much a voice actor from any one of those countries would have to pay in their own currency in order to join this overseas union if the project that they're working on, the international project, mind you, ended up becoming a union project by virtue of signing a SAG-AFTRA agreement. Yeah, that's a steep bill. But to go on, the annual base dues are $236.60. In addition, work dues are calculated at 1.575% of covered earnings up to $1 million. Broadcast members should contact the National Broadcast Department or their local for more information on initiation fees. Now, you may say to yourself, and this is something that Corinna raised as well, right? Didn't you know that there were programs that SAG-AFTRA provides if you can't afford that upfront? What if you can't shill out $3,000 plus 236.6 plus 1.575% of your earnings? What happens if you can't pay that immediately, but you are dying, you're desperate to join SAG-AFTRA? Maybe because you might lose your job if you don't. Well, SAG-AFTRA is going to come to the rescue. They have a solution, something that they support that they offer you in order to help you afford that bill. Quote, don't have the initiation fee? The SAG-AFTRA Federal Credit Union may be able to help. It offers initiation loans for just that purpose, terms of up to 24 months, and the only requirement is that you open an account or belong to SAG-AFTRA Federal Credit Union. If you see a better rate elsewhere, let us know. We will do our best to match or beat that rate. Nothing says accessibility like telling someone who's saying to you that they can't afford your fees to, don't worry, just go into debt with us and your problems will go away. Fucking hell. You know, there's a metaphor somewhere in here. There's a metaphor about imposing expenses on someone and then giving them the option of going into debt to you so they can pay off that expense that you forced onto them. Something government, something how it controls the population. Something debt is enslavement. Something yes. But in any case, income verification is not required in most cases. Excellent. So not only will they give you the option of going into debt, they'll even skip over the point where they actually verify that you have the ability to pay off that debt first. I'm so glad that you don't need income verification in order to apply to go into debt so you can pay your fucking $3,000 SAG-AFTRA initiation fee. How fiscally responsible of SAG-AFTRA to include that little tidbit in their webpage. Oh, for fuck's sake. Apply online at www.SAG-AFTRA at SAG-AFTRAFCU.org. In person at one of our branch offices or by calling our Member Services Center at 818-562-3400. Yummy credit. Oh. By the way, just general advice, right? If you're ever in a position where you need a loan from somebody and you are going to get a loan from an organization that doesn't bother vetting you that doesn't bother with income verification or vetting how much you actually make before they offer you a loan, get the fuck out of that business. Run as fast and far away as you can, because that is not a business that is designed to have any sort of clear one and done, loan scenario where you just pay it back and everything's simple. No, that is a business that operates. Their bread and butter is roping people into loans that they can't pay off easily. Right? That is just don't do that. If you're going to borrow money, one of the easiest green flags that you can look for is they will actually check your income to make sure that you are capable of paying it back before they actually give you the loan in the first place. So, yeah. To go on, Actors Federal Credit Union also offers a union initiation fee loan. Terms include the maximum loan amount not to exceed SAG-AFTRA's current initiation amount. I'm laughing because it's so fucking stupid where they say, you can join us by paying us money, but don't worry about paying us that money. We'll lend you the money to pay that bill that you owe to us, that you only need to pay back to us later on after you join us, after paying that bill. If that sounds idiotic, that's because it is. Fuck. It's so stupid. 5% of loan value required in savings account and rate is dependent upon financing terms selected. Application and a complete list of current rates available at actorsfcu.com. So, yeah. That's that, though. But let's say, for example, that you pay that initiation fee, right? You save up for 6 months, you only eat ramen and eggs for as many weeks as your body can handle, and you manage to scrape together 3,000 USD plus 256.6 USD in whatever your native currency is. And you get that all together, you pay that over to SAG-AFTRA, you don't go into debt just yet. Now you are a SAG-AFTRA member. You're ready to start working SAG-AFTRA union jobs. Well, now that you're a SAG-AFTRA member, surely now you get their healthcare benefits, right? Well, the answer isn't as straightforward as just a yes or a no. Because the thing is, if you go onto SAG-AFTRA's health plan website, they have a section stating that there are eligibility criteria for their healthcare plan, even if you are a member. Quote, the plan provides a comprehensive package of healthcare benefits to participants and their eligible dependents. In order to qualify, the participant must meet eligibility requirements and pay the applicable premium as described in the following sections. Additional rules may apply to certain benefits. Earned active eligibility for health coverage under the plan is established through employment with producers who have signed collective bargaining agreements with SAG-AFTRA. A notice of qualification is sent once eligibility is achieved, and coverage is extended upon receipt of appropriate premium payment. Now, all of that, pretty simple stuff. The real kicker happens in the section after that, which is titled Loss of Coverage. You lose coverage if 1. You do not continue to meet the minimum earnings or days worked requirements during your designated base earnings period, or 2. You do not pay your premium by the required payment date. Generally, your dependent children or spouse lose coverage when you lose coverage, or when they cease to be dependent, child, legal spouse, etc., as defined by the plan. When you lose coverage, the plan will send you a notice outlining your available options. If you lose coverage due to a failure to pay your premium, you will not be entitled to plan coverage for the remainder of your current eligibility period, nor will you be eligible for COBRA coverage. In other words, what that basically means is, if you want to access your healthcare benefits, you need to earn above a certain amount even while you're under the company. It's not an automatic thing. After all, like I said, SAG-AFTRA is not a charity. It's not philanthropy. It's just non-profit. And guess what? If you work for a non-profit, you still need to make money. So if you don't earn above a certain amount every earnings period, you don't qualify for the healthcare plan. All of a sudden, that kind of recontextualizes why, despite coroner trying to brag about how, oh, SAG-AFTRA gives you health benefits, yada, yada, yada. She also had, the day before, a whole tweet thread talking about how she was disabled and she needs the job to feed herself and how the job she works at Genshin can barely cover her medical bills, etc., etc., etc. Now, again, this is not... I don't know if this is unusual for most unions. I didn't get the chance to ask Zan this in our conversation. But, well, it's not as unconditional as what a lot of these union promoters seem to be saying, right? You still have criterion to access that healthcare benefit even after you join the union. And so this adds a little bit more context and credence to some people saying that, okay, I am a voice actor, I am someone who works in this industry, but I don't want to join a union. And especially if you're not making that much, it is very understandable, especially in this case, why you may not want to join a union. Because if you don't make above a certain amount, or worse, if something happens to you that compromises your ability to make money, you might just lose one of the core benefits that makes joining a union even appealing in the first place. And you know when I said something might happen that, something might happen to compromise your ability to earn? See, when I say that, right, generally most people may think of natural disaster, sickness, illness, injury, act of God. What people usually don't think about, though, are things that might affect your income, but were done because of the union itself. And here's where we get to the really idiotic section of the part that made me completely sympathetic to people who don't want to join this union. Because if you go onto the 4-member Strike Basics section of the frequently asked questions that SAG-AFTRA has on their site, they have a question that they address that reads as the following, quote, "What happens if I'm not able to meet eligibility requirements for the SAG-AFTRA health plan next year as a result of the strike? Will my health insurance be extended? If not, what help can SAG-AFTRA provide?" And you want to know what their answer is? Quote, "We understand this is an area of great concern for members, and one of the reasons the decision to strike has not been made lightly. Unfortunately," at that point you just pack it up, right? If you are ever in a position where that is the question that you are being asked and you need to start a sentence with "unfortunately," just stop, right? Just don't go any further. You've already lost. It's Jover, Jowarida. It's done. No more. But to go on for the sake of thoroughness, unfortunately, your health insurance will not be extended due to a strike. However, there are a number of alternative coverage and assistant options available to you. If you do not meet the minimum earnings or days requirement for continued earned eligibility, you will receive a notice advising you of your options, including the Health Plans Cobra program and conversion options. Don't know why I couldn't read that. If you are totally disabled, you may be entitled to an extension of coverage. Glad to know that it's extended to people who are disabled, as to everybody else who, has to participate in that strike. If you lose your current active plan, you may be eligible for the Extended Career Cobra benefit for 2024 if you have at least $20,810 in covered earnings and at least 12 extended career credits. You may be eligible for a reduced premium of 20% of the Cobra premium. For more information, please go to sagaftraplans.org/health/premiums and scroll to Extended Career Cobra premiums. Additionally, residents of New York State may be eligible for Cobra Premium Assistance Program for entertainment industry employees. Please click the link for more information. You may also seek private health insurance coverage through a state health insurance exchange, such as Covered California. Please go to healthcare.gov for more information. Now, again, this could be standard practice among unions, for all I know, outside of America. But if you're going to say that you can call a strike And you're going to confirm that that strike is authorized because 97% of 27% of your eligible members voted yes, right? And now all of a sudden everyone needs to go on strike, and some people may need to stop earning money for whatever reason, and that doesn't qualify as a reason to extend the healthcare benefits because they can't earn money because they're adhering to your strike. I don't know about you, but yes, it could be standard practice, but that sounds like a pretty understandable reason why some people might want to avoid joining. And this is the crux of the matter. See, I don't think that this is a good reason for being, anti-union or all unions are shit, this is horrible, etc., etc. Why would anyone ever join this? I haven't fallen into that way of thinking just yet. Perhaps I may if I see more SAG-AFTRA people talking on social media. But for now, I'm not really of that mind. However, at the same time, what has consistently pissed me off watching this entire situation is how much the people advocating for this union seem to have been willing to completely hand-wave away all apprehension at joining as being purely silly and illogical, where everything that we have seen that has been publicly disclosed, provided, made available to the public by SAG-AFTRA themselves or their representatives has given us plenty of justification for being apprehensive about joining this union. It's not as self-evident a choice as a lot of its advocates like to pretend it is. Because, let's be completely honest, it's kind of silly if you look at something like this and you don't see how the average person who doesn't earn that much in this industry might not be that eager to sign up. And so, well, we hit on the main problem behind all of these things, right? Well, one of them being the... So, at the end of the day, the last thing that Koi omitted from his mention of things, right? Aside from the healthcare benefits that are conditional based on how much you earn, and also subject to strike periods, apparently, no exception gets made for strike periods. Aside from the whole, the fact that there is a joining fee. Aside from how SAG-AFTRA has been approaching the whole AI protections thing in their own specific way, the last thing they fails to mention is again the fact that, as we discussed before, Taft-Hartley wins out in the end. You cannot work on a union project for more than 3 periods of 30 days. If Taft-Hartley takes effect, if you choose to remain non-union, if all of those reasons we just talked about are enough to deter you from joining the union and you choose not to, whether it be because of your personal circumstances or convictions or whatever, or because you're legally incapable of doing that because you belong to another one overseas, you can't work on that union project anymore. That's just how it works. There's no way around it. And so, when you look at this entire situation, when you add in the missing context to what defenders of SAG-AFTRA like Koi are saying, you start to get a picture of the fact that, yes, the union sells, all of these things to union members, the union board sells professionalism to the public. But right now, in the eyes of the public, in the context of this recent controversy, well, the union has failed to provide protections to... Well, it does provide protections, but it provides it to people who don't seem to deserve them, let's be completely honest. And so that little bit is kind of soured in the public's eye. The benefits have now been called into question as being nowhere near as self-evident as what the advocates of SAG-AFTRA have been saying. The prestige is fucking flushed down the toilet by virtue of the actor's own actions. And the professionalism is completely shot as well. So the only party in this entire situation that doesn't seem to have been affected really that much has been the union board. Literally everybody else has come out of this looking or perceiving the union as being worse than they went in. And so, we hit on a rather a rather uncomfortable truth. Because if this is the case, based off of what this controversy has done, what it has exposed about SAG-AFTRA, we come to a pretty uncomfortable realization, right? An uncomfortable set of realizations that, that depends on how pessimistic, how skeptical you have become of SAG-AFTRA at the end of this entire debacle. Because best case scenario, what is going on? Best case scenario, this controversy has revealed that SAG-AFTRA, despite being perfectly capable of advocating for its workers in the context of America and especially in Hollywood, being an absolute beast of an organization there, it is woefully underprepared, incapable, incompetent, inexperienced when it comes to operating literally anywhere overseas. It is completely out of its depth, completely out of its element. And by the way, this is the best case scenario, right? The best case scenario is that SAG-AFTRA is just being a little bit silly because it's not built to function overseas. Margaret Ashman, thank you for the 5. Difference between union boss and corporate boss is that corporate boss pays your salary and you pay the union boss's salary. I swear I've heard that one before, but yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. Well, I mean, in cases like this, it's certainly easy to see where that saying comes from. However, then we get to the worst case scenario. And the worst case scenario is that not only is it out of its depth, it is actively built in a way that is detrimental to its members when it comes to operating on an international industry on a global scale. Because what that would mean is that the two components that people have been taking issue with, Global Rule 1 and 1947 Taft-Hartley, are respectively the ball and chain that keep both the union and the members of the union constrained in terms of everything they approach and touch that comes from somewhere outside of America. Because now, when you consider these two conditions, right, these two stipulations, Global Rule 1 and 1947 Taft-Hartley, you start to realize something. They form a little bit of a catch-22. Because the problem with Global Rule 1 is you can't work overseas unless you have a SAG contract. But Taft-Hartley means that you are going to be very hard-pressed to see if you are going to... Some companies overseas, some projects overseas, are going to be very hard-pressed to be convinced to sign an agreement with you. So as a result, you have this situation where the combination of these two clauses are extremely detrimental to the way that your organization operates. Because one of these two things is going to have to be overlooked essentially given up if you want your organization to be able to even function on an international scale without something like this, without another debacle like this happening again. Because the thing is, right, when you look back at, for example, and there is nothing that sums up this problem that SAG-AFTRA has created for themselves and their members, right? There are no tweets that sum this up as perfectly as these two Kaylee Mills tweets. For example, this, right? This reply to Jared Boyle, who has said, "Hey Kaylee, I understand the union was not enforcing the Global 1 rule, but did MiHoYo negotiate you or the other union VAs with union rates? I apologize if the question is intrusive." And then Kaylee says, "Hi, yes, although the game is non-union, many of us are making the union rate. And in that case, you have to ask the question, what the fuck are you complaining about? You are working for a game that has AI protections built into the laws of the country that the company making it is headquartered in, and you are being paid union rate. What the fuck are you complaining about? Like, maybe you can say, oh, pensions, oh, health benefits. Okay. But is that really enough of a reason to raise so much of a stink about this? Again, when you take into account the fact that she outright admits that they are being paid a union rate, And she also tacitly admits that she's completely unaware, ignorant of the fact that China has AI protections written into its law, right? The premise of establishing Genshin Impact of all games as a picket line is idiotic to the extreme. But that's not it, though. No. Because this just covers the whole, this just covers how idiotic the Taft-Hartley thing, because this establishes that the Taft-Hartley has no utility, because all of the benefits that Taft-Hartley would give are already granted, even without having a union contract. No, this, on the other hand, this establishes something much, much worse. SAG, quote-unquote, winning the strike means that their contracts will all have AI protections going forward. It doesn't make every game union. Also, I've been... Okay, that's... Okay. Okay. Also, I've worked on several union games with international talent. A game going union does not bar that talent from working. Technically, no union actor should work non-union at all. But we do. All the time. It's been that way in voiceovers. It's not necessarily, quote-unquote, fine, but still very different from taking an existing role from someone who vacated that role withholding work for AI protections. At this point, just pack it up, right? There's nothing more you can say. You're trying to draw this equivalency in terms of, we break Global Rule 1 all the time. It doesn't matter, though, because no one enforces it. But this, a non-SAG actor crossing a non-existent picket line to take a role from a non-SAG actor who is striking in solidarity over a non-existent picket line, that's worse. That's way worse than what we're doing. Like, what the fuck? At what point do you read what you have written in that tweet and decide, okay, yeah, no, we can't save this. There's no salvaging this. It's time to keep it in the drafts. That's why you don't see anyone calling out any of the actors announcing their new non-union roles. Because while as much solidarity as possible helps the case, no one really expects everyone to be perfect allies. No, that's why you don't see members of the public or other voice actors calling it out. Members of the public don't know what the fuck Global Rule 1 was, or at least they didn't know what it was before this entire debacle, and the other actors probably won't call it out because they benefit from the same fucking loophole. Or it's not even a loophole, because it's literally just negligent enforcement by the union. Because the people, quote-unquote, the alleged people who should be identifying, calling it out, penalizing this, are the union bosses, the union staff. The union itself. It has an entire section of their Global Rule 1 page dedicated to explaining, what you should do if you are a member who spots another member breaking Global Rule 1. And yet for this entire time, for whatever reason, some people have speculated that it might be because the union itself hasn't been taking video games as an industry seriously until recently, when they realized that people were making shitloads of money out of it. But in any case, regardless of the reason, the union, up until now, just hasn't been enforcing its own rules. And it's the union's job to enforce its own rules. That's why things have gotten so bad. That's why the union, now, is being viewed as just a den of bad actors. Both literally and figuratively in the context of this specific controversy. And can you really blame people for coming to that conclusion? When you have all of these actors willing to publicly admit that they break one of the core rules of your so-called solidarity as an organization and being extremely blasé about the entire thing. When you have one of your representatives, because that's what these members are, right? Union representatives. When you have one of your representatives talking about this in this manner, can you really blame the public for looking at the way that you operate and concluding that it's all a pile of horse shit? It boggles my mind that it took until now for SAG to maybe potentially realize that this is a fucking problem. That maybe, just maybe, they should start cracking down on people ignoring that policy that they have as part of their union solidarity. And maybe, just maybe, if they had actually enforced this rule, well, you're not going to... Maybe if they enforced this rule, they wouldn't be in this current PR nightmare that they find themselves in. This is the second time that you've jump-skinned me in this stream. This pisses me off to no end. You can probably imagine why. Liam, thank you for the 5. The single biggest red flag so far was seeing the student films were included under union jurisdiction. Madness, plain simple. Oh, absolutely. Amen. SAG is very prevalent in AAA companies like EA, Sony, so I'd imagine they'd be very familiar with it. Yeah. And so what you end up seeing is that SAG, in their infinite wisdom, their negligence in enforcing their own rules on their own members and removing bad actors from their ranks, has now essentially created, for themselves, a lose-lose situation. Either, going into the future, they are going to have to ignore the fact that their members violate Rule 1, Global Rule 1, or they are going to have to settle for a future where they are eternally locked in the Sisyphean task of repeatedly trying to justify imposing Taft-Hartley sign-ups to people overseas. And I honestly don't envy either of those possibilities. And to be honest, when you look at the way that their members have been talking about this entire situation, the members who have perhaps unintentionally elected themselves as the representatives of SAG-AFTRA, you can very easily see how either of those scenarios were purely self-imposed. And so, what SAG-AFTRA is effectively going to have to do is, going into the future, if they go ahead based on the way that they are now, the way that the rules are written now, the enforcement, or lack thereof, that they go with now, SAG-AFTRA is going to devolve into one of two things. A handicap for their members, or an imperialistic colonizing force on foreign industries and markets. There is no in-between. SAG-AFTRA has created a situation where it has to choose between, well, essentially, clownish clique, and colonizing cult. There is no third option. And that is a choice that is purely self-created. They could have just put a tighter leash on their members. They could have actually enforced their rules years earlier. But they didn't. And now that they have members, individual members of their union, speaking out of turn, out of line, out of social etiquette, well, now they're in the shitter. And the best part is, in case you think that I'm the only one that thinks that this is the only future that awaits SAG-AFTRA, you only need to look at some of the number of likes that some of these tweets have received expressing similar sentiments from people all around the world who have been keeping track of the situation. Because people have pivoted. It's now no longer, oh, these voice actors are cringe. No, it's completely pivoted on that regard. It's a complete 180 from, I'm generally sympathetic to what SAG-AFTRA is trying to do. No, people are now going, fuck SAG-AFTRA. Don't support SAG-AFTRA. Stay well away from SAG-AFTRA. And again, SAG-AFTRA has its purpose. It is a union. It allows its workers to collectively bargain for better conditions, especially when it comes to negotiating with corporate overlords. But the problem is, now they've created for themselves a situation where that premise, that reputation, it just doesn't stick anymore. Kif, what is actually going on with the Genshin Impact English voice acting community, and why not to support SAG-AFTRA? A thread about scummy contracts, hypocrites, and unprofessional VAs, and unnecessary bullying with sources. Genshin Impact VAs are fucked. Isn't it interesting when they talk about Jacob Takanashi attacking him, harassing him, it's okay, but when people call out their when people call out said toxic VAs, now then they draw a line. This may sound harsh, but I want all English VAs to not work again. Most of the community was on your side and just believed what you were saying, but harassing a man on the internet, you all blew that up, and people actually started looking into everything, and now you're all panicking. Funny, isn't it? And finally, there are no words to describe how annoying this person is to me, describing Karina. Arrogance beyond all limits. How can someone like this be connected to Paimon? And at this point, it has been complete and utter PR death. There is no salvaging this in the eyes of the Genshin Impact community, player base. Because now, the lot of them view the lot of SAG-AFTRA as being shills at best and bullies at worst. And so, of course, we come back to the whole point of the fact that unions sell professionalism, right? Because we talked a lot just then about, okay, in accordance with the principles of branding, what do you offer as a brand, right? Because when a union is trying to establish its own reputation, justify its own existence in the eyes of the public, establish an ability to solicit sympathy from the public when it needs that as leverage to go into negotiations, or even something as banal as simply making sure that it doesn't get all of the projects it's involved with or its members are involved with boycotted because the consumer base hates them in particular, as may very well end up proving to be a possible scenario here. We've identified what unions use to identify themselves, right? What they are supposed to sell themselves on the basis of. Benefits, wages, worker protections, advocacy, all of those things. We've identified what they sell, right? What they do. Professionalism, mainly. But that still leaves the question. What are unions differentiating themselves from? And when I was prepping the stream and I asked myself that question, right? When I thought about, okay, how do unions differentiate themselves? Beyond the technical, okay, they just don't do this, this, and this, as stipulated by the AFL-CIO, right? All the things they don't do. They don't provide harbor to unproductive, to bad actors. They don't get in the way of the productivity of the industry. They don't do things undemocratically. That set me down a path of thinking, okay, the easiest way to identify something that you are not is to identify its opposite, right? One of the easiest ways to classify something is to identify its opposite. When it comes to building up your reputation, your brand, one of the easiest ways to do it so is to make sure it is distinct from another brand that is equally recognizable but nothing like your own. And so when you apply this to unions, right, that then brought me down to a question of what is the opposite of a union? What is the antithesis to a union? What is the one or two things that you don't want your union to ever be associated with? Something that if your union is associated with will instantly torpedo public goodwill and perception about what you do and what you are. And the answer that I arrived to was pretty simple. You could probably have guessed based off of what I was talking about when I talked about the SAG-AFTRA's difficult decision going into its future, operating on an international scale. But after thinking for a while about what the antithesis to a union is, I came to the conclusion that the antithesis to a union, funnily enough, contrary to what people are saying in chat, it's not the mafia, it's not crime, it's not corporation, it's not even something as abstract as abuse or exploitation. No. The opposite of a union, at least in my opinion, is a clique or a cult. A clique because, whereas in the case of a union, ideally it embodies values of professionalism, principles, and productivity, a clique is beholden to none of those things. And a cult for much the same reason. Because a cult is not capable of operating outside of its own narrow world views. A cult must insist that the world break and bend to accommodate what is already held by the majority of the group. Doctrine comes before reality. And when I think about what unions need to be able to do, because they need to be able to find purchase in their industries over and over again, as the industry adapts, so must they, which means that they can never afford to ignore the state of how the industry exists around them. They cannot afford to default to imposing the way that they view things on the world around them, because to do so would compromise their ability to adapt to that industry and, as a result, propel their members into success in that industry. And it is for that reason that, at least to me, the opposite of a union is a cult. or a clique. And it is an unfortunate truth that at this current present point in time, if you were to ask the average Genshin player whether SAG-AFTRA is closer to being a union or a cult or a clique, the answer that you would get, especially if you ask the Chinese players, would probably be more clique and cult. Unions don't bully people who, well, they shouldn't bully people who are outside of them. Professionals don't do that. And when a union loses its professionalism, it loses the one thing that it can use to sell itself to the public. And thus the one thing that separates it, differentiates it, that defines its brand away from being just another clique or just another cult. And that's pretty much it. Thank you for tuning in to this long rant about the what I can only describe as the stupidest loss of public reputation and perception that I have seen from a major organization from a non-profit of this nature in my lifetime. Oh. I just don't get it. And I'm not unique in this by any means, right? Like, there have been no shortage of other creators that have reviewed this entire situation and held their head in their hands, just trying to rack their brains to figure out in what universe, what bizarro nightmare-verse do any of these actions that have been undertaken by SAG-AFTRA or their representatives make any sense here. Every single criteria, every single opportunity that the members had to show a little bit of professionalism, minus Nathan Noakes, he's fine. But everybody else who stepped up as some sort of spokesperson for SAG-AFTRA did an abysmal job of doing so. I genuinely believe that they should preserve this entire situation, and this would make for brilliant case studies in PR, marketing, media textbooks to highlight just how badly... Well, I mean, it's not unique in any ways. There are plenty of other examples of this, but just how badly you can fuck up your own public standing by allowing your individual employees, members, whatever, to just say and do whatever they like. There are a lot of similarities. Now that I've actually put this stream together and done it, right? I'm seeing a lot of similarities between this and stuff that I've talked about with VTuber agencies as well, where it is a very common problem that a lot of these voice actors are not used to clamping down on their personal feelings, so that they're not used to maintaining a veneer of professionalism. So when it comes to situations like this, where there are, emotions are running high, etc., they just blast the world with how they think and feel without any regard for how it may be construed differently to how they mean it, or even how horrid it will look to a third party when they direct all of that vitriol at someone who reasonably has not done anything wrong. Just don't use your... Just as I always say that VTuber corpos shouldn't use their talents to do PR, I am honestly coming around to the position that unions should not use their members for PR, ever, at all. They should never let their members speak on behalf of the entire union. Just let your spokespersons do the rest and make it so that your members can well, first, don't if they gang up on somebody who's not part of your union for no reason, fucking expel them from your union. Actually prune your members, essentially. But besides that, just if you have a company position, I'm saying company because unconsciously I've already resigned myself to the fact that SAG-AFTRA operates more like a corporation than a conventional, your average union would outside of America. But at least have representatives of your org that you know can do a decent job of expressing themselves in a civil manner. If, for example, SAG had the ability to to put Kaylee, Coroner, Valeria on mute and just let Nathan Noakes do the talking, I guarantee this situation would not have spiraled into what it has become now. Zippy Zap, thank you for the 20. What is the end game for Hoyo? Phase out union workers, point to how the US union doesn't stop people from joining non-union, or tell the public it does have AI protections and SAG is lying. I don't think at this point, I don't think Hoyo needs to do much of anything. I think the public has already come round of its own volition to the idea that it's not actually about AI protections, and all of that just seems to be, bluster and nothing else. But if they wanted to, what I think would be, if they don't want the union workers, I think it's perfectly understandable if they end up cutting ties. Honestly, the onus is probably going to be on SAG-AFTRA to either get rid of the Taft-Hartley thing when it comes to overseas contracts, or to adjust the way that they enforce Global Rule 1. Because those two things, I don't know if Global Rule 1... I mean, right now, they seem to have been operating by not enforcing it for a few years prior to this, so it's not like it's going to make a major difference if they get rid of it altogether at this point. At least as far as, video game VAs in English are doing. But what Hoyo could do is they could stipulate that either, there's the agreement they signed with SAG-AFTRA has to get rid of Taft-Hartley, or, because again, it's not like the game is being made in the US. It's a Chinese/global project, so it doesn't make any sense for it to follow a US law. But in any case, they could either do that, or they could do some combination of getting rid of the union actors and telling the public that they have AI protections or something along those lines. But I think the second one's a bit redundant. I don't think they need to do that anymore. The public is already it's too late for SAG, basically. But curious, thank you for the 2. Can't touch me, I'm part of the union. It does seem to be the case that they're doing something like that, right? This situation has made me lose respect for a number of voice actors. Yeah, same. Viridian, thank you for the super. Genshin Reddit saved the lesser quality clip. Oh, excellent. Okay, I'll give that I'll check that one out afterwards. I may add an addendum onto the stream at the beginning of my next stream or something. Chris Bro, thank you for the 10. As a German, I'm baffled that SAG-AFTRA is even allowed to call itself a union. Unions seem to be thoroughly underregulated in what they are allowed to do in the US. That very well could be the case. Scarling, thank you for the 5. Now that the main topic is covered, I can say that thumbnail of a couch spilling a drink on itself is haunting me, chairman. That is entirely the work of Noxon DG. That was the brainchild of Noxon. It is really beautiful. I'm very glad that he came up with that idea. But yeah, it's one of the funkier drawings that he's made of my model. Yeah, Alan, they don't have PR. It seems it very well does seem like they don't have any. Although to be fair, like why would they, right? Because all of their members are just a loose confederacy of people who've come together under the same industry. And I mean, I guess when it comes to that, like, yeah, I can kind of understand, but it's situations like this where not having any PR training whatsoever, or no sort of policies around telling your members to shut up, it's situations like this where all of that can come around to bite you in the ass big time. Zodikun, thank you for being a Footstool for 3 months. This lecture gave me so many cool second-handed... So, give me so many second-hand cringes. Yeah. If they did PR as the substitute for a system that works, that's true. Like, how could you operate as a union if you don't even enforce your own rules? Like, what? How do you get to the point where one of your members feels comfortable going onto social media and publicly declaring that they've been breaking your rules, and so have many other people for all this time, and it's never been a problem? Like, what? Either you should just ditch that rule altogether, or start fucking enforcing it. What are you doing? one of the VAs uploaded a video a few hours ago that might be a good insight into the mindset of these striking VAs. Comes across as manipulative to me, though. Oh yeah, no, don't worry. I've seen that. I'm going to give that a look after stream, so not to worry. Oh, Nox share vomit Evo. He'll probably end up seeing this when he watches the stream at some point. Man, the more you talk about companies, the more they share the same mistakes. It's baffling. To be fair, there are only so many ways that you can fuck things up in a corporate environment, right? So it kind of makes sense that there's a lot of overlap between individual company blunders, even if it's a completely different industry. But yeah, no, it does make for a weird mix of funny and frustrating once you start seeing the pattern. But yeah, again, it's the curse of observance, right? Once you see it, you can't unsee it, and you see it everywhere you go. So, ugh. SAG is a joke even before the Genshin drama. At this point, I'd be hard pressed to disagree with you. Oh shit, we have 400 people in here. If you don't usually watch my streams, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning into the whole plan yapping section. I'm just gonna be this is probably just gonna be like me yapping about whatever from now on. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. If you found the stream worth listening in on, watching, whatever floats your boat, please like, comment, subscribe, do all of that stuff. If you want the slides to this stream or any of my previous streams, sign up to my Patreon, as I said at the beginning of the stream. Comment if you're watching the VOD. Follow me on Twitter if you have a Twitter. Don't make one just to follow me. I promise it won't be worth it. And yeah, all of the shilling stuff is done. So thank you again for tuning in. But in any case, bad corpos everywhere. That's the thing, right? Every single industry will have pockets of people not paying attention enough to the point where the people running these corporations have room to fuck up. And some of these people who are running these corporations just feel more comfortable fucking up than their peers, so. Good night, ASMR. Good night, Chair. Thank you for the ASMR. No problem, Stress Ball. Nice name. It's been a while since I last participated live. Welcome in, Periwinkle. Welcome in. You should have seen the actors' strike. I did briefly talk about it, but I don't think... There may be some things that I didn't pick up on while I was going through that particular situation. Strange the company is in the good guy side once. Yeah, that is a little unusual. Although, again, that just emphasizes how much the union had to fuck up in order to be the worst of the two parties between them and a literal corporation, so... Their reputations really sagged. Death penalty, steampunk salad. The issue's bad when you're gaming, your gacha gaming friends that play different gacha games rant about the Genshin Impact situation to non-Genshin players. Yeah. No, they really fucked this one up royally. It's reached all of the wrong corners of the internet. So... Curse of Ra the Observer. Yeah, kind of. Being cursed by pattern recognition. See, the thing is, pattern recognition is a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing in the sense that it saves you from things, right? Pattern recognition is something we evolved in order to save ourselves from experiencing danger face first. So, well, the problem is, though, when it comes to more superfluous things, where it's not as important that you notice something, but it does make you feel worse after noticing it, that's when it starts to become a bit of a curse. Noticing patterns that you can't change. Now that's the worst of both worlds. LMP, thanks for the stream, Chairman. No problem. Lots of hugs to you all. Lots of hugs to you too, Scarling. Thank you for your generosity, by the way, and thank you for supporting this channel for so long. I really appreciate it. Not SAG VAs calling themselves David when they're working extremely hard to be Goliath. Yeah, it is always funny when you see people who are very much the aggressors in a situation try to make themselves out to be these little perfect victims. It's always perpetual victims that end up doing this shit as well. This sort of, the sort of cry bullying. Sorry, give me a second. Bunny Moon Moon was one of the people who supported the strike until all of this. All that has come out has been mind-blowing. American VA industry seems unsafe and unethical. I wouldn't go so far as to say it's completely unsafe, or unethical for that matter. I just think it's extremely unprofessional. Curious, thank you for the gift of membership. GMH, welcome to being a footstool. Hope you enjoy those emotes. It's over for the VAs. The Chinese player base are threatening to protest Genshin. See, the thing is, I'm not sure how far the Chinese players are willing to go. The national pride, I think, being stung will probably push them to do something. And honestly, you know what? Part of the thing is, as much as we may meme in the West about Chinese nationalism, part of the thing that I do appreciate about Chinese nationalism is the fact that it provides at least some form of pushback and difference when countries in the West do something. In this particular case, if Chinese nationalism is the thing that ends up pushing for SAG and its bad actors to be punished for making complete asses out of themselves and attacking a voice actor that frankly didn't deserve any of it, then I'm more than happy for that to be the case. And in general, I mean, that's why I appreciate nationalism in various different countries, because the more forms of nationalism, the less likely we are to get to the cultural version of a monopoly across the entire world, or basically just globalization slop. Scarling, thank you for the gift of membership. Zero, I hope you enjoy that. Say what you like about nationalism, but it sure as hell makes it harder for people who don't care about you to govern you. Chairman adding to his social credit score. Sure. I'm going to be so doped up on social credit when I go to China at some point in the distant future. English VA unprofessional because there's no reprimanding or sense of consequences. See, that's the thing, right? That's why I want SAG-AFTRA to start enforcing its rules. If there is a VA that's been breaking Global Rule 1, expel them immediately, penalize them. Just don't let them simply boast about doing so publicly and then expect the other people to abide by that same rule. No, true, I wish America had Chinese nationalism. I think everyone wishes that, eventually as they get older, I think everyone wishes that their country had the equivalent of Chinese nationalism. Because, well, I mean, not to get too political, but people like saying difference is the spice of life, but they're not quite prepared for what that means on a cultural or countrywide scale. And nationalism is what that means on a cultural or countrywide scale, right? China's okay with that. The West seems to be having a little bit of a problem with that, but hopefully we get over it. Hopefully we get better soon. We gotta level up. Throw tantrums whenever someone mentions Texas or California. True. That will always work, surely. I think Germans don't want that. Granted, it's not the majority of people that want it in every country. When it does become the majority, that's when the country actually starts adopting nationalistic policies, after all. And China has plenty of nationalistic policies. At this point, I pretty much conclude that China is communist in... Well, I mean, this is something... Anyone who's been paying attention to the state of geopolitics has understood for a while now that China is communist in name only, pretty much. I'd be proud to be an American anymore. I'm always an advocate of moderate nationalism. Amen. To an extent, but yeah, remember the Coco Taiwan stuff? Yeah, that's true. Although again, it's probably only cringe because we're not Chinese citizens, right? If you are a Chinese citizen, for you, it might be a point of national pride, right? But I think a lot of the way that the West especially perceives China, and actually this feeds into why a lot of the articles that were talking about this situation, they were so quick to adopt a MiHoYo bad stance, even though MiHoYo is like, they have all of the stuff that the actors were complaining about. But I think part of the reason why all of these news outlets in the West are so quick to dog on anything China, and why I guess we are so predisposed to thinking of China as being like, as being cringe, is because of the fact that I think in the West we are very heavily conditioned to grow up perceiving China as like le communism bad, when, well, China is like barely communist if you're actually paying attention to the meaning of the word and the way that they exist. And also, the whole being taught to perceive China as like the adversary of the West thing is, it's a bit of a tired trope. I was talking to a friend about this the other day, but they were talking about how how funny it is that IShowSpeed, like, again, regardless of his flaws as an individual or as a content creator, no matter how you dislike his content, he has managed to succeed at, oh, how was it? I think, in their words, undoing all of the propaganda and programming that people have had to tell them that China is the enemy or something along those lines. And I do think there is truth to that to some extent. For a while now in the West, we have been conditioned, we've been encouraged to assume that China is an adversary, when I don't really think that that's a very accurate description of China. There are plenty of other countries that you could peg better as an enemy of the West than China. Some countries that call themselves part of the West, to be honest. No, China is steadily building towards a more socialist society. It's just a very long-term plan. I don't follow Chinese directly, but I follow several Russian communists who follow Chinese development. Interesting. That reminds me of the tired Germans equals bad trope back then. Yeah, same. It's always tiring when history is boiled down to good guy, bad guy. Just doesn't make much sense. Chairman, I think the moon is coming. Me too, Alamo, me too. That may be, but I'm still wary of them. Oh, absolutely. There's no problem with being wary of a foreign country. There's nothing wrong with that at all. In fact, I'd argue that's basic survival instinct. But I don't think that they are as much of an adversary as has been preached in the West. Like the United Kingdom. Yeah, kind of. The UK is reaching that point, isn't it? Xiaohei defeats Western propaganda? Sure. Those dang no-no Germans. IShowSpeed, love him or hate him, he's kind of helped China look good, although it got messy with the cosplayer. I think, see, some people may disagree with this, but part of the thing that I appreciate about Chinese culture being different about Western culture is Chinese culture does not give a single shit about race relations. Like, they will say slurs, they will call people the N-word, they will make fun of people for their skin color or their mannerisms or according to whatever stereotypes were propagated by the countries that they come from. But for Chinese people, it is genuinely just a joke. We don't give a shit. And as a result, I think that is a degree of, I suppose, nonchalance, a degree of flippantness that I think the West could do with a lot of. Because over the past decade or so, there has been way too much pussyfooting and tabooing about the whole thing to do with like race and stereotypes and stuff like that. And I think that with China being the way that it is a much needed, at least in my opinion, much needed counterpart to that way of thinking about race, right? And as a result, when I saw that particular incident, I didn't think it... I think in a way, a lot of people, especially in the West, kind of interpret it as like this big taboo thing, when in actuality, I don't think it's racist at all. I think it's just, again, Chinese shitposters being Chinese shitposters. And also, it's a good reminder that if the worst thing that you can call someone is a racist, that's this may be controversial for some, but in my opinion, if the worst thing that you can call someone is a racist, then they're probably not too awful of a person, right? There are far worse things that you could do to other human beings than be racist. And I think that in the West, we've kind of lost sight of that a little bit. I would say the West used to be that way too. Yeah, it used to be. I miss that. but knew there was going to be backlash for it and probably bashing Blue Archive for it. Yeah. Asians call each other racial slurs all the time. Yeah, exactly. Because we don't view that as being we don't view race relations as being like central to reality or culture or whatever. It's not sacred to us. Yeah, I suppose is the way that I would phrase it. Like, all of the Chinese know that. I think all of you have seen that, like that chart, right, where Chinese people hate Japanese people, what was it again? Chinese people, Korean people, and Japanese people are locked in this three-way triangle of hating one another. And I mean, that's just part and parcel. And when Chinese people are not busy dogging on Japanese people or Korean people or Vietnamese people, they're dogging on different regions or provinces within China. Like, that's just how it works. And none of us take it too seriously. At most, it's just us telling our children, okay, you probably don't want to marry someone from the northern mountains because people there tend to have a temper problem. And that's about it. Migakumi, thank you for the super. It's almost like being called racist is worse than experiencing racism as an age. True. Lamau, I have seen it. Everyone hates their neighbors. Yeah, exactly. Then you have a Southeast Asian, yes. I do think that I have the Menhera gene inside of me, where it's kind of like, when you in those superhero shows, right, where you essentially get this like the superhuman child that has like a gene that you need to suppress in order to make sure that it doesn't manifest in a way that causes them to become a monster or whatever. That's like me, but with the sea monkey. The sea monkey Menhera gene, because my entire life I've been raised by the Chinese side of my family. Although my father is Malaysian, so there's a fun little tidbit of sea in me. Although it's not something that I'm very in touch with myself. Someday, perhaps, if I'm very unlucky, it will activate, and I will become the sea monkey I was always supposed to be. But until then, I am just your typical quote unquote well-adjusted Chinese person. Jelly mention. I spent my entire life being conditioned to not be C. It's too late. It's too late to give up now. I have to keep it going. The bit must go on. Now that you mention, I have no wonder there's this recent weird hatred towards Asian entertainment, particularly Japanese from the West. Yeah, well, I mean, Western traditional media in particular gets super insecure about any possibility of some sort of cultural aspect of the West being overtaken by the East. Mostly because the West has had a bit of a cultural monopoly on innovation for the past like few decades. Like, think about it, you have Hollywood, AAA gaming, stuff like that, all of that up until starting from 2014, there's been no question about the fact that the West has led in those regards. But now that you're getting things like, well, I mean, look at the state of AAA gaming in the West for the past like few years or so. The East is very much catching up, and you can smell the insecurity of the news outlets talking about it. So, one of us, see, brother. Oh, bless your hearts. He's Menhera. I talk about YouTubers, and I'm a PNG tuber. What did you expect? You are a C brother by definition of that. I suppose I am. Lol, what? Become C gang. So you're telling me that the playing field has been leveled. So you're telling me that when the playing field has been leveled, they feel threatened. Oh, of course. I mean, any culture, whenever it's used to having some sort of monopoly over influence or force, it's always going to start feeling antsy when that monopoly is threatened, right? Same reason why the US was shit scared of the USSR for a few decades. We got a little Menhera in all of us, that's true. China's taking over anime, you know? Yeah, I've seen. There are many IP you think of as anime that are owned by a Chinese company. Oh yeah, no. I've been keeping track of that. It's been a very interesting development to see how different cultures across the world have kind of been almost kind of passing around the having a bit of a secret Santa in terms of controlling whatever industries or whatever culture industries or cultural produce or whatever. It's been very interesting to see over the past 10 years. Yeah, the Chinese market has surpassed the JP market, which is both amazing and sad seeing it happen. Yeah. I mean, there's always going to be a little bit of nostalgia for the way that the market existed when it was still dominated by Japan, but I suppose new doesn't always mean bad. Mostly, I'm just glad that it's been taken over by a country that doesn't share Western sensibilities, just so I can get a little bit of variety in my media. Just ask America how their American comics are faring against manga. Sure. Although that's because there seems to have been this active attempt to sabotage comic and geek culture coming out of America. So, we love trade cultures. Amen. Is it just me, or is Western authority have white savior syndrome? Oh no, they do. They do. I mean, white savior syndrome isn't even unique to white people. I mean, look at all of the... What I'm quickly observing is black savior syndrome as well. The kind of revisionist thing that you get when people take all of those remakes and mockumentaries a bit too seriously. It is... Black colonialism / black American imperialism has been one of the more bizarre cultural movements that I've been seeing specifically on social media over the past few years. Which is... Yeah, interesting. Oh, Gator, welcome to the stream. Welcome, Gator Raiders. We're just unwinding after finishing with the planned yapping portion of the stream. I'm talking about weird cultural imperialism things. Comic book industry in the US is crippled for decades and then accepted into mainstream by people who didn't like the source material. That's how every niche, like hobby, cultural, like that's how every cultural entertainment niche gets introduced into mainstream, right? It just gets adopted by people who either don't care about it because they see it for cynical value, they want to capture the market that was inhabiting that niche beforehand, or they just hate it and they want to destroy it, pretty much. Which sounds melodramatic, but that's unironically what it is. Some people just can't make art, and as a result, they resolve to tearing it down instead. So it's just what happens. Oh yeah, Afrocentrism, the flip side of Eurocentrism. There's very little different between the two, in my opinion. They are both equally cringe. Man, I miss the time when we can have... Yes. I hate this mutual sea philosophy, sure. Yeah, it's the if I can't make it, I'll destroy it type thing, right? That, and also the fact that if you can't make something and you have to confront it, it's a reminder of your own inability and your own limitations, your own failures, right? And that's just something that's rough to experience regardless. And I mean, yeah, I can understand why some people would like to experience that, but there are better ways of dealing with it than trying to tear down the source. I don't think Japanese care either way about the ultra-nationalists besides China. JP's second largest player on Genshin. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna. I think it's going to stay as far as the Ian version. I think it's going to stray as far as the Chinese audience, but I don't know. Maybe, just maybe, if the ENVAs end up pissing off the Japanese audience at some point, then you might end up seeing a bit of an increase in the size of the protest. But for now, it seems to be pretty contained, to be completely honest. I have no doubt that it's going to be... I have no doubt that it's probably going to... It is going to blow over at some point, I'm sure, but the question just remains as to when that point is. Everyone has to put their spin on things in order to feel ownership, and usually their spin is completely different from the source. Yeah. I mean, I've had this opinion about VTubing for a while, right? About how some people come into this space and they insist on making their models almost a one-to-one of how they are in real life. I'm just like, come on. Surely you have more imagination than that, right? Surely the medium, the capabilities of the medium warrant more than just that, right? To be fair, it's like a similar thing when it comes to, well, to be honest, any other niche hobby. Any other niche hobby, whether that be something like magic or fucking, magic or plaguing or whatever. It's always the same thing. If you're going to make it like everything else, just stop. Just leave it alone. I hate seeing magic become TCG Fortnite. I really do. It's disgusting. It disgusts me. Lol, Inzoi moment. Okay, Inzoi is different though. Inzoi is different. Inzoi is an actual like game that's supposed to occupy that function. It's not an entire medium in and of itself. And a lot of the VTubers that are doing that, they've been doing that. I don't think they've been trying to make it look like themselves in real life so much as they've been trying to make a fleshy version of their VTuber model, which I think is quite... that is an interesting twist on things, which I appreciate. People without imagination and creativity are depressing. See, the thing is, I don't know what's the specific combination of traits, because I have seen artists that are perfectly capable of pumping out absolute masterpieces, but have zero internal monologue. Whereas I've had people who I know for a fact have incredibly vibrant internal monologues, but lack any sort of artistic capability or creativity whatsoever. And it's just... it is bewildering to me how those combination of traits, how those traits do or don't correspond with whether somebody seems to be capable of actually making something imaginative or creative. Evil Bibu was a treat. Amen. Agreed. It's like finding... Yeah, Yanni, that's a pretty good way of putting it, right? When someone gets into VTubing and they decide to make a model that looks exactly like they do in real life, it's like it's the equivalent of finding a genie and then wishing for a hamburger. Exactly. Really wish Magic just stuck UB to old arts. Agreed. It's the ability/disability to follow through. That's true. I cannot draw and I feel awful whenever I try. Being unable to draw is almost invariably a temporary condition that can be overcome with enough practice. Now, whether you seems for that practice, that's a different matter, and it's completely understandable in some cases, though. Honestly, Chairman, I feel like Jasco Games' Universes/Universal Fighting System is more like the TCG Fortnite than Vice Schwartz. Universes even has their own OC Donut Steel expansions. That's true. I wonder if they don't have an actual internal monologue or if they just process things differently to other people. See, that's the thing, though. I think that's the same thing, right? If you don't have an internal monologue, you do process things differently from people who do have an internal monologue. Because I know for a fact that, well, actually, one of the highlights of whenever I hop onto Twitter for a little bit is getting to see the phase clippers and artists just interact with one another in the talents. And oh boy, I might have developed a bit of a parasocial, like, some form of parasocial relationship with some of the phase artists on Twitter. Because I don't know why I know this, but I'm pretty sure that Denied, if you know who Denied is, he makes a lot of porn, pretty good porn, especially Lumi porn. Formally, but I know for a fact that Denied has said that he doesn't have an internal monologue. So, at the same time, from the tweets that I've seen, Denied seems to be pretty, like, the guy seems to be, he seems to think, like, normally. So I don't know if, in terms of the way that people process things, if it's any different, but I certainly do think that I don't know how about processing in the sense of actually having different thought patterns or whatever. I just think that, well, I don't know. to be completely honest, I have no idea how people without internal monologue like function. I just don't get it. I cannot imagine it. But yeah, a man of culture. Yeah, of course. How can I not? Yeah, denied this. But yeah. Parasofa. Where is the parasocial part? The fact that I don't know Denied as a person, but I've seen so much of his Twitter posts and porn that I've built up an idea of what he's like in my head. Tell us more. Azahara same. Hey, there we go. Ayane same. Hey, so I'm not alone. I'm not by myself. I have both internal and external monologue. Hey, there we go. Well, I mean, it's kind of natural, right? If you have an internal monologue with not an external one, you actually have to be like disabled, don't you? You actually have to be mute. Oh, also, this is something that it's something that annoyed me so much when I was looking through the various statements made by the union members across when I was prepping the stream. But something that never fails to annoy me is when someone plays the fucking disability card. Like, oh, I'm disabled, so I'm okay to be a hypocrite, or I'm okay to be a dick, or I'm okay to be entitled. Like, fuck off. You're disabled. That just means you're disabled. You're not special. You're just disabled. Fucking suck it up. It doesn't give you a right to act like a dick to anybody else. Holy shit. There is nothing that arouses contempt in me as quickly as seeing somebody trying to use their disability as a pass to behave awful, to be a dick to somebody else. Like, if you're going to be an ass, just own it. Just say that you're being an ass, right? Just own being a bitch or a dick or whatever you want to call yourself. Don't hide behind your disability to justify your rhetoric. It's so cringe. Gives the rest of us a bad name. I also love the I'm autistic, so that means I can act like a horrible person. Yeah, the number of people who try to use autism as some sort of smokescreen for just being a dysfunctional human being. Like, fuck off. You can add mental illness to that fever. Oh yeah, that's true. It's just a debuff. Why so proud? Exactly. Like, if you're going to be proud of anything, like, okay, I understand being proud of the fact that you've managed to exist. You know, you've managed to fight through your disability to accomplish something that is objectively, you know, again, if you've been able to accomplish being a voice actor in a major video game production, right, that is an accomplishment, right? And being able to accomplish that, even in spite of whatever disability or health condition you may have, that is applaudable. But don't use your disability as a justification to behave like a hypocrite or to dogpile onto a stranger. It's just so stupid. Admitting to being a prick is power. Agreed. My Australian friend who's disabled actually hates it when he gets reminded of his disability. He doesn't like when people patronize him. Very few people who are disabled do. Very few people who are disabled can tolerate being patronized. Because at some point in your life, when you grow up with some sort of condition or some sort of limiting factor in terms of how you can perform as a human being, right? Because let's be honest, that's what a disability is. You start to develop the tolerance to reality that just allows you understand that you live life at a pace that is more challenging, perhaps, than it is for the average person. And being patronized feels bad because now, you know, at least you can rationalize to yourself that gives you grit to your character. But when people patronize you, it just makes you feel like a child. And it's just not, it just doesn't feel good. It robs you of that agency, you know, of being able to do something yourself. The disabilities thing reminds me of the Elden Ring Dark Souls difficulty discourse. From Software should make this game baby mode because I'm disabled. True. As legal mindset said, people use a supposed disability as a shield to defend themselves and bash other people in submission. Yeah. To be fair, people do that with any sort of disadvantage or even something that's just widely perceived as a disadvantage. I've seen people try to do that with their disability, their age, their race, their parenthood status, like a whole bunch of different factors. And it doesn't get any less stupid. It doesn't get any less, stupid each and every time. Every time you see somebody doing that, it's the most. It's the most idiotic thing possible. Look, guys, I get poisoned from Raid Boss R argument. Yeah, pretty much. All you want to be is normal. Exactly. It's extra grating when the disability doesn't really affect their work. Yeah, exactly. Oh. True, disabled people hate being identified by their disability. It reduces their self-esteem and dignity. Yeah, well, it reduces their personhood as well, right? Because imagine if you refer, it's the same reason why people do it. It's like a stereotype. It's a meme, but calling someone in a wheelchair wheels is like that's why it's bad, right? You know, one thing I do appreciate Asian culture for, now that you bring that up, Eddie, is the fact that the mental health card doesn't work. And on one hand, that's bad because more people kill themselves. But on the other hand, that's good because you don't have people... Crybullying is infinitely less effective in Asian cultures than they tend to be in the West. And to be honest, it's just a pick your poison type scenario. That's offensive. You call them chair, not wheels. Sure. Using fatherless privilege in a VTuber space is like holding up a glass of water to an ocean. It is crazy how many people in this space are fatherless. It is insane. Myself included. Mana deficiency is a serious problem. Agreed. Coroner literally flashes her autism like it's a perk on her bio, but uses it when calls it. Yeah, well, I mean, I think actually, funnily enough, I think if any of you guys haven't seen, there's a VTuber by the name of Leaflet and Asari, which is the name of her channel. She makes some pretty enjoyable content, pretty good to put on in the background, just listen to. But I think the way that she put it, she once phrased the people doing that as casting their buffs. Right? Where people have a range of like disabilities and stuff like that, they start rattling them all off in their bios, especially after they fucked something up, or if they're preparing to go toe-to-toe in an argument with somebody. Because it's the whole fucking victim mentality. What is it? The victimhood ranking scale, right? And you want to be as victimized as possible, so you rank higher in the scale, so... Fatherless gang, where are you at? Yeah. The thing is about what I've noticed about men who grow up without a father is that it is either impossible to tell unless they tell. It is either impossible. It is impossible to observe unless they tell you, or it is impossible to ignore. Same kind of thing applies to. Actually, no, never mind. I take that back. I was about to say same kind of thing applies to women, but I don't think my personal experience has borne that out as much. Intersectional privileges. Yeah, Sari is Leaflet's mom. Yeah. That's one of the only channels I've ever seen where a content creator is running it alongside one of their parents. Like that is. I have not seen that anywhere else. Yeah, Leaflet is a slime girl. Yeah, she is. When I think about it, it's not too surprising with the fatherless behavior. I blame the hippie movement. Sure. Leaflet and Korsh would be epic. That would be a collab for the books. I'm now imagining Ain's own goal from Overlord casting his boss for replacing it with disabilities. Wait, fatherless as in was not raised by a father. Yeah, isn't that what fatherless means? Like you don't have a dad, especially growing up. I assumed that was the definition. Born out of wedlock, so I'm a bastard. Same, Market, same. We both share that status, I suppose. Double fascism. Uh, I remember giving advice to her mom about lockpicking hobbies. Oh, damn. That's pretty cool. Victim Olympics. It's so funny how the online version of the Paralympics is the polar opposite of the IRL version of the Paralympics. Because the IRL version of the Paralympics is all about pushing the human body to its limits despite whatever limitations you were born with or you acquired or whatever. It's all about trying to, essentially not cover up your disability so much as overcome the limitations imposed by it. And then you have the online Paralympics, which is people complaining and, whinging and competing to see who can be the most disabled or oppressed or sick or whatever. And it's just... it really is quite... I think that if we started calling it that more often, it would be... I recommend rebranding Victimhood Olympics to Online Paralympics. I see, so not currently having a father anymore doesn't count. I would assume, actually technically it's the same thing, right? Fatherless tends to be an insult though, right? You have to meet a certain criteria. It's like, fatherless is like the F slur, where the definition is not supposed to be taken literally in most of the context in which it's used, right? It's not used for its literal definition as much as it is used as a pejorative because it has an acquired or a connoted definition. Yeah, victim one-upmanship. Yeah. You just reminded me of that new Switch 2 game that's literally just wheelchair. Yeah, I saw that. I saw people were freaking out about that as well. I don't know. Maybe I'm out of touch with my disabled brothers and sisters, but I saw that. I was like, why is this so, like, what? Why is this so exciting for so many people? It doesn't even, like, the graphics aren't even that good. I swear we've had wheelchair basketball, the game, like, before. I swear, with the amount of hullabaloo that people were drumming up over it, you'd swear that it was the first time that this had ever broken into gaming. Whereas in actuality, I'm very certain that we've had a game like that before. Oh, Ultra Derek, welcome to the stream. Welcome, Derek Raiders. Welcome. We were just yapping about anything. On a Wii, I think so. I'm having trouble remembering exactly where it was, but I just remember that it was probably a thing. Why are they flexing their debuffs on the internet? Because on the internet, things are buffs if there are debuffs. We had Rocket League. You know what? Technically, Rocket League counts, right? Yeah, technically. Yapping away, yeah. Exactly. Would have been more excited for a wheelchair Tony Hawk. That would be Kino. That would be Kino. Well, you can't exactly say boo to the disabled basketball team. True. Rocket League human mod. Yeah, pretty much. That's such a cursed way of describing it. I'm trying to think about other examples of like prominent disability representation in the form of a game. I can't really think of any because I think that in all of the previous instances where I have seen a disability in a game, it's always been like, it's not been like pushed in your face, or either it has been pushed in your face, but it's insufferable. Like, Spawn. But yeah. I'm trying to think. I can't really think of any examples off the top of my head. Wheelchair expert. I'm gonna use that as a bit one day. Spyduck. That's gonna become a bit one day. Wheelchair expert is gonna become a thing. You guys won't know when it's gonna happen, but it's gonna happen. You think I'm joking? I'm not. Dustbin? Yes. Fear and Hunger. Oh, I guess that technically counts. Yeah, I guess that counts. Is Darth Vader considered a disabled person? Okay, now we're getting into the philosophical part of the stream. Yeah. I mean, you're still disabled even if you have a prosthetic, right? So in that, following that logic, yeah, Darth Vader is disabled, surely. You've actually talked about this one on stream. Like Owen, he has no legs, is missing an eye, he has cybernetic implants. Yeah, like Owen is disabled, following that same criterion then. If Darth Vader is disabled, so is like Owen. Kato was Shoujo. Oh, yeah. Man, maybe we should have a Daredevil game. I know it's happening next April Fools. Shh, don't spoil the surprise. Darth Vader is emotionally handicapped. True. I like a game where you start as an absolute cripple and become a king with a big fubar. There has to be a porn game of that somewhere out there. Surely there's a premise of some porn game out in the world. Darth Vader needs a breathing apparatus. Okay, yeah, so he's definitely disabled then. There's like no question about it. I was just thinking about prosthetic limbs, but no, that's something else. I see you're a man of culture as well. Of course, Gator, of course. Unironically, Katawa Shoujo was pretty good. Yeah, actually had it had good story. It had a good story. And we're just talking about disabled, and there's a game called Endoparasitic. Oh yeah, no, I saw that. I saw people playing that. It actually looks pretty good. One of your arms gets ripped off, yeah. Overwatch has characters with prosthetics, true. Kenshi, yeah, Kenshi. Man, would you guys watch a gaming stream? I'm curious, because I still have quite a lot of you guys in here. Would you be interested in a gaming stream at some point? Not next week, probably not for a while, to be completely honest. But would you? Yes. I'm currently thinking about what is the most autism game I can play. It has to be Plague Inc. Like, the first game I end up playing on stream besides Dustborn has to be Plague Inc., right? Surely. It has to balance out in that regard, where I indulge in suffering for all of our collective amusement and bemusement and distress, and the other one just has to be, like, pure, unabashed autism, surely. We watched Dustborn. Okay, but Dustborn doesn't count. Dustborn was an exception. Dustborn does not belong in that category. Rimworld, Factorio is a bit too much for me. I need a bit more Asperger's before I get to Factorio stage. a lot of Factorio heads in my chat. I'm glad that I have so much autistic representation in my community. Rimworld, Dwarf Fortress. I'm not powerful enough to play Dwarf Fortress. That's outside of my capabilities. I need to engage in some sort of eldritch learning in order to pick up how Dwarf Fortress works. Steal Jelly's game slate. I'm not going to lie. If it wasn't for the fact that it was Jelly playing the game, I would not be able to watch an entire Baba Is You stream. I do not understand that game at all. Like, I don't know how many of the Star Knights like they have the exact same like thing where the game just doesn't make sense. Again, I'm 100% convinced that if it was literally any other creator besides Jelly, I would not watch a Baba Is You stream. I don't know how that game works. But yeah. How about Hollow? Not League of no, we're not doing League of Legends. No. I've seen what that does to Rima and Nasagi. We're not doing that one. Besides, if I were to play League of Legends again, I'd have to go back to playing Shaker, and that would be a shame that I don't know if I would be able to recover from in terms of my own personal branding and image. Ultra Kill. Ultra Kill's a bit fast paced for me, to be honest. I prefer games to be a little bit slower. Yasuke Simulator. Now that is a good suggestion. That is a good suggestion. Balloons, sure. Baba is used basically programming language in visual form. Ah, okay, that explains why I don't get it then. Hootie Pop? No, that's I stream on YouTube. That's the problem. Shaker from League of Legends. Goose Game, very simple and easy to talk over. That's true, that's true. Yasuke Simulator, yes, do it. Balloons has co-op too. You know, funnily enough, I haven't talked about this before, but I think a few years ago, Plague Inc. added multiplayer mode. I have no idea how the fuck multiplayer plays on Plague Inc. because I've never had a reason to play the multiplayer version of the game. But yeah, no, it's I've yet to test that one out. So maybe if I do a gaming collab with another creator, I'll rope them into playing Plague Inc. How about Go Go Nippon? Could do. The Takeda clan is unbreakable. Yes. Thank goodness you're here. Balloons is really fun, as is Peg. Okay, that's cap. I've seen people play Peggle. I don't think Balloons and Peggle are even remotely comparable to one another. I have to disagree, Cassadol. I have to disagree. I'd be up for it. Hey, okay, all right. Okay, I'll do that. I'll do a gaming stream solo just to make sure I've still got it, and then we'll schedule in a fucking multiplayer Plague Inc. stream. All right. Bet your life on it. All right. Let me note that down somewhere. Oh yeah, Kara, I didn't get to respond. I saw your message in my inbox by the way. Yeah, no, I'd be really down to learn how to play learn how to play Rift Runners and Oshipush with you and Morlington. That would be really fun. Sorry I didn't reply earlier. My inbox was spammed with like 10 billion bot conversations. And I've been procrastinating cleaning it out until recently. But yeah, no, I appreciate the offer and I will take you up on it. Yakuza pirate game. I haven't seen that. To be honest, I don't know. Yakuza's one of those games where I'm not sure if... I can't tell, because it's halfway between the kind of game that I would enjoy. Actually, no, this is... I just realized how I'm going to describe it. Yakuza's mini games seem to be the kind of games that I enjoy more than I would enjoy the base game. So, I just want you to play Peggle. You are just a sadist, Castle. You're a surely you are a Lisa enjoyer, right? Surely you are a sheeple. One does not simply acquire the desire to watch content creators play Peggle completely out of nowhere. Any autistic Australian games? I'm not gonna lie, our gaming industry is a little fucked. I don't know if we have any games in that regard that warrant that immediately come to mind as autism games. I don't know. I can't think of any. Slay the Spire? Yeah, maybe. Yakuza Pirate looks good. Menhera Assemble, true. That would be such a funny name. Is that what you guys call yourselves? Hold on. Menhera Assemble. If no one's taken that name yet, I'm gonna yoink that. I'm gonna yoink that one. City Skyline. Okay, that's too passive. That's too passive. Fun is illegal in Aussie land. You see, you joke, but What about the tax dating sim where you put in your SSN? I have no idea what you're referring to there, Sumanite. I swear if you play Peggle, you are going to have the webcam mic quality. Everyone has webcam mic quality when they play Peggle, based off of what I've seen. It doesn't matter if they're like a V-singer. It doesn't matter how well they have their setup, like, you know, rigged to make them sound good. It's just fucking... It's just... You just blow out the audio every single time you play that game. Or somebody just ends up blowing out the audio every time they play that game. Who's jerky? Point taken. Isn't that the anime tax sim? I wouldn't know. I know what Itsumina is talking about. You can't play it. We don't have SSNs. Ah, fuck. Alright, well, that's a shame. Unregistered. Oh, no. Okay, so to give you an idea of... Oh, okay. The only one autism game that we have in Australia that I can remember is the ASX stock trading game, where in high school, what they would get us to do when we were about halfway through high school, they'd get us to... This is like an online game in quotation marks, where it's basically gambling. It's basically teaching kids how to gamble on the stock market, where you make an account, right, on the ASX, the Australian Stock Exchange, this parallel version of the ASX. They give you a free... I forget how much it was. I think it was $10,000, right? And you have like these seasons where each season you in groups at school attempt to trade stocks or whatever and grow your portfolio by as much as possible. And at the end of each season, the team that manages to have the highest valuated portfolio on the, you know, this kiddie version of the kiddie pool version of the ASX, they get some sort of like shout out or prize on the like website or whatever. It was really fucking stupid, but it was actually quite fun. I don't I don't know if you guys have that in the US where you have school mandated stock market gambling, but we have that in Australia. At least in New South Wales. I don't know about the other states, but we have that in Australia. And the funniest thing is it's literally 1-to-1 with the Australians, the actual stock market. It's just no real money is being used. But yeah. Oh, I got that one. It's called Stonks 9800. Yeah. Something along those lines. This sounds cursed. It was actually it was a part of our syllabus, funnily enough. To be fair, I think if the intended lesson was that we should research our stocks and make sure that, you know, stocks can be a decent alternative to simply saving your money in some bank account, right? If the lesson was that, combined with research your stocks, make investments, build a strong portfolio, diversify, etc., if that was the objective, we failed abysmally. All we learned was Lamau, let's gamble, and by the end of the day, we will either be up or we will be down, and that's pretty much it. Like, that is possibly one of the most superfluous lessons you could try to give to a bunch of people who are a bunch of kids who are halfway through high school, because I guarantee they are not going to get it. In elementary school, we had to pick a stock and try to sell it to our classmates to see how it did over the course of a few weeks. Damn, that's interesting. I wonder how that lesson would have gone. Because I think, isn't elementary school a bit young to be trying that kind of stuff? The blockchain, son. Like I can understand doing that with high schoolers, right? Where you get them to like experience what it's like to trade stocks. But elementary schoolers? Oh, damn. Line go up or down. Yeah, that's pretty much what we took away from the entire experience. Premature capitalism, what a nice move. True. Buy high, sell low. Amen. It was 6th grade. Oh, okay. I can maybe see a teacher doing that activity with a 6th grader. Maybe. Even then, it's kind of borderline. Although I have realized that as I get older, I tend to baby people more and more, depending on their age bracket. I think that if I thought back to my year 6 self, I could maybe possibly grasp the concept of stocks. Maybe. but it's hard to think about now. MGR. The kids who sold... Sorry, give me a second. The kids who sold candy stock gave investors candy, so everyone invested in them. I mean, that's quite similar to, you know, everyday life, right? Here I was researching Johnson & Johnson investment returns. Yeah, I should have just gone with line go up or down, Lamau. We did build robots in class. Oh yeah, no, I remember doing that back in primary as well. It was fun. Chairman's laptop is unfortunately not good enough for MGR. Well, my new device will be when I get it upgraded. When I finally get all of the parts I need. Stalks grow high, so it can't lie. Sure. We need to invest in the school canteen stock, James. Sure. Oh shit, we're going on 7 hours now. Alright, I might wrap up the stream here, just so I don't have too much to timestamp. I also need to make sure... I think it's also about time that I got myself some food. Thank you to everyone for tuning in. Thank you for sticking around for so long as well, so many of you as well. I didn't know how this topic would do, because I thought it would be kind of niche, but it turns out everyone loves dunking on people acting like absolute idiots. Acting like entitled idiots, which is absolutely a motion that I can get behind personally. So, hold on, let me find someone to raid. I think Sayu said she was back today. Back to stream today. Oh! Lumi's streaming. Lumi from Under the Tea. Alright, hold on. I'm going to send you guys over to Lumi. Alright. Let's lock that one in. Fish raid. Thanks for streaming. Aw, no problem, guys. I'm glad to be able to have this moment every week where I come in and yap with you guys. It is, again, like I said, would not have imagined doing this a year ago, but I look forward to it every week when this happens nowadays. So, in any case, I will be... Right now, the stream that I have locked in for next week is the Corpo Taboo stream, but at some point during next week, hopefully... If nothing comes up IRL that I have to attend to, I will be announcing the Vice stream where we go through the article, basically have our fun with it. Probably about like one day before. But in any case, thank you again for tuning in, guys. Behave yourselves in Lumi's chat. Enjoy yourselves as well. And I'll see you guys sometime next week. Keep your eye on my community tab, and I'll see you then. Otsu chair.